Would lead, she didn't know, but it was bound to bring infinite satisfaction to her. Perhaps she'd end up holding up her nightgown for him. She shook herself at the flood of quite interesting sensations that memory brought her. She moved to the small mirror and brushed her hair again, smoothing down the waves as best she could. Then she turned toward the door and frowned. This surely wasn't right. Where was North? This bedchamber, he'd told her, was the Viscountess's bedchamber, and adjoined the master's bedchamber through the single door she'd stared at on and off for the past hour. He had sounded uncertain about it being the Viscountess's bedchamber, and she could see why. It was a dingy room, the paint a dull green that was faded and peeling. The cherubs that festooned the ceiling molding looked decidedly limp in the wings. The only furnishings were a narrow bed with a bleak gold brocade covering it that must have been at least 50 years old, a single chair that had unpadded wooden slats for the back, strongly resembling a painting of a punishment chair she'd seen at Chudley's Young Ladies' Academy, and a stool in front of the dressing table that looked older than the bed, which was saying something. There was antiquity in this bedchamber, and it was very depressing. Where the devil was her groom? She frowned at herself in the mirror, tossed down the brush, and walked to the bank of narrow windows, 5 of them, all set in thick lead, and stared out into the darkness. There was only a sliver of moon and a sprinkling of stars. The night was black. The only sound was the rustle of trees that were next to the house. She started to turn away, but something odd caught her eye, and she turned back to the window. She screamed at the top of her lungs, jumped back, tripped on her nightgown, and went down hard on her bottom. North came flying through the adjoining door, nearly tripping himself. "My God, are you all right? What the hell is wrong?" Her heart was pounding. She felt hysteria bubble inside her. She couldn't bring words out of her mouth. She was panting too hard. Her throat was too constricted with sheer terror. She managed to point at the middle window as she picked herself up off the floor. North ran to the window, unfastened the rusty latch, and after a few moments of frustration, managed to push the window outward. He leaned over, staring into the night. He didn't move, just looked and looked. Finally, he turned back to face her. "What did you see?" She was shaking, suddenly colder than she'd ever been in her life, her arms wrapped around herself. "Caroline, good God, what did you see?" He pulled her tightly against him, rubbing his large hands up and down her back, warming her, trying to calm her. After a few minutes, he said again, "It's all right now. I'm here. Tell me what you saw." She burrowed her face in the crook of his neck. "I've never seen you like this before. You become a wife and turn into a hysterical ninny? You sod, you—" He grinned down at her. "Good, you're back to normal. Kind of like having Alice kick old Bennett in his ribs, right? Now, talk to me." She took a deep breath. "You're right, I shouldn't have become an idiot. It was a monster, North, but I'm not really sure what kind of monster, just that it was one. I was looking outside, wondering where the devil you were, why the devil you hadn't come to me, since every time you've been near me in the past weeks, you wanted only to kiss me and caress me. And then there was this monster." His arms tightened around her. "No lust right now. Go on. What monster?" She gulped, burrowed closer, and whispered into his shoulder. It was a monster face, no body to go along with it, just a hideous face, and it just suddenly appeared right in front of me. But it wasn't really a face. That's why I called it a monster. There was enough human about it, but it was terribly deformed, and the mouth was grinning at me, and it just kind of bobbed there in front of me. He held her tighter, if that was possible. That would frighten the wits out of a virgin, which you are. You don't believe me? Naturally, I believe you're a virgin. She poked him in the arm, and he smiled down at her. "Better now?" "There's nothing there that I can see, Caroline, but it's so damn dark tonight. Maybe you ate some suspicious mushrooms that resulted in a dash of brain fever." She shook her head. "No mushrooms." Ah, then it was Mrs. Freely and her commentary on everything and everyone present today. She tried to smile, but couldn't quite manage it. Perhaps it was just a tree limb or something like that. I remember hearing the rustling of the trees when the wind pushed their branches against the house. It was just so unexpected, and maybe I saw more than I normally would, and it scared the dickens out of me. No matter, I will still scour the area outside those windows on the morrow. North? Hmm. He was kissing her neck, nuzzling her head back so he could have more of her. Where were you? What were you doing? I thought you were mad for me. I thought you wanted to toss up my skirts all throughout the afternoon, all during supper, all during the time you were sipping on brandy in the drawing room, even while Mrs. Freely was telling everyone that a groom shouldn't over-imbibe on his wedding night, that it led to disastrous results. I was reading in my bedchamber, studying actually. Reading? She leaned back in the circle of his arms to look up at him. Studying what? How dare you? It's our wedding night. An instruction book with pictures. She just blinked at him. A book that tells a man what he's to do with a woman. A step-by-step instruction book. I was fairly certain all this love-making business had something to do with my manly parts and your womanly parts, but I wanted specificity. I wanted expert advice and explanations. I didn't want to be a clod on my wedding night. She went up on her tiptoes and kissed him full on the mouth. She kept kissing him until he was kissing her back, parting her lips, running his tongue along her bottom lip, his hands going lower to cup her buttocks and lift her against him, molding her to him. When she was nearly breathless, she leaned back just a bit. You know, North, I'm not at all sure you're doing this properly. Perhaps you'd best go back and study that book more closely. He stared down at her, his eyes glazed with lust, shook his head to clear it just a bit, then said, My God, I need to study how to keep your mouth shut. Oh no, that's really quite easy. All you have to do is touch me and kiss me. I can do that, he said. He scooped her up in his arms and nearly ran to her bed, paused a moment and stared at that narrow, stingy mattress with its suspicious lumpy surface, then turned and did run into his own bedchamber. She wondered as he dropped her onto her back on the mattress of his bed that would easily hold 6 men side by side, what exactly was going to happen. She felt herself flush, felt her heart speed up, felt her palms dampen. She cocked an eye toward him, watching him strip off his dressing gown. He was naked beneath it. His face was flushed, and his eyes looked glazed. She gasped. She'd never before seen a naked man, except for Mr. Fawkes. He'd been disgusting. But goodness, North was something she couldn't have imagined. North, you... Yes, Caroline? She didn't have time to answer, because he was on her, jerking loose the ribbon tied in a bow beneath her breasts, pulling her nightgown over her head. There, he said, throwing the gown to the floor in a heap atop his dressing gown. Ah, Caroline, he said. Then he was kissing her, and he came down on top of her. All of him, all at once. The richness of his body, all its textures, from his flesh that was smooth and hot against her, to the crispy hair, thick and black as sin on his chest and legs, and the sheer size and heat of him, it froze her. She was engulfed by feelings she couldn't begin to understand. He was so different from her that she simply couldn't take it all in. There was too much of everything, and it was hitting her too fast, and she gasped into his mouth, North, do you think you could roll over on your back and not touch me? Her request was so unexpected, it got through to him, breaking through the frantic urgency he felt, and he reared up on his hands, stared down at her, and said, Very well. He rolled onto his back, calmly crossed his arms over his chest, and closed his eyes. Is this what you want? Shall I be holding a lily? Oh no, please, put your arms at your sides. He did, only now he was watching her as she sat on her heels beside him. Her hair was wild about her shoulders, spilling over to curl around her breasts. You are possibly the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, he said, lifted his hand to touch her breast, only to have her say, No, please, North, keep your hands at your sides. Why? She looked mildly perplexed, then said, It was too much at once. The differences between us were just too much for me. I couldn't take all of it in, and it was frightening. I'll get that bloody book. Surely there must be a chapter about a bride losing her hold on things just because the groom disrobes and leaps on her. Oh no, just stay there, please. I want to look at you. I want to see what you're all about. I want to understand you before you, well, do all the things you want to do to me. He laughed, his muscles so tense they were nearly cramping. He watched her study him, and her study was so thorough it took all his fortitude to lie there quietly and not fling her onto her back again. She touched her fingertips lightly to his chest. Then, very slowly, she flattened her palms over him. She was leaning over him now, her breasts loose and very nearly touching him. He arched upward so he could feel her against his chest. It nearly sent him over the edge. He forced himself back flat against the mattress, groaned, and closed his eyes. "You are very nice, North, just so very different from me. I like the way your hair is so very thick here on your chest, so crinkly beneath my fingers. And just look how it thins out over your stomach." She ran her warm palm down his chest, over his navel, coming to a stop only at his groin. "It's not a thin line here," she said, and her hand stopped cold. He heard her say, "I want to understand you before you, well, do all the things you want to do to me." He laughed, his muscles so tense they were nearly cramping. He watched her study him, and her study was so thorough it took all his fortitude to lie there quietly and not fling her onto her back again. She touched her fingertips lightly to his chest, then, very slowly, she flattened her palms over him. She was leaning over him now, her breasts loose and very nearly touching him. He arched upwards so he could feel her against his chest. It nearly sent him over the edge. He forced himself back flat against the mattress, groaned, and closed his eyes. "You are very nice, North, just so very different from me. I like the way your hair is so very thick here on your chest, so crinkly beneath my fingers. And just look how it thins out over your stomach." She ran her warm palm down his chest, over his navel, coming to a stop only at his groin. "It's not a thin line here," she said, and her hand stopped cold. He heard her suck in her breath. He couldn't help himself. He opened his eyes to look at her. She was silent, just staring down at him for a very long time, for far too long a time, he thought, and said, "Do I repulse you, Caroline? I'm not smooth and white and soft like you. Do you find all the hair and my rod and the rest of me distasteful?" "Rod," she repeated, still just staring down at him. "That's an interesting word. There are many words for it, just as there are for your womanly parts." She said nothing more, merely continued looking down at him. Then she was leaning down and her mouth touched his belly. Then she lightly rubbed her cheek back and forth across his belly. He nearly arched off the bed. He was panting like he'd just run up the cliff at St. Agnes Head. His chest was heaving like he'd just been in the boxing ring with Gentleman Jackson himself and had lost badly. She immediately straightened and looked up his body, taking her time until she met his glazed eyes. "Oh, dear, I hurt you? Don't be a fool. If you do that again, Caroline, you will be the one on your back, and I won't be able to stop. No, don't touch me there. It's simply too much. It drives me over the brink. Oh, all right. Kiss me some more. Go lower, please. Perhaps even touch me with your fingers, or perhaps your mouth that's so soft and wet." He groaned and twisted as her fingers splayed through the thick hair at his groin until they finally closed around him. She stared down at her hands holding him. Then she smiled, giving him a slow-eyed look, leaned over him, and touched her lips to his belly again. Her hair fell in a thick curtain over his belly, hiding her from him. He wanted to see her, killing him, see her holding him in her hands. He raised his hand and lifted the thick hair. She turned slightly so he could see her clearly. He nearly lost his hold on what little sanity he had left when she did. It was so incredibly provocative. "You must stop that now," he said between his teeth. "I swear it, Caroline. I'll spill my seed if you don't stop. A groom spilling his seed in his bride's hand simply isn't done on a wedding night. I'd never be able to hold my head up again around other men. I would be cast out of the male fraternity. I would have been an inept clod on my wedding night, and that I simply couldn't bear. Please." She held him between her warm palms for just a moment longer, until just the point when he knew it was all over for him, when he wanted to throw back his head and yell. Then she released him. She stretched out on top of him, her belly against his, her breasts pressed against his chest. She held his face between her hands and looked down at him. "You're magnificent, North. I now understand a bit more about you and how you work. Perhaps you could take over things now?" He laughed. It was the only thing a sane man who was on the edge of insanity could do. He didn't move, merely raised his own hands and cupped her face between them. "You're always a surprise, Caroline. You're also a tease. Oh, you don't know you're a tease, or perhaps you do. Perhaps all women know instinctively how to drive a man mad. Come here and open your mouth to me." She leaned down, and his mouth was hot on hers. "Open your mouth. The good Lord knows I taught you how to do that the second time I saw you." "Maybe it was the third time," she said, and opened her mouth. His tongue was inside her mouth, touching her own tongue, and it was quite splendid, she thought, until she felt his big hands on her bottom, kneading her flesh, pressing her hard against his man's sex. Then she stopped thinking. His fingers were between her thighs, and he found her flesh, and he was touching her, exploring, gently entering her, and she was shaking now, moving against him, unable to help herself, all of her merging into him and what he was doing to her and what he was making her feel. In the next moment she was on her back, and he was between her legs, pushing them apart with his hands and holding them steady, and staring down at her. "North, please," she said, not knowing what to do, but knowing that something very wonderful and special was going to happen. "Just hang on, Caroline." His voice was hoarse and deep, and then his hot breath was touching her flesh, and she arched upward, moaning, letting his hands lift her higher to his mouth. And soon, so very soon after that, she was crying, sobbing, twisting on the sheets, her hands fisted, hitting his shoulders, then clutching at him, wanting what was coming so badly she didn't think she could bear it. And then suddenly heat spread through her, drawing her inward, and melded with the heat of his mouth. And she yelled. He held her there until he felt the complete giving of everything that was in her, and he knew that all her feeling had come to him and to herself. And he wasted no more time. He came into her fully in the next instant, barred only a moment by her maidenhead, then he was through it, thrusting himself to her womb. He knew he was hurting her, that the haze of pleasure was falling away from her because of the pain of rending her maidenhead. He held himself still and pulled himself up on his elbows, a remarkable feat, really, one he was pleased he'd managed to do. "Hello," he said, looking down into her dazed eyes. "No, don't move. Let yourself get used to me, then I'll move, but not sooner, else it will hurt you some more. The book said I was to apologize abjectly at least 10 times when I tore through your maidenhead. It's your badge of innocence, and it's important to you, and thus I must act appropriately sorry to be the one to rob you of it. All right," she said. "What you're saying is nonsense, but it's all right. This is all very strange, North, this business about you being inside me. I mean, you're really inside me, not just your tongue in my mouth, but this part of you that's just for me, and now you're doing what you're supposed to be doing, isn't that right?" He grinned painfully. "I sure the hell hope so. I can't wait now, Caroline." He moved, and it wasn't too bad. She clasped her arms around him and kissed him, letting his breath flow into her mouth, feeling his frenzy, his growing urgency, until he was arching up, his eyes closed, his head thrown back, and he moved, and she felt his seed inside her. He came down over her, panting hard, to rest his face beside hers on the pillow. She whispered in his ear, "I don't think you missed any steps, North." 22. For several moments he didn't know what she was talking about. His brain was too dead. He said then, "I should take my pleasure before giving you yours. Then I can twitch you when you haven't any more of a functioning brain than a gnat." No, I didn't miss any steps. On the other hand, I could have made those steps much, much steeper, and thus taken a much longer time to reach the summit. What do you think? "I think," she said, kissing his throat, "that you are entirely capable of finding us steps that are on side trails, very interesting, rarely stepped upon steps," she said. "Surely, your book didn't cover every possibility. You're incredible, North. You're probably also very inventive." "I am," he said, kissed her, then rolled over, pulling her against him. "Side trails, huh? I'll have one by tomorrow morning, all right? I'll think about it, too. I'm so glad I didn't have to marry Owen or Bennett," she said. Then, in the next moment, she was asleep. He kissed her hair, managed to lean over far enough to snuff the candles on the table beside the bed, then closed himself about her again. He hadn't slept with a woman in a very long time. He'd never before slept with a wife. And that's what she was now, his bloody wife, and he'd given her a woman's pleasure. That was quite nice and well done of him. The male fraternity would approve. He was a damned fine man and a generous one. He hadn't been a clod, though it had been close. Side trails with lots of individual steps. He only had time to smile about it before he, too, was deeply asleep. North awoke the following morning to find himself alone. He thought of that monster's face she'd seen in the window the night before, jerked up in bed and yelled, "Caroline!" There was no answer. He turned to see the adjoining door open. He called her name again, but still no answer. He frowned and looked at the clock beside his bed. It wasn't even 8 o'clock in the morning. Damnation! He'd wanted to wake up, then kiss her awake, and love her again until she was silly with it. He tossed off the covers and stood up to stretch. He was in mid-stretch when the door opened, and there was Tregeagle standing there, as stiff as a board, looking as horrified as a vicar in a den of iniquity. North frowned at him. "What the hell do you want, Tregeagle?" "Where is my wife?" "Your wife is with them, my lord, and they are here, all 3 of them, and it is unacceptable. It is not what we're used to. This is the Nightingale household, a household for men only, not some sort of inn for Mary Magdalenes." North blinked through this bitter speech, then grinned. "Oh, I see. Our 3 pregnant ladies are here. Caroline is with them?" "Yes, my lord. She insisted that Mr. Polgrain prepare them a very generous breakfast, because, she said, they had to keep their strength up. My lord, we allowed them to be present at your wedding ceremony, allowed them even to remain for the magnificent repast Mr. Polgrain prepared, but then, of course, they left to return where they belonged." Tregeagle drew a very audible breath. "My lord, what are the 3 pregnant ladies doing here at Mount Hawk, at a man's residence, at 7:45 o'clock in the morning?" "Why, Tregeagle, they're moving in. Didn't I tell you that yesterday?" He thought Tregeagle would faint. He turned white. His limbs began to shake as if he were suffering from palsy. "Have Timmy the maid bring me bath-water, Tregeagle, and get a grip on yourself, man. It won't be so bad. I think the 3 of you will enjoy hearing feminine conversation, don't you?" "No, my lord." North laughed and laughed. He stopped, realizing what he was doing. This laughter business was becoming more natural. It had quite snuck up on him, and now he was doing it. It made him feel quite nice, when it didn't scare him to death. When North strode into the small breakfast parlor a short time later, he drew up on the threshold, and just stared. There was Caroline, seated unknowingly in his high-backed chair. To her left, right, and center were her 3 pregnant ladies, all seated at the table, chatting gaily, all seemingly in very fine spirits. Well, Caroline should be in the best spirits possible, given how very wonderful he'd been to her on their wedding night. He wondered if in the near future he would have 4 pregnant ladies at the breakfast table. That made him smile. Then it made him frown, for oddly it brought odd images to his mind, of 2 very big people who were screaming at each other. Then one of those big people was sobbing and cursing, and it was long ago in the past, he did realize that. But those terrifying scenes should have been long forgotten. He knew deep down it was his parents. He hated remembering. He firmly closed the door on those memories and walked forward. "Good morning, ladies," he said, nodding to each of them. "Are you enjoying your breakfast?" "Everything is delicious, North," Caroline said, and grinned shamelessly at him. "Polgrain has even presented himself 3 times to ensure that everything meets with our collective approval. Shall I pour you some coffee?" He nodded and took his plate to the sideboard. He could but gawk at the lavish array of dishes presented. Polgrain had outdone himself, and North wondered why. The kippers looked delicious, as did the bacon. The scrambled eggs looked fluffier than high summer clouds. The toast and muffins went golden brown, and the pots of butter and jam looked rich and creamy. Goodness, there were even nutty buns. He turned to see Caroline giggling beside him. "You're wondering why everything looks so good, aren't you? You expected dog meat and pigeon droppings. How did you do it? I told Coombe to tell Polgrain that if the breakfast wasn't worthy of a viscount's establishment, I would have the 3 pregnant ladies come help him in his kitchen, because obviously he didn't know how to cook properly. I thought Coombe would smash me over the head with that hideous Chinese vase in the drawing room, but he contained himself. He is a man with self-control, thank God. Suddenly, she lowered her eyes to the scrambled eggs. She scuffed the toe of her slipper against the edge of the Aubusson carpet. He snaffled the biggest nutty bun on the well-polished silver tray, looking all the while at her from the corner of his eye, and said in a voice he hoped was seductive enough to melt the butter on his nutty bun, "I missed you this morning. I had definite, very interesting plans for the use of your fair person when I woke up. There is so much of you that hasn't yet received a fair amount of my attention." He sighed deeply. "You shouldn't have left me. According to the book I was studying last night, Caroline, it simply isn't the done thing to leave your new spouse before he wakes up. It makes him feel inadequate, you see, as if he must have failed to please you on the wedding night, and thus you've left him alone to question his technique endlessly and wonder just how badly he performed." Her head had snapped up and her mouth was open by the time he came to a polished halt. "You're making that up, North Nightingale. Not a bit of it. Have you eaten, Caroline?" "Yes," she said. "Now, I must help my ladies move into their bedchambers. Oh, dear, I sat in your chair. I'm sorry, I didn't realize." She was hauling away her plate and silverware, and he was just laughing at her, standing there, his plate in his hand, laughing. "Hush," she said over her shoulder. "You're giving our guests a very poor opinion of me." "Oh, no, Miss Caroline," Alice said. "I couldn't have imagined a lady enjoying herself with a gentleman." That was a stopper, but just for a moment. Miss Mary Patricia patted Alice's hand, and Caroline said briskly, "Now, let me show you to your rooms. They're really quite nice." North called out to her, "It also said in my book that to leave the new spouse immediately after breakfast also puts him in danger of serious self-doubt." She refused to let him dangle her about any longer, even though he did it splendidly. How could he ever have believed he was dour and dark and brooding? She moved closer to him, out of hearing of Miss Mary Patricia, Alice, and Evelyn. "Oh, I asked Tregeagle about the monster's face in my window last night. I looked him straight in the eye and put it to him. Ah, he didn't twitch a muscle, but still, he's had many years to perfect a show of innocence. Tell you what, let me check around, and then I'll put it to Polgrain and Coombe. Good luck," she said in a gloomy voice. "They're very good, North, very good indeed. But you've thrown them." She cocked her head to one side.
"Aren't there now 4 ladies living at Mount Hawk?" She gave him a wicked grin. "What will they say when the female maids arrive?" "I don't know, and I don't look forward to hearing it." 2 hours later, North was sitting in a huge wing chair in the library, Caroline on his lap, more or less, and he was playing with her toes. One silk stocking was lying discarded on her chest. "If you were in a more amenable position, I could nibble on your toes. I bet they taste like lavender. I told Timmy the maid to pour lavender in my bathwater. He stood there and stared at me and then grinned this big toothy grin and poured out enough to bathe an elephant. You saw the bottle, didn't you? It was nearly empty." He lowered her foot to his lap and examined it. "It looks as if your foot has healed all right. I was scared of that damned blister. You must be careful. I knew a boy in the army whose boots were too tight, and he got a blister. He didn't pay any attention to it, and not 5 days later, he was dead." "I'll be careful," she said. She'd been lolling over his right arm. Now she raised her hand to cup the side of his face. She loved to touch him, loved the feel of him, the myriad rich textures of him, the sheer differenceness of him. He smiled at her. "I've got your left stocking off. I suppose it's time for me to pull down the right one. Then I suppose I should continue upward and finish the job, but slowly this time, very, very slowly." She grabbed his face between her 2 hands and jerked him down to her, kissing him and not letting him up. When finally she did release him, he wasn't in any hurry to raise his head. "North," she said against his mouth, "Can you stop just a moment? I've an awful cramp in my leg. Perhaps you could rub it?" He looked at how he'd twisted her about in his lap so he could get a better hold on her. "Sorry," he said, and began to massage her leg. "The other one, but that feels good too. Up higher, North." "Higher? You are a damn tease, Caroline Nightingale." That doesn't sound bad, does it? Perhaps a wife isn't such a bad thing, particularly if her name fits so very nicely with her husband's. Higher, North." His breathing hitched. "Is the cramp gone?" "No, it's worse. It's even higher now, North." Oh dear, the dreadful pain of it. He gave it up, slipped his hand beneath her skirt, and took the more direct route, straight up to her bare thigh. "Ah," he said, kissing her nose. "There, Caroline? That nasty cramp that's nearly doubling you over in agony?" She was staring up at him, her expression delightfully befuddled. She swallowed. "That's fine for a while. Let's just see." In the next moment, he was touching her woman's flesh, and she jumped. "North, perhaps that is too high. Perhaps that isn't proper in the middle of the day. Perhaps I was feeling too adventurous and perhaps a bit too wicked, and now I'm admitting to cowardice. It's 2 hours after breakfast, Caroline, and I'm in a bad way. If you were sensible, you would be in a bad way too. However, according to my book, after such a strenuous wedding night that wasn't really all that strenuous at all, I have quite a bit of catching up to do with you. I'm to be exquisitely attentive, not let you out of my sight for an instant, praise your eyebrows and kiss you behind your knees, and follow the trail of my fingers." He cupped his hand over her, and she just stared at him, unable to think of a thing to say, just staring at his mouth, wanting him to kiss her, and he finally gave her a crooked grin, leaned his head down, and, "You who?" "My lord. Are you in the library, my lord? Perhaps you are beneath the desk over there in the corner searching for a bit of something. My lord." "Don't move even a toe. Don't make a sound," North said into her mouth. "My lord, perhaps you are over there, standing behind the curtains, but I don't see your boots. Ah, perhaps just here, right in front of me, seated in that very big wing chair that was surely too large for your great-grandfather, who was, it is said, a man who did not extend himself very, very vertically." North eased his hand from beneath her skirt, smoothed down her clothes, gave her one last kiss, and said loudly, "Tregeagle, I am going to stand up now and set my bride beside me. Then I'm going to walk right up to you and smack you in your damned presumptuous mouth." North was only 3 feet from Tregeagle, his housekeeper said in the reproachful voice of a mother whose child has misbehaved. "My lord, I do not bother you a purpose. My lord, please don't strike me just yet. Please lower your arm for just a moment. I am an old man, barely able to stand upright without assistance. Surely you are too much the gentleman to strike me, an ancient being who's also your housekeeper since well before you were born." "What the hell do you want, Tregeagle? Make it fast. My fist is fairly twitching to stroke your jaw." "My lord, Mr. Bennet Penrose is here to see you." "I see. Why don't you go tell him to wait, say, for a good 2 hours? He is very offensive, my lord. He yelled at me, actually yelled, demanded that I should bring down the little sluts. I told him the females were upstairs and that he could fetch them if he wished to." "That isn't at all amusing, Tregeagle," Caroline said, coming up to stand by North. "Very well, madam, I did not tell him where they were, nor did I tell him he could fetch them himself. I am here to fetch you, my lord, so that you may deal with the young man. He isn't a very proper young man." "No, he's a bloody sod," North said. "It would make more sense if he were Falk's son and not poor Owen." "Very well, I'll see him now. I'll come out. You stay here, Caroline. No need to put your stockings back on." "Oh, you're still here, Tregeagle. Listening at full ear, are you?" "No, don't bother to answer." Caroline planted her bare feet right in front of him. She wagged her finger in front of his nose. "Oh, no, you won't, North Nightingale.
I am part of this, and you won't lock me out by calling it some sort of man thing. Very well, Tregeagle, show him in here. Yes, my lord, but I would prefer that you saw him in private. His language is deteriorating rapidly. I don't think that a female sort of person should have to listen. Show him in, Tregeagle, Caroline said in a very loud voice. This minute. Yes, he said, stiffer than a broomstick, and took himself from the library. He said over his shoulder, "Bare feet, it just isn't done. Not in a gentleman's library, not in a gentleman's library at Mount Hawk." "Go away, Tregeagle," North said. North sighed. He was still feeling as randy as a goat with a new boot to chew. His fingers were still warm from her flesh. But now, given that Bennet Penrose was just on the verge of breaking up his peace entirely, his randiness was growing more distant by the moment. It just wasn't bloody fair. "Caroline, your hair is a fright. Go straighten it. When are the new female staff arriving here?" "After luncheon. They are all approved by Mrs. Trebaugh, North." "Does she also think they'll survive my 3 brave lads?" She didn't venture an opinion on that. Scant minutes later, Bennet Penrose, looking like a male angel, strode into the library, primed for battle. 23. "What the hell are you doing here, Penrose? I'm not happy," he yelled. "You, Caroline, you take away my pregnant pigeons. Don't you recall that Aunt Eleanor made us both trustees of them? And then that miserable man, Owen's father, Roland Falks, stays the night. He's a rank cheater, do you hear? Rank. He took my last guinea, my very last one. He kept pouring me brandy, which was very good, but it muddled my wits, and I wouldn't have drunk all that much if I had been the one deciding. And this morning he gives me this superior grin and tells me I should never drink when I gamble. Damned officious old man. He's gone now, but he's got all my money." "Thank God," Caroline said. "I hope he went back to Honeymead Manor." "Why are you thanking God, Caroline? You connived with him, didn't you? You told him to make me drink brandy and gamble recklessly." "That's quite enough, Penrose," North said now, his voice very calm, very quiet, and it terrified Caroline to her bare toes. This was a voice she never wanted to hear directed at her. This was the dark, vicious, probably very dangerous North Nightingale. "But no, be quiet. Now you will listen to me. The pregnant ladies are here at Mount Hawk because you can't be trusted not to try to rape them at Scree Lady Hall. Yes, I know about your attempted rape of Alice, she being all of 14 years old, which makes you something lower than a slug. She'll be 15 shortly, and that's a bloody lie. Why did you lie to him, Caroline? The little slut wanted me. She rubbed against me. She did everything but come out and beg me to come take her. I didn't really want to because she's got this brat in her belly, but at least I would be safe from having her accuse me of being the father. Damnation, I'm not a slug. And even though she isn't quite yet 15, she looks at least 15, maybe even 16. "Bennet," Caroline said, her hand resting lightly on North's sleeve, "listen to me, and listen very closely. I will pay you £5,000 to renounce your trusteeship of the pregnant ladies, those here now and any in the future. You will also renounce your residence at Scree Lady Hall. In short, you will renounce everything, leave Cornwall, and stay gone. Remember, you wanted me to lend you £5,000, and you claimed you'd pay it back with interest. Very well, the money's yours, but in return, there's no payback to me, and you renounce all your partnerships with me." £5,000? North was merely looking on now, as if he were an interested onlooker, but Caroline, knowing him better than she thought it possible to know another human being in such a short time, saw the tug of amusement on his mouth. It was there. She was sure of it. She couldn't let him down. She wouldn't. Yes, £5,000. Mr. Brogan can be fetched to draw up the papers for you to sign. £10,000, Caroline, not a gimme less. Surely my half is worth twice that amount, even more. You're just trying to take advantage of me because you made Mr. Fawkes cheat me and pour brandy down my throat, North said, giving his fingernails a study, never looking up. Let me kill him, Caroline. He's surely not worth anything close to £10,000. Yes, I'll kill him. It will be quick and clean, and we won't have to see his bloody face again. I can bury him underneath one of the apple trees. I don't think anyone will care, do you? Bennett gulped and said quickly, All right, 7,000. It went back and forth, in the most civilized fashion, until they both agreed to £6,300. It's not enough to get an heiress, Bennett said. Perhaps not, North said, flicking an invisible speck off his sleeve. But it's enough, if you use your brain, and don't gamble, to live quite nicely for a very long time. Let me make it even more simple, Penrose. It will allow you to eat. Without it, you would starve, because I can't imagine a single soul who would give you any money or any free food. That's right, Caroline said, and walked to the library doors. Besides, you told me 5,000 would be enough. What's the matter, Bennett? Are you getting less charming by the minute? You don't think you'll succeed anymore? No, naturally I'll succeed. It's just that I like knowing that I am still half owner in everything here in Cornwall. It would make me sound more important, more steady to my future father-in-law if I could claim residence at Scree Hall. By God, your feet are bare, Bennett said in a choked voice. Good God, your feet have nothing on them. Penrose, North said in that soft voice, Caroline has very nice feet. I enjoy looking at them. She just shook her head and opened the library doors. Trejagle and Coombe were staring there. Neither of them appeared at all embarrassed that they'd been caught eavesdropping. I didn't hear you, miss, Coombe said. Ah, your feet are bare, just as I happened to hear Mr. Penrose say quite loudly. It isn't fitting. Now, he looked toward North. My lord, what do you want us to do? Caroline cleared her throat. I want you to have Mr. Brogan fetched here immediately, Coombe. My lord? Do as her ladyship asks, Coombe, North said. I'm not certain I want to do this, Bennett said. I'd be giving up everything forever. North just turned and looked at him. He said nothing, just looked at him. Caroline saw that his hands weren't even fisted at his sides. He looked utterly calm and relaxed. She knew he was quite ready to smash Bennett. She hoped Bennett would give him provocation. She would like to see the greedy little bastard flat on his back on the library floor. But Bennett, with an animal's cunning, kept quiet. North took his arm and led him from the library. You may sit in the hall, Penrose, and keep your mouth shut. He came back into the library, shutting the door. Then he was examining it carefully. Caroline said, What are you doing, North? I'm wondering if there is still a key about to lock this door. We could put a chair back under the knob. No, I want a nice, clean key. One that turns, one that couldn't be opened by Trejagle or Coombe, even by Polgrain if he chances to wander out of his kitchen. Caroline walked to the far windows that gave onto the east side of Mount Hawk. The slope was very steep here, with strewn rocks dotting the slope all the way to the bottom where a narrow length of stream ran. He said from behind her, Now all we need is a visit from Roland Fawkes, demanding the rest of your fortune, or here with a gun, to shoot me and force you to marry him. I am getting gray hairs from all this, Caroline said, turning to face him. Just look, North, right here over my right eye, a gray hair. Good God, he said, it appears you've lied to me. I thought you were young and winsome, when in fact you appear to have aged overnight, lying to me, a wolf in sheep's clothing, a crone in virgin wrappings. She stared up at him. You know, North, that was quite funny. You're a witty man, and when you laugh, you truly seem to be enjoying yourself and life. So where is this dark, brooding hero I expected to marry? You are the one who misrepresented yourself. You told me you were a man who would give me somber looks, never speak, and act endlessly mysterious. You haven't walked your hounds even once to the moor. Damned if I know what happened to him, Caroline. Perhaps he finally realized that brooding wasn't all that exciting, that it was really a boring pastime. By late afternoon, Bennet Penrose was in possession of £6,300 and had signed away everything Mr. Brogan could think of to have him sign away. North, Caroline, Owen, and the 3 pregnant ladies all stood on the deep-cut front steps to wave him off. Mr. Brogan had dashed off to meet a friend, although Caroline suspected it was a female person who was much closer than just a friend. His eyes gave him away, she thought, as she thanked him. They were bright and distracted. Had her Aunt Eleanor been more than just a friend? Mrs. Freely was right. Mr. Brogan looked quite handsome. It had to be a woman. Alice, Caroline noticed now, was still staying very close to Evelyn, now pressed firmly against her side. Evelyn patted her hand every so often. My lord. North turned. Yes, Trejagle. The 3 female servants aren't pleased with their bedchambers. Caroline frowned. But I selected their rooms myself, Trejagle. The 3 rooms next to each other on the east side of the nursery. They're quite lovely rooms. Trejagle was mute as the great oak front doors. Trejagle, North said, in a very soft voice, I think it wise that you speak to me. Very well, my lord.
It's just that we didn't believe those rooms were fine enough for the female servants. We don't want to be here and who aren't necessary in any case. We wanted them in more elaborate chambers. Where did you take the female servants, Trejagle? To the 3rd floor. Where on the 3rd floor? North asked in that same soft, dangerous voice. Just beneath the attic. Charming chamber, really, so warm during the winter. To North's surprise, Caroline laughed. It was a good try, Trejagle, but surely you couldn't have believed you'd get away with it. One only hoped that they would take a disgust of us and leave without saying a word. Trejagle sighed deeply, staring over Caroline's right shoulder. The oldest one, Mrs. Mayhew, she threatened to speak to you, and thus I thought it would be more prudent if I gave you my words first. Caroline just shook her head at him. Do see them all in the original chambers, Trejagle. Do try to be patient. I know this is difficult, but you see, his lordship is now a married man, and in the normal course of events, when this happens, females have to appear in the house. No more. It's just that we didn't believe those rooms were fine enough for the female servants. We don't want to be here, and who aren't necessary in any case. We wanted them in more elaborate chambers. Where did you take the female servants, Trejagle? To the 3rd floor. Where on the 3rd floor? North asked in that same soft, dangerous voice. Just beneath the attic. Charming chamber, really, so warm during the winter. To North's surprise, Caroline laughed. It was a good try, Trejagle, but surely you couldn't have believed you'd get away with it. One only hoped that they would take a disgust of us and leave without saying a word. Trejagle sighed deeply, staring over Caroline's right shoulder. The oldest one, Mrs. Mayhew, she threatened to speak to you, and thus I thought it would be more prudent if I gave you my words first. Caroline just shook her head at him. Do see them all in the original chambers, Trejagle. Do try to be patient. I know this is difficult, but you see, his lordship is now a married man, and in the normal course of events, when this happens, females have to appear in the house. No more nonsense, Trejagle, North said. Do you quite understand me? You are speaking so quietly, so grimly and darkly, it is impossible not to understand you, my lord. It is time for dinner. That is, Polgrain has prepared your dinner and her dinner. As for the rest of these people, I don't know, North said in a perfectly pleasant voice. Why don't you come with me, Trejagle, and we will discuss it. Also, I want to talk about strange faces pressed against window panes. He winked at Caroline and took his housekeeper firmly by his arm and pulled him into the house. It occurred to Caroline that she should have been the one to pull Trejagle's arm, with his body hopefully following, into the house. She should be the one to curtail his male cronyism.
She was now the mistress, and she had ensured that breakfast this morning was delicious, not North. Ah, but there was lots and lots of time for that. Instead, she saw to her 3 new female servants, soothing upset nerves, trying to explain to them about this male household. Whatever North said to his minion, it appeared to have been successful, for dinner was served to 6 of them, 4 ladies and 2 gentlemen, a wonderful diversity of concoctions, from chicken and cream of curry sauce to ducks boiled in the French fashion, that was to say, covered in a rich Bordeaux, to flounder dressed with garlic and mustard. Owen said, "I wish I could have seen you bargaining with that sod Bennett. At least he's gone now, just like my father. You're sure he signed everything, Caroline?" Mr. Brogan stood over him, watching his every move, North said. "Don't worry, Owen. You see," Owen said to Alice, "I told you everything would be taken care of. There's no reason for you to ever be afraid again." "Amen," Evelyn said. "Damned bloody sod." Now, Miss Mary Patricia said, "that isn't what ladies say, Evelyn, even when truly moved by a male's unpleasant behavior." Evelyn grinned impudently. "Very well. Bennett Penrose isn't a very sterling human being." "Sterling," Miss Mary Patricia said. "That's an excellent word, Evelyn. I heard his lordship say it to Miss Caroline. It had something to do with some performance of hers, and his lordship sounded pleased, so I decided it must be something quite good." "Oh," Owen said, "I didn't know you played an instrument, Caroline." Everything continued along quite nicely, until Tregeagle glided across the dining room, chin high, eyes straight ahead, stopping only when he reached North. He leaned down and whispered in his ear, "Dr. Treath is here, my lord. It seems that another female person has been killed." "What?" North reared out of his chair. "That's bloody impossible, Tregeagle. You're making it up." 24. Mrs. Nora Pelforth was lying face down on the beach at St. Agnes Head, her body rolled in by the tide. Her hair was matted ropes of dark red, one wrapped around the knife sticking out of her back. Most of her clothing had been torn off by the sea and rocks, and the large patches of bloated white flesh were scored raw and deep. North knelt beside Benjamin Treath. "Can you tell how long she's been in the water, sir?" There was no immediate answer, and North looked up at him. Dr. Treath's head was bowed, his eyes closed, and his mouth was a thin line of pain. "She was my friend," Dr. Treath said, his voice as bowed as his shoulders. "Damn, North, she was my friend. She was so very kind to me after Eleanor was killed. Listened to me, always welcomed me. She was always there whenever I couldn't bear the pain. Damnation, North, I'm so tired of death, so very tired of it. And now more violent death. It's too much, North. It's simply too much. Let's get her out of here, sir. Give me the blanket so we may wrap her in it." It was as if he'd been in a trance. Dr. Treath raised his head and stared at North, then shook his head. "Forgive me. Yes, you're right. She shouldn't have to lie here any longer. Such beautiful red hair she had, and she was so proud of her hair, and now it's all tangled in seaweed." Caroline was standing at the cliff edge with Owen and a good half-dozen men from Goonbell and St. Agnes when North came up the winding path, the dead woman over his shoulder, Dr. Treath following at his heels. "Aye," a miner said, kicking his boot toe against a clod of earth. "Another one of our women, kilt dead. For what? For nothin', that's for what," another man said. Caroline recognized the man who served ale in Mrs. Freely's taproom in Goonbell. "Miss Meg don't like this, I'll tell you that. Who's killing our women?" North gently laid Mrs. Pelforth in the back of the wagon and covered her with a wool blanket. She'd been a pretty woman, no older than 35, he thought, her air sprightly, her eyes a deep blue and very calm. Her husband had been a draper in Trevellys. She'd been a widow for some years, her children grown, alone, save for servants. He'd known her to say polite hellos, nothing more. He had no idea if his father had known her or her husband. And now she was dead, murdered, just like Eleanor Penrose. Jesus, what was going on here? Well liked were Nora, the miner said, and spat into the sharp wind rising from the north. Niver at her nose stuck in the air. Who killed her? My lord, he continued, turning to North, ye be the magistrate. What will ye do? North realized it was one of his miners from Wheel David, a man named Pillet. All I can, Pillet, all I can. If any of you can tell me anything, please come to Mount Hawk. He turned to Owen. See where Bennett Penrose is. Owen nodded and slipped away. The men spoke among themselves, shook their heads, and broke apart, heading to their homes. It was near to midnight before North and Caroline walked into his bedchamber. He nearly tripped, looked down at the stool sitting in his path, kicked it out of the way, and said, I wonder if Tregeagle put this stool here. Maybe so. Maybe he hoped you'd trip over it and break your beautiful neck, the damned bugger. He stopped, listening to the deep, booming 12 strokes from the huge clock in the entrance hall, a monstrosity one of his distant ancestors had commissioned by a clockmaker in Brussels more years ago than he wanted to calculate. The damned thing didn't give up. At least 200 years old, and it wouldn't break down so it could be thrown in the kitchen midden. What are you thinking, North? What? Oh, I was just listening to that bloody clock. It's always had the strangest sound to it. Yes, you're right. It sounds like a person with a very gravelly voice who's shouting, but doesn't really want anyone to hear him. The way you think pleases me. I wish you hadn't come with me, Caroline. I had to. I just wish I understood any of this. North walked to the fireplace, knelt, and lit the fire. He didn't rise, just turned on his heel to face her. I sent Owen to check Bennett's whereabouts. He's probably gone now, but who knows? We know he didn't kill your aunt, but maybe, just maybe, he killed Mrs. Pelforth.
But why would he? God knows. Perhaps she was giving him money. Perhaps he was her lover, and she got tired of him. Or he got tired of her, what with his new windfall. In any case, well, know about Bennett in the morning. Now, Caroline, it's gotten chilly. Do you want to stay in this bedchamber tonight? It depends on where you will sleep. I only want to be with you. He rose, walked to her, and clasped her face between his big hands. Besides liking your mind, I also like you, Caroline Nightingale. You're a good sort. And he began to kiss her. She'd believed herself beyond exhaustion, so tired she'd been leaning against the bedpost. But her weariness fell away from her like a bad dream. She felt energy bubbling up within her, buoying her up as high as the clouds, making her want to dance and kiss him until he moaned with the pleasure of it. He turned her around, lifted her hair, and bent down to nibble and kiss and lick her neck and her ears. Very nice, wife. Quite nice, in fact. She jumped when his tongue lightly stroked her ear. I want to see you, she said, twisting back around to face him. All of you, please. He cocked a dark eyebrow. You want me naked again? At your mercy? Like last night? She gave him a solemn nod. I think it's good for me, not so overwhelming. Yes, let's go slowly so I won't be nervous and perhaps flee the bedchamber in terror. There's quite a lot of you, North, and even though you are splendid, you are nonetheless very different from me. He patted her face, stepped back, and within 3 minutes he was naked and grinning at her. He flung his arms back. Take me, Caroline. What would you have me do to please you? Her eyes were nearly crossed with anticipation and excitement. Her fingers itched to touch him. Lie on the bed, North, on your back, please. When he was sprawled in the middle of the huge bed, he said, Do you want to tie my arms to the headboard? She cocked her head to one side in question. Why ever for? He laughed at her, and she knew it was at her innocence. So you can have complete control of me. So I can't suddenly fling you on your back and take over, and overwhelm you, overpower you with my manly strength, and frighten you. I am stronger than you know, and as a man, I can be overcome with lust. So can I, she said. I don't know about this, North. It sounds strange to me. Perhaps something a new bride shouldn't consider doing. Perhaps it isn't all that discreet or modest or even chaste. Where are your cravats? She was laughing with him when she'd managed to loosely tie his wrists to the headboard. There, you're now at my mercy, North Nightingale. Yes, he said, looking up at her thoughtfully. You sound quite pleased with yourself. What is it? You're regretting giving me control? No, actually, I was thinking I should write my own book for grooms.
Reassure them that if, on the second night, their brides want to tie them up, why then it is just fine, and they shouldn't be worried that she's gone over the garden wall or will begin trying to play box French suites in her bathtub. They should allow their lady anything she wishes. I like the sound of that. She climbed off the bed, lit several more candles, and began to undress, her eyes bright with excitement, teasing him now and knowing exactly what she was doing and the effect it would have. By the time her camise was pooled at her feet, he was so far gone he was panting. "Caroline," he said. He started to yank his wrists free, then stopped himself. He realized he was quite enjoying himself. He was hard as the Carrara marble on the fireplace, his heart pounding so fast he couldn't stop his panting. He never imagined that a wife could be so very enthusiastic about matters of the marital bed, so filled with curiosity and eager to please him until he couldn't bear it. "My hair," she said, and stood there, knowing she was making him mad with lust, just standing there, taking the pins out of her hair, combing her hands through her hair. Then she raised her arms, tossed her head, and said, "Now I am ready to give you attention, my lord." He fell back on the pillow and closed his eyes. His entire body was pounding. He knew she was looking at him, studying him, and he wanted her hands on him, her mouth on him so badly he thought he'd cry. Her hands splayed over his chest, and he tensed. Her hands splayed over his belly, and he moaned deeply. Her hands came around him, and he arched off the bed. He felt himself quickly spinning into oblivion. "Caroline, sweetheart, you've got to stop now, please." Instead of stopping, she leaned down and kissed him. He gasped with the shock of it, the raw feelings that were roiling through him, and jerked upward. He felt her palms splayed on his chest. "I'm very glad you're my husband, North." His chest was heaving madly. He opened his eyes and stared up at her. Her eyes were wide and greener than the swamp grass at the base of the east slope. Her lips were slightly parted, and he wanted to kiss her until they were both collapsed in a heap for want of breath. "Will you let me go now, Caroline?" "No, I don't think so. I want to kiss you and touch you. I fear I got my steps out of order. It's more exciting if one begins at the top of the mountain, it would seem, rather than starting at the, middle." "Yes," he said. He felt her hands on him again and shuddered. "That's your delightful way of thinking at work again." "Yes, but I should begin with your beautiful mouth, North." She was on her knees above him, her hair all pulled over her right shoulder. She leaned over him and kissed him, her tongue lightly touching his bottom lip, as if she wasn't certain exactly what to do. He didn't mind a bit. It took everything in him, but he didn't attack her or take the control from her. She kissed him more confidently, and he thought he'd burst when her tongue slipped between his lips. She pulled away, looking down at him, then at his body. "Kissing you is very arousing, North. I must stop that for the moment, else I'll skip all sorts of steps." She stopped, drew a deep breath that made his eyes fasten on her breasts. She said, "I like all the black hair on you." Here, she stroked and caressed his chest hair, the hairs so soft and warm. "I don't have anything like this." "No," he said, wondering if there was a part of his body that could be considered unaware of her and what she was doing. He wanted her all over him. "Always your mouth," she said, and leaned over him again and kissed him. "I never thought kissing a man could be so very much fun." Her breasts were against his chest, moving, caressing his flesh, and he wanted more than anything to come inside her. He tugged on the cravats that tied his wrists, and they immediately came apart. Slowly, he brought his arms down and closed them around her back. "Forgive me, Caroline, but it's nearly too late for me. This might be fine for you, but for me, it's simply too much." And he kissed her and stroked her and rolled her onto her back. He was nuzzling her ribs, trying to keep the meager control he had on himself, when he felt her hands sweep down his back. He was over her then, staring down at her, thinking that surely she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen in his life, or in any other life he'd chanced to live. He caressed her with his fingers, a deep rhythm that he knew excited her. Then he simply couldn't wait a moment longer, and he was quickly part of her, pushing deeper and deeper and stroking her and kissing her, and when she gasped, stiffening, he smiled with satisfaction even as he kissed her deeply, taking her cries into his mouth. As for his own release, he thought he'd expire from the power of it. North? His head was beside hers on the pillow. How could she have recovered so quickly? He wanted to concentrate on breathing, nothing more, just breathing, so he would be able to live from one moment to the next. Yet she'd been able to say his name clearly. Let's have 12 children, all right? He breathed in and out, slow, deep breaths. He felt her shifting beneath him, and to his chagrin and utter satisfaction, he was swelling inside her. Well, what the hell, he said, and reared up, leaning down to kiss her, even as he felt her tight around him. And surely there could be nothing more miraculous than this. What? He shuddered, stopping dead. Oh, that is so nice, North. Please. He must have misunderstood her. He would think about that later. He brought her to pleasure, and then let himself ease into that remarkable moment that seemed to crystallize everything important in a man's life. He was smiling, drained and sated, and ready to sleep for a decade. He tucked her against his side, felt her warm breath on his shoulder. "Children, North," she said against his flesh, and then kissed him, and then nibbled at him. "Let's have lots and lots," he groaned. "I was the only child about when I was growing up. I didn't like it. Sometimes it was lonely. I remember my mother was pregnant 2 more times, but there weren't any children. I remember telling my father that I wanted lots of little sisters, but he just shook his head and turned away. He felt her shifting beneath him, and to his chagrin and utter satisfaction, he was swelling inside her. Well, what the hell, he said, and reared up, leaning down to kiss her even as he felt her tight around him. And surely there could be nothing more miraculous than this. What? He shuddered, stopping dead. Oh, that is so nice, North. Please. He must have misunderstood her. He would think about that later. He brought her to pleasure, and then let himself ease into that remarkable moment that seemed to crystallize everything important in a man's life. He was smiling, drained and sated, and ready to sleep for a decade. He tucked her against his side, felt her warm breath on his shoulder. "Children, North," she said against his flesh, and then kissed him, and then nibbled at him. "Let's have lots and lots," he groaned. "I was the only child about when I was growing up. I didn't like it. Sometimes it was lonely. I remember my mother was pregnant 2 more times, but there weren't any children. I remember telling my father that I wanted lots of little sisters, but he just shook his head and turned away from me. I remember when I was 7 years old, or perhaps even a bit younger, I heard 2 maids talking about my mother nearly dying with that one, and then they just sighed. I hope I'm not like my mother. How could she think so coherently in order to speak like this? He wasn't up to it. He managed to kiss her hair, let her lavender scent fill his senses. Then he was snoring lightly, sleeping the sleep of the sated man. She hugged him to her. North had had a hard day. A man needed his rest. She pictured Mrs. Nora Pelforth in her mind and shuddered. What was going on here? What the hell do you mean you hope you're not like your mother? Of course you're nothing like your mother. Damn you! Don't talk like that. He startled her so badly she jerked back away from him. He was up on his elbows, looking down at her angrily, his voice equally angry. But then, in the next instant, he was asleep again, and she wondered if he'd ever really been fully awake. She nestled close again, hugging him tight to her, realizing that she was glad he'd reacted so strongly. Surely that meant he must care for her a little bit, just a little something, beyond his man's lust. As for her woman's lust, well, surely that was just a natural part of things. She had uplifting feelings as well about him, warm human feelings, even spiritual feelings, lots of them that weren't the least bit corporeal, that were pure and wholesome, centering near her heart, if not her brain. However, it was odd that these feelings didn't seem to make themselves known whilst North was making love to her. She'd rather liked him lying there sprawled on his back, his arms pulled over his head. 25. Miss? I mean, your ladyship? Caroline looked up from her Nightingale memoirs on King Mark to see Timmy the maid standing in the bedchamber doorway. Good afternoon, Timmy. Did you manage to find more lavender for my bath? Not yet, miss. I mean, your ladyship. I thought Mrs. Mayhew would do your bath for you now. I prefer you, Timmy. Thank you, miss, your ladyship. I see you're reading something that looks real important. I suppose to his lordship's male ancestors it was, she said. Have you ever heard of King Mark, Timmy? At his doleful shake of the head, she smiled and said, well, people believe that he ruled Brittany and Cornwall in the middle of the 6th century, surely too long a time ago for anyone to really care. However, it seems that King Mark, who was also called Cunamoris, was betrayed by his wife, Iseult or Isolde, and he was... She stopped. It isn't really all that interesting, actually. What do you want, Timmy? Well, now, ya ladyship, I was wonderin' if you'd give me your pauper, now that old Mr. Fawkes be long gone and won't try to kidnap you any more. Ah, she said, and rose. She quickly forgot about King Mark, his faithless wife, and the possibility that Tristan wasn't his nephew, but rather his son. She fetched the small pistol, then turned to look thoughtfully at the boy. You're sure your father wants this pistol because his is broken? Oh, aye, miss, your ladyship. You see, I asked Coombe about your family, and he said that your father had several guns, that he also had a blunderbuss the size of a barn. Oh, Timmy said, and looked down at his feet. Then, about this King Mark fellow, Coombe also told me that your father isn't a nice man. Timmy's head whipped up, and he looked suddenly fierce, not at all like a little boy. The bastard drinks until his liver is bloated at the tap room in Goonbell, even though Mrs. Freely makes him leave, says she won't have him rippin' up or in. Then he staggers home, still drinkin' his ale, and beats me ma and me sisters. When he comes after me, all puffed up and screamin', I just run back here to Mount Hawk, but me ma and me sisters can't go nowhere. I got to have that gun, miss, your ladyship. I got to protect him. Caroline looked briefly at the pocket pistol in her hand. It had belonged to her father. She understood how Timmy felt. She understood the need to act, to prove one was alive and capable and not damnably helpless. Her 3 pregnant ladies all had knives. Miss Mary Patricia even had a small pistol. Caroline's own knife was in a drawer in the armoire. She said, "You're right, Timmy. You need this pistol more than I do. Just promise me you'll be very careful. Don't shoot your father, do you promise me? If you have to stop him, then shoot over his head, very high, over his head. This pistol makes so much noise, it would frighten a cow out of its wits. I promise you it would get your father's attention. If the first shot doesn't, why then you fire over his head again, all right? I promise, miss, your ladyship. I don't want to kill me pa, just scare the guts out of him so he keep his fists in his pockets. What do you mean you can fire it again? Do you know how to shoot?" His chest puffed out, and he said, "No, I ain't never fired a popper afore." "Well then, let's go to the orchard, and we'll practice. I'll show you how to clean it and load it. First of all, Timmy, this is a double-barreled pistol, and it holds 2 bullets. These are the twin brass barrels here side by side. Keep the brass nice and shiny. This is iron, and it's called a slider, and it selects which barrel is connected with the flash pan. Now then, this is the flintlock mechanism. When North heard gunfire from the east slope an hour later, he felt his hair stiffen on his neck. He broke into a run, and when the land sloped down suddenly, his legs ran faster than he could, and he ran into an apple tree. He hung on to the damned tree, breathing hard, and looking just beyond to see Caroline and Timmy the maid firing at a bottle some 20 feet distant from them. He heard her say, "That's right, Timmy, you've nearly got it. Hold the pistol very steady. I know it feels heavy, but you must hold it steady. And train your eyes to line up your target with the sights. That's it. Now, squeeze the trigger, very, very slowly." There was a loud report. North watched the bottle spurt into the air and shatter into 100 shards of glass. What the devil was going on? He started to stride forward, the master of Mount Hawk, then he drew up short. No, he would find out later what she was doing with Timmy the maid. He turned and walked back up the slope, snagging an apple from a low-lying branch on his way. He rubbed it on his thigh until it was shiny, then tossed it in the air, caught it again, and ate it in 4 bites. Whatever she was doing with a gun and Timmy the maid, North knew it wouldn't bore him. It wasn't the least boring. He stared at her, opened his mouth, then shut it and stared some more. He said slowly, all calm as the eye of a storm, "You told Timmy to be certain not to shoot his father when he was drunk and beating his mother or sisters, just to fire over his head, all right? Timmy isn't stupid. Now he's a decent shot."
I'll work with him until he's really confident, and I am certain he won't shoot anyone if he gets suddenly scared. His father is in for a surprise the next time he lays into his family, the drunken sod. He just stared at her again, shook his head, and, knowing his duty, left Mount Hawk. An hour later, Caroline was sitting with Miss Mary Patricia in the drawing room, helping her sew baby clothes, when Coombe entered and said directly to Caroline, ignoring Miss Mary Patricia, "Madam, Mr. Polgrain would like to discuss the week's menus with you at your convenience. I will work with him until he's really confident, and I am certain he won't shoot anyone if he gets suddenly scared. His father is in for a surprise the next time he lays into his family, the drunken sod." He just stared at her again, shook his head, and, knowing his duty, left Mount Hawk. An hour later, Caroline was sitting with Miss Mary Patricia in the drawing room, helping her sew baby clothes, when Coombe entered and said directly to Caroline, ignoring Miss Mary Patricia, "Madam, Mr. Polgrain would like to discuss the week's menus with you at your convenience. It appears his lordship isn't here to do it." "His lordship has never done menus with Polgrain, as you well know, Coombe." "He should have, miss. It isn't appropriate that Mr. Tregeagle continue to do it." Caroline set another several stitches, none of them very small or very straight, then set the small lawn shirt on the settee beside her, and looked up in surprise. "Oh, Coombe, you're still there. Tell Polgrain I will meet him in the ladies' parlor in 15 minutes. There is no ladies' parlor, miss. There is no. It's that bright, sunny room just beyond the library. But 15 minutes, Coombe. Yes, miss." When the door closed on Coombe's stiff back, Miss Mary Patricia giggled. It was an unexpected sound, and really very nice. "He is a martinet, isn't he?" she said, and giggled again. "I was in Mount Hawk Village yesterday, and he was conducting a quite splendid flirtation with the woman who owns the small cake shop on High Street. He was saying something about the virility of bald men." Caroline said, "Speaking of martinets, so is Tregeagle. Indeed, he's the biggest martinet of the trio. Both of them will be dancing about in rage when the draperers come tomorrow to do some decorating on the new ladies' parlor." She rubbed her hands together. "I can't wait. And other decorating as well? Just one thing at a time. My Italian teacher at Chudley's Academy told me never to rub the nose continuously in the same dirt. It never led to peace, she said. I've never forgotten that. Yes, one step at a time." She laughed. "It's what North believes, too. Our 3 male martinets are still reeling from the arrival of the female martinets. I don't think Mrs. Mayhew will allow them to tread on her toes even the slightest bit now." "Why now?" "Ah, after I took Mrs. Mayhew and her 2 assistants to their original bedchambers, I dropped a little hint or 2 in her ear. She remarked that everyone in the area knew about Mr. Coombe, Mr. Tregeagle, and Mr. Polgrain. They were women haters, she said, and all knew it and spoke about it and said it was all because of their masters. Indeed, she said, she couldn't wait to come here and just see how they ran things. Yes, I fancy that our 3 male martinets will be learning a thing or two. 7 females in the house. They must be gashing their teeth. Oh, yes. Isn't it grand?" Polgrain was not a happy man. He didn't want to be here, in this wonderful parlor that she had appropriated, and that she would ruin. He was quite certain that would happen. But it was obvious that his young, inexperienced, and innocent lordship, blind to what this female was doing in his own house, was lax in his lust for the female, and was allowing her free rein. What man stood a chance with a perfidious woman, and indeed, what other sort of female was there?
And now there were 3 more of them here in addition to the other 3 who were with child, and sewing small things that quite turned his blood cold. And now he had to wait upon this head female here in this charming room that shouldn't be hers. Polgrain looked around the parlor and said, "It doesn't look like a lady's parlor. It shouldn't ever look like a lady's parlor. It will by tomorrow evening," Caroline said easily. "Light yellow draperies will make all the difference. Don't you think so, Polgrain?" "Yes, lots of silks and lovely pastel shades. Pale, just like ladies are pale. Oh, yes, and soft cushions for the chairs and the settee." He swallowed, but couldn't bring himself to nod agreement. She saw a spasm of pain cross his gaunt features. He was as old as Tregeagle, shorter, but just as lean, with grizzled, dirty hair and a very sharp chin. There was a wide space between his front teeth. He didn't have any laugh lines at all. It made him look younger than he undoubtedly was, but not as human. Of the 3 of them, the butler, Coombe, was the youngest, and quite dapper in his dress and manner. So he'd been flirting with the owner of the cake shop, had he? She wished she'd been with Miss Mary Patricia to have seen that. She supposed, as long as the females weren't close to Mount Hawk, they could be tolerated, perhaps even liked and courted. Caroline sat back in her chair, folded her hands in her lap, and said, "Tell me what you have in mind for our dinners, please." When Polgrain left 23 minutes later, Caroline was shaking her head, trying to keep her hands from fisting up. She rolled her neck, feeling the knots in her shoulders. She had known she would have to do a lot of the suggesting, because Polgrain would probably be perverse, because she was female and not male, and thus shouldn't even be here, much less giving orders to him. When she'd asked him what he had in mind for their dinners, he'd merely stared at her blankly. She gave him one of her father's looks and said, "Very well, I am quite fond of potted venison." "There is no venison available." "You're resourceful, Polgrain. I'm certain you will manage." Resourcefulness is part of the Polgrain heritage. However, the managing of venison could be in doubt. Doubt is unacceptable, Polgrain, in the Derwent-Jones heritage. Now, Miss Mary Patricia is fond of pork with apples and sage, and Miss Evelyn told me her mouth watered for steak pie, you know the kind, with all the potatoes and fresh green peas. Miss Alice adores oxtail soup. There is no sage. I do not make steak pie without sage. Ah, you will have someone fetch some from the village. Old Mrs. Crim grows all sorts of condiments in her garden. Didn't you know that, Polgrain? I knew that. I merely don't understand how you could have discovered Mrs. Crim in such a short time. I am a woman, Polgrain. I am very smart. It's very possible I see things you don't see. His lordship detests oxtail soup. Then you can make him turtle soup. He is quite fond of that, isn't he? Polgrain chewed on his lip, but remained silent as the faded dark wallpaper on the 3 walls, wallpaper he'd always admired, with the dubious gray gobs that were probably clouds, that or dust swirls that Timmy the maid had missed, or Robert the former footman hadn't even noticed. Oh yes, she doubtless saw things because she was female. Curse her eyes. But now she was going to ruin this precious room. He did love that wallpaper that he knew would soon be on its way to the dustbin. It wasn't to be borne. Doubtless one of the females would clean it now, and not Timmy the maid, who didn't see all the things that he should perhaps see, but it surely wasn't all that important that every single little dust mote be wafted away. Timmy was learning. He would have been the perfect maid if the females hadn't descended on Mount Hawk. Oh yes, some Italian biscuit bread, cassia biscuits, and orange cake. Ah, and Shrewsbury cakes for Miss Alice. They're quite delightful, don't you think? It's the lemon and ginger, I think. He shook his head, opened his mouth, but Caroline beat him to it. I imagine it's difficult for you, being a man, and being called upon also to cook. Perhaps cooking and being male don't go well together. Perhaps men simply aren't fashioned to be good cooks or learn new recipes easily. Perhaps I could speak to Mrs. Mayhew. I assure you, miss, that I am quite the best cook in all the county. I can prepare anything, using ingredients women don't even understand. And I'm pleased, Polgrain. Some baked cod and soaked mussels would also be a treat. You will please incorporate the other things you think will complement these dishes. Here's my list.
Thank you, Polgrain. This time next week, if you need my assistance or advice, or the actual help of any of the females in the house, do ask. All of us, all 7 of us, are quite willing to help you. Oh yes, the new servants will, naturally, eat with you in the kitchen. They really didn't like having to take trays to their bedchambers. They say it makes them feel like outsiders. They want to be a part of the Nightingale family. No, they will eat with you. She gave him a smarmy smile and handed him the fool's cap with her neat handwriting. Oh yes, until further notice, there will always be 6 to meals. She patted his arm and left him to wonder what had befallen Mount Hawk. At promptly 6 o'clock, Caroline was staring at the clock in the drawing room, wondering where the devil North was. She listened with half an ear to Owen, who was speaking very quietly to Alice. Then she heard him, his steps fast and solid on the stairs. Then the door opened, and he strode in, his hair still wet from his bath, dressed in evening black, and looking more delicious than any meal she'd ever seen. There was no chance of Palgrane preparing something that could look better than North. She realized she was just staring at him when silence fell and she heard Evelyn snicker. North was standing in front of her then, smiling in a satisfied way down at her, his knuckles lightly stroking over her cheek. "Good evening," he said, and he looked at her mouth. She swallowed, opened her mouth, aware that she was trembling here in front of all her pregnant ladies, and managed to say, "It was overcast today." Yes, and the clouds didn't move much in the sky, just hung there. I ate an apple in the orchard. I know, so did I. Where have you been? In Goonbell. It was business, all business, and to be honest, I quite enjoyed it. Owen said, "I say, North, did you discover anything more about Mrs. Pelforth?" He stilled, the laughter gone momentarily from his face. He turned to Owen and said, "Nothing of import. Bennett was drinking at Mrs. Freely's inn. Damn and blast. I'll tell you the rest of it later, though there's little to tell." "I don't believe that for a minute," Caroline said. "Later," North said. "I don't wish to upset anyone before dinner, or after it, as a matter of fact." 26. Miss Mary Patricia said, "Please, my lord, our ears are quite capable of taking in talk of this dreadful business. Indeed." She paused for a long, dramatic moment. "Indeed, my lord, Evelyn just might know something." Over a magnificent serving dish of potted venison, which North praised to the heavens, Owen said, "The men in the villages are all up in arms. They say that everything was peaceful and quiet here until—" His voice fell into an abyss. "It's quite all right," North said. "I found Caroline's aunt's body at St. Agnes Head. I am the stranger. I don't blame them for talking." "Yes," Evelyn said quickly, "but that other lady who was killed. My lord, you were nowhere in the vicinity, and it was hoped that that toad Bennet Penrose was." "However do you know that, Evelyn?" Evelyn blushed. It was fascinating, and Caroline could but stare at her. She finally said, "It was Mr. Savory who told me, my lord. A smart fellow he is, and ever so nice. He told me he was assisting you in your investigations. He said you were ever such a smart gentleman." He did he? North thought. He'd told Flash everything was confidential. He gave Evelyn a long look, saw the pitfalls for Flash, and gave it up. Even with her belly protruding, she was a remarkably fine-looking girl. Oh, well, it was done. I'm sorry to tell you, Evelyn, but the toad Bennet wasn't here then either. It's a pity. There was something else, my lord," Evelyn added. "Yes? I know that Dr. Treth was a close friend of Mrs. Pelforth." "Yes, I know that as well," North said. "When we found her washed up on the beach, Dr. Treth was very upset. He told me she had been very kind to him after your aunt was killed, Caroline. He was distraught." Caroline's mind raced ahead, and she opened her mouth to say something, saw North shake his head, and went back to the delicious buttered peas on her plate. Owen, oblivious of any pitfalls at all, said, "I say, Dr. Treth was fond of your aunt, Caroline, and then he was fond of Nora Pelforth. Do you think perhaps he's mad, North, that he likes to jolly up to women and then kill them?" "No," North said, "that's ridiculous. Eat your dinner, Owen. You're frightening Alice." Owen immediately turned to her and patted her hand as if he were her uncle or her father confessor. But Caroline was thinking, did Dr. Treth know the woman who was killed some 3 years ago? What was her name? Oh yes, Elizabeth Godolphin. North looked up to see Tregeagle, Coombe, and Palgrane all standing in the doorway. "Yes," he said. Tregeagle cleared his throat and said,
My lord, we were just attending to what the young female was saying. We are telling all those buffoons that to believe you culpable of anything at all untoward is ridiculous. I thank you, North said. Have you perhaps other duties that need your attention? There are always duties in a dwelling this large, my lord. In addition, with so very many people now in residence, the duties have multiplied alarmingly. Caroline said, "Shall I have Mrs. Mayhoe?" "Not at all," Coombs said quickly. "We will contrive. We always have, even under the most desperate and strained circumstances. My admiration for the three of you constantly assumes even more amazing proportions," North said. "Oh, Palgrane, the round of beef is excellent. The dumplings are tasty, as is the turtle soup. Since you are pleased, my lord, it is enough." North merely nodded, caught his wife's eye, and smiled widely at his chef. "Actually, it seems that everything her ladyship requests is quite to my liking, Palgrane. One will assume, then, that the result is what we should prefer, my lord." To everyone's surprise, Alice said, "I think the oxtail soup is very good, Mr. Palgrane." A spasm crossed Palgrane's face. He said, looking directly at the rather ugly Epperdine in the middle of the table, "It is the maturity of the cloves that makes the difference. His lordship isn't fond of oxtail soup." If anyone thought it odd to be discussing the dishes on the large table with the trio of male servants all lined up in a row, as stiff as Blucher's Prussian soldiers, no one remarked upon it until much later that evening, when Caroline eased off North's chest, up onto her elbows, saying, "I love the taste of you more than anything Palgrane have prepare. Is it the maturity of my flesh?" She smiled as she kissed his shoulder, his throat, his chin, and finally his mouth. "A dash of salt overlaying the taste of damp, exerted man," she said, and kissed him again. "Ah, North, are you already asleep?" "Yes," he said, and pulled her down into his arms. "This business about talking after love-making, Caroline, it's difficult. You nearly kill me with your enthusiasm, and then you want me to discuss philosophy with you. No, I just want to know where you went this afternoon. Was it about Mrs. Pelforth? And why didn't you tell me about Dr. Treth knowing her? Why didn't you tell me that our locals are wondering if you're some sort of madman? No, it wasn't about Mrs. Pelforth. I went to see Timmy the maid's father." She reared up, staring down at him, her thick hair dropping like a curtain on either side of his face. It was dark and erotic, the feel of her hair. "Why did you do that?" "So Timmy wouldn't accidentally kill the drunken bugger. But I told you I'd teach him, work with him. His father had just struck Timmy's mother when I walked into their cottage in Goonbell. I pulled him off her, dragged him by the scruff of his neck outside, and you won't believe this, Timmy's mother was running after me, shouting not to hurt her husband, all the while wiping the blood off her mouth. The three little girls were yelling their heads off. I told her to go back into the cottage, and I sounded as mean as I could. Then I had a talk with Jeb Peckley. Peckley." "Timmy the maid, Peckley? That's quite an ugly name. Northwell, what happened? What did he say?" "Not much of anything, until I had his full attention. He unconsciously rubbed his knuckles. She was smiling down at him as if he were the lord of the world. Had never had someone look at him like that. He was suddenly embarrassed and mumbled, 'I just made sure he understood what would happen if he ever hit anyone again.' The thing was, Caroline, if old Jeb was really drunk and he went after them, and Timmy got out that pistol, it would make his father go right over the edge. Someone could easily get killed. I couldn't let that happen. Oh, North, you're wonderful. There can't be another man as wonderful as you are in the whole of Cornwall, or even the whole of Britain. I am the luckiest woman. Goodness, I love you so much." She was kissing him, laughing, stroking his shoulders and arms, the palm of her hand then on his belly, caressing him, and not a moment later he came into her, moaning deeply into her mouth as she took him even deeper. Then he stopped cold. He was balanced above her on his hands, panting like one of his old hounds, Cardaloo, after he'd run across Tyburth Moor. "What did you say?" I said, "You're wonderful, more than wonderful. Actually, you're quite the grandest man." "Then what?" I said, "Goodness, I don't remember anything else." He realized then that she was afraid to tell him she loved him again, because it would be like being the dangling white handkerchief in front of the enemy. No, no, surely he wasn't the enemy. Perhaps she'd just forgotten or hadn't meant it. He took her mouth, tasting her, nipping her lower lip, all the while feeling the pleasure begin to flood through him. He pulled back, his back arching, his throat working madly, and he knew she was looking at him when his release hit him, holding him there for an endless moment of the most exquisite pleasure he'd ever felt in his life. She whispered into his neck again that she loved him. Then she whispered, "I love to see you in the throes of your release, North. It excites me and pleases me." She drew him down on top of her, her hands stroking over his back as she lightly kissed his shoulders and arms. He fell asleep before he came out of her, and that feeling was the sweetest he'd ever known in his life. Caroline tried to be philosophical. She truly did. All right, so she'd blurted it right out there, and all he'd ever said to her was that she was a good sort and he liked her. Actually, she'd told him twice that she loved him. It was all right. There was nothing wrong with being a good sort. It was quite nice to be liked by the man she adored more than any other human being in the world. Surely, a good sort was a fine thing to be for the next month or so, perhaps even for the next year or so. She couldn't help it that she wanted to sing and dance and shout to the world that North Nightingale was a hero, that dour, dark, menacing, and all those odd things he'd believed himself to be were nonsense. He was a hero, and he was hers, and she would do anything for him. It was that simple and that final. Caroline kissed his shoulder, and he reared up just a bit, stared down at her with vague, satisfied eyes. That was very satisfactory, he said, leaned his head down, kissed her mouth, then rolled off her. She drew the covers over them, spooned herself against his back, and smiled into the darkness. She wasn't smiling the following morning. Evelyn woke her up just after dawn. Alice was sick. She was vomiting in her chamber pot, her hair hanging in wet, skinny ropes around her pale face. She sent Timmy the maid for Dr. Treth. She went back to her bedchamber and quickly dressed. When she returned to Alice's room, North was holding Alice, wiping her face with a wet cloth. She was shuddering with the force of the spasms racking her thin body. Caroline wondered if Alice even realized that a man was holding her. Bess Treth was on her brother's heels, as she always seemed to be. She shooed them all away as her brother examined Alice. Evelyn was standing in the shadows, wringing her hands. "My poor baby! I heard her crying. Then she cried out. When I got to her, she was vomiting, looking like death. My poor little Alice." Owen came running into the bedchamber. "My God, what's going on here? Alice is sick? Oh, no! I just knew something was wrong. I just knew it. When I saw Dr. Treth coming out of his house, I knew he was coming here." North wondered what Owen had been doing in Goonbell, but now wasn't the time to ask. Even Bess Treth didn't try to make Owen move away when Dr. Treth pulled up her nightgown and pressed on her child's swollen belly. Owen never even looked away from her face. He simply held her hand and whispered to her, telling her it would be all right, that she wasn't to worry, that he was here. North said to Caroline, "This is very interesting." "Yes," she said, "I hadn't realized. I pray she'll be all right." Dr. Treth told Caroline and North some time later downstairs in the drawing room that he didn't believe she would miscarry the babe, which was his biggest concern. Bess Treth said, "I don't know, Benji. Perhaps it would be better for her. She's only a child herself, and whatever will happen to her?" Caroline smiled, even though she wondered what kind of person Bess Treth thought she was. "Alice will be just fine, Miss Treth. Surely you never thought that my Aunt Eleanor or I would turn her out after she birthed the babe. No, there will be no problem. Tell me what to do, Dr. Treth." Alice was asleep within moments of drinking the draught Dr. Treth had prepared for her. Caroline and North looked into her bedchamber before returning to their own, to see Owen sitting beside her on the bed, holding her small, thin hand. Owen was lightly stroking his thumb over her fingers. He looked up at them. "She'll be fine," he said. "I'll take care of her." Dr. Treth thought it was something she ate, perhaps the oxtail soup. No one else ate very much of it, North said. It sounds like the culprit. Perhaps the mushrooms. Caroline yawned widely. "I'm sorry, but I'm just so tired. It seems we don't ever have any quiet moments around here." "Oh, yes, Caroline," Owen said. "Mrs. Mayhew, Chloe, and Molly all came by. Mrs. Mayhew had more suggestions on Alice's care than I can even remember. She's very forceful." "Yes," Caroline said, yawning again, but smiling with great satisfaction at the same time. "Isn't she ever?" Sunlight flooded into the bedchamber when North came into her slowly and gently, all the while kissing her. She shuddered and moaned into his mouth when she reached her release. "I like to see a smile on a woman's mouth when she's nearly asleep," he said, and pulled her tightly against him. "Tell me I'm a good sort again, North." He stared at her a moment, kissed her closed eyes, then her nose and her mouth. "You're one of the best sorts, Caroline," he said, then sighed softly when her hand stroked down his back. "All this badness, Caroline, we'll get through it." "I know," she said, kissed him, and pressed her cheek against his shoulder. 27. It was very strange, the note he'd received, that was right now crumpled in his breeches pocket, written by an unknown hand, given to Timmy the maid when he was out at the stables, giving sugar to North's bay gelding, Treetop. "'Twere a young duffer with squirrely talk," Timmy the maid had said, but he hadn't recognized him, which was odd, because Timmy the maid knew everybody, or so he'd thought. What was squirrely talk, North had asked, and Timmy the maid had said, the little nit couldn't speak more than 2 words together without stammerin' hisself near out his boots. North clicked Treetop toward the northeastern end of his property, where the land softened and the gentle rolling hills were still green with lingering summer.
There were about 6 of the hillocks, and learned men had said that beneath some of the hillocks, or barrows as they called them, were tombs from long, long ago, even long before the Romans had lived here, even long before the Celts had swarmed over Cornwall. He remembered reading about Silbury Hill, a huge mound everyone had known was a burial mound, possibly hiding treasure. It had been the Duke of Northumberland who had launched a force of Cornish tin miners late in the last century to sink a shaft from top to bottom of the mound. They hadn't found anything, more's the pity, and most had stopped even remarking on the odd hills, so obviously placed there by man's hand and not God's. Every once in a while, villagers found strange things near these hills, pottery shards that looked to be older than the land itself, though on some of the pieces there were still spots of bright color, small bits of iron and steel that looked to be from long-ago weapons. And another mound would be dug into. Not long before, a mound had turned up a long, narrow burial chamber holding ancient skeletons, some pottery pieces, but nothing of value. He'd heard that in other parts of England, finding Roman coins and even Celt weapons was no great wonder. Had King Mark been buried here, beneath one of those soft, rolling hills? Had the gold armlet his great-grandfather claimed to have found come from near here? He sincerely doubted it. He pulled Treetop to a halt atop one of the hills and looked around him. He forgot all about archaeology, forgot about King Mark and his lust-besotted nephew Tristan, who'd betrayed him with the beautiful, treacherous Isolde. The note said she would be meeting her lover close by to the northeastern boundary. Well, he was here. He looked toward the dense copse of oak trees older than the Druids, who had hung enemies in cages from the branches and then proceeded to roast them alive. Where was she? It was a hoax. He had known that. He knew that. But still, he did expect to see Caroline here somewhere. Where was her mare, Regina? When he saw her mare and another horse, a gelding, tethered behind a thick stand of trees, he felt his heart begin to pound, slow, heavy strokes. Her lover? Dear God, it was nonsense. That was all. Just someone wanting to do them ill, probably one of his male martinets. He wouldn't spy on his wife of 3 weeks. It was absurd. Caroline adored him. She loved him. She'd told him that whenever she'd crested her pleasure, kissing him, telling him over and over how much she loved him. He'd found out he wanted to hear those words from her, that he wallowed in the pleasure those simple words brought him. But how could she come to love him in such a short time? Surely love didn't work with such dispatch. Was it just a woman's release that brought such words from her mouth, lust fulfilled, and thus it was love? North shook his head.
He kicked Treetop in his muscled sides, but he didn't gallop forward, announcing his arrival. No, he capped Treetop to a slow canter until he could see her and the man. It was Benjamin Treth, and he was standing close to Caroline, something in his outstretched hand. Ah, he was showing her something. Nothing more, nothing less. This was no clandestine tryst. But what was he showing her? And why here? She wasn't like all those former Nightingale wives who had betrayed their husbands, wives who had been faithful to the Nightingale men until they'd birthed the heir, then fallen into whore's ways, or were kicked out like North's mother was, and died. No, Caroline was loyal to him, and to no one else. He would wager everything he owned, all that he valued within himself, that she was loyal to him. Only to him. Yes, only to him. Then Dr. Treth leaned toward Caroline, and he placed his hand on her shoulder, a big hand, North saw, that covered a lot of her, and he didn't like it. They seemed to be speaking very seriously about something. North felt himself freeze when Dr. Treth kissed Caroline's cheek, his big hand still on her shoulder. No, now it was moving down her arm. He watched the doctor straighten finally and walk away from her, back to his gelding. He gave her a small wave and another smile as he settled into the saddle. What the hell was going on here? In that moment, every word North had read in those damned diaries Tregeagle had forced on him came back with raw clarity. Women weren't to be trusted. His mother had betrayed his father, had left him, and died. His grandfather had also been betrayed, and his father before him. Both his father and grandfather had written about the perfidy of women, the dishonor bred into them throughout the ages, the wit of Nightingale men not to trust them beyond the birthing of their heir. No, he thought, he'd escaped Mount Hawk and his father, escaped this damning legacy, because he couldn't bear the bitterness and emptiness of it. His father's continual ranting about his mother, a whore, a bitch, who had betrayed him. Ah, and there was justice, for the damned trollop was dead. He remembered then that as a boy he'd had no idea what all those words meant, but he did now. And again he felt an instant of surprise that there were so many terrible words to describe a woman a man approved of. His hands clenched on Treetop's reins. Thank God he'd had the good sense to leave 10 years before, as soon as he'd been able to make his own way. It had been difficult, but he'd believed anything had to be better than remaining at Mount Hawk. He knew in his bones that if he'd stayed, the next thing his father would have done would have been to force that damned diary down his throat and tell him it was his duty, once he'd bred an heir off a likely female, to toss her out and begin his own entries about what sluts women were, wives in particular. And yet, when Tregeagle had given him the diary, he'd read some of it, not all, certainly, for he wasn't that far gone, but still, some of the poison had seeped into him, and now he hated himself for it. He wasn't like his father, nor was he like his grandfather or his great-grandfather, and he would never accept that he was. The Nightingale legacy to its sons would end with him. As he rode Treetop straight to where Caroline was standing, he wondered what she was thinking. Surely she wasn't thinking of Benjamin Treth, surely not. It was a lovely copse of trees, Caroline was thinking, and she much enjoyed the gently rolling hillocks and the vastly romantic stone fence that stretched some 100 yards in either direction. The stones had been hand-placed, of course, and fitted together so tightly and with such care that there were still few places where they'd broken free and fallen to the rich earth. When had the stones been so carefully and skillfully made into this fence? Who had done it? And those hillocks, works of art, all of them. But why? What was the purpose? She looked up then and saw him. She gave a shout and ran toward him. Her riding skirt was narrow, hampering her, so she simply jerked it to her knees, never slowing. He pulled Treetop to a halt and jumped off his back to catch her in his arms just as she threw herself against him, lifting her high to twirl her around. "Hello," he said, lowering her slowly, kissing her mouth as his hands molded her hips to him. "I missed you. It took me long enough to find you." She kissed him again, and yet again, a third time for good measure. "By the by, how did you find me?" He kissed her again and said, "Someone wrote me a note that you would be meeting your lover here." She stared at him, so surprised she almost forgot to kiss him back, but then she did, loving the feel of him, the taste of him, and when she finally spoke, she was breathless. "You're jesting, aren't you?" He set her back onto her feet and handed her the note. Caroline spread out the crumpled page and read it through once, then again. "Goodness," she said, looking up finally. "I thought it was."
What nodcock could have penned it? Before he could do more than shrug, she began to laugh. At first he drew back, wondering, a part of himself long buried, a part of himself that had been formed by his father's bitterness, his father's rage. That part was asking why she was laughing, was demanding to know if she was attempting to brazen it out. She wiped her eyes on the back of her hand, then waved the crumpled letter about. "This idiot couldn't have known what an incredible lover you are, North. After all, who could possibly think I would have the energy to take another lover? And besides that, why would I want to when I've got the most wonderful man ever as my husband? Surely they couldn't know what you let me do to you. Surely they couldn't believe I would want to tie another man's hands to the bedpost, could they?" He could only stare down at her. He was all of that to her? She really believed what she said? "It is a puzzle, isn't it?" he said finally. She snorted. "A puzzle? I'd call it bloody nonsense. We've been married less than a month. North, I'm sorry, but this smacks of your male martinets at work, just as I'm sure they did that monster in my window on our wedding night. Can't you just see Tregeagle or Coombe lying flat on his belly, hanging a wire down from the roof, with this monster face dangling off the end of it? I wish the sod had caught a bad chill. Perhaps I can see Tregeagle style shining forth in this." She waved the letter under his nose. "The damnable blockhead." She snorted again, and he felt a smile tugging at his mouth. She was frowning now, waving that damned letter about. But in this instance, they misjudged their master's ardor. How could they possibly believe that I would let you out of my sight? Well, I did let you out of my sight just for a little while today, but you found me quickly enough. I won't ever again, you know? Never. Now, kiss me." He did, thinking there was no woman like Caroline in all of Cornwall, and now she was his, and all the duplicity of the past, the Nightingale legacy of betrayal, was ended, here and now. But she had been out of his sight. He raised his head and looked down at her. All his doubts, all his father's long-buried accusations about women, making his eyes nearly black and opaque, his expression hard and frightening. "Oh, North, is that your brooding look?" "Yes, it is, and I don't like it a bit. It is dark and menacing. You look dangerous and immensely fascinating. If you weren't my husband, and I much preferred your laughter and jesting, because it's your laughter that makes me tingle all over, why, I'd probably think it vastly romantic. A silent, strong man. Yes, it would make a maiden shudder with mysterious delight. More fool the maiden. I'm glad I know as far down as my toes that you would never hurt me, else I'd be frightened of you. I wouldn't ever want to be your enemy. You must have scared the French down to their shaking knees. They must have rejoiced when you sold out and returned to England. What were you doing here?" She grinned up at him, locked her fingers behind his neck, pulled his head down, and kissed him again until he was caressing her back, pulling her so tightly against him he wondered if either of them would be breathing shortly. "I was here because of an entry I found in the King Tome, made by your grandfather. He goes on and on about Queen Isolde and how she betrayed poor Mark with his nephew, Tristan, or maybe Tristan was even his son, and Isolde was a harlot, a slut, and any number of other nasty things. How the nunnery was too good for the likes of her. Mark it. It gets quite boring, really, all the same things your great-grandfather wrote. But then he breaks away from the same old stuff his father had written. He begins to speak about how Fowey used to be a very different place, and how it was ripped apart in a huge natural upheaval way back even before the Vikings ruled most of England.
and after the land heaved and twisted and formed itself anew, it became evident to this local monk that King Mark was nowhere to be found in that region, that everyone had been wrong, and the split-apart earth proved it. No King Mark in southern Cornwall. Your grandfather believed that this oak tree copse was where King Mark met his nephew Tristan to exile him from Cornwall, both him and Isolde. It was here he died, supposedly from a poisoned arrow from one of Tristan's supporters, and here he was buried, in one of these hillocks. Perhaps there is something here. Who knows? Now, don't laugh, North. I'm trying to take your male ancestors a bit seriously. I'm not laughing just yet, but I must tell you, Caroline, that I've never heard of an earthquake down south of us. Did my grandfather write about which monk it was? His name? His order? Is there even a text in the library penned by this supposed monk claiming all this happened? She slumped down a bit. No, of course not, but I didn't scour through every shelf and every volume, North. You know what really stymies me? That blasted gold armlet. Where did it come from exactly? Odd that your great-grandfather never gave its exact location. And what the devil happened to it? Why doesn't your father say a word about it suddenly disappearing? It doesn't make sense. Anyway, I came here just to see what I could find. And you found nothing? Not a single thing, not even a small piece of iron that could have belonged to a long-ago sword? All your ancestors seem to live a very long time, and all of them wrote not only about this King Mark business, but about the perfidy of women as well. Do you know, North, that your great-grandfather actually wrote that women should be locked away, just like in those Muslim harems, and taken out only to be used to beget heirs? Did you know your grandfather, North? Did you know about his dislike of women? I remember him, yes, too well. And yes, I know all about his dislike of females. It was an obsession, not only with him, but with his father and his own son. He looked like a nightingale man, like me, in other words, all dark and hairy, and utterly exquisite. He grinned down at her, kissed the tip of her nose that was fast becoming sunburnt, and said, "Exquisite, am I? Oh, yes, and I think I'm in danger of becoming even more overwhelmed by you now than before. Yes, I think you should continue to let me have the upper hand for a while longer." His eyes nearly crossed with lust. He pictured himself flat on his back, his legs sprawled, his wrists tied over his head, wondering how long he could bear what she was doing to him before he brought his hands down to her. "North, your breathing is very fast and very uneven. Are you all right?" "No." "Well, in that case—" She shrugged out of her riding jacket. He froze, just staring at her. She grinned wickedly at him, tossed her jacket on the ground, and began to unpin her riding hat. "Caroline, it's very open here." She grabbed his hand and tugged at it. "Then let's go to the copse. It will be cozy and warm, and I can kiss you until I fall into a swoon." Before they reached the copse, they were running, Caroline's bright, happy laughter warming his blood as much as his unbridled lust for her, a seemingly unending lust. 28. It was after midnight, and still North lay awake, but he was careful to lie still because Caroline was pressed against him, and her even breathing told him she was soundly asleep. He was frowning up at the dark ceiling, for it had just occurred to him that he'd forgotten to ask her what Dr. Treath was doing there, what he was showing her, why he'd kissed her cheek, and she hadn't volunteered a thing. He shook his head. Was he so much like the other Nightingale men that all his dealings with women, particularly his wife, were poisoned by distrust? Was it in his blood, this near obsession with betrayal? Damnation! He wouldn't think about it again. Come to think of it, with each of his mistresses, he'd not questioned his possessiveness, his insistence that when in his keeping, she keep herself only for him. One girl, of course, had taken another gentleman, and surely his reaction to it had been too ungoverned, his anger too cold and hard, because she'd been naught but a mistress, after all, and life was life, carrying tears and laughter and disappointment, and men and women simply weren't saints. But when he thought about it now, he could remember the roiling fury that had torn through him when he found out she'd slept with another man. And it was at that moment his father's bitter diatribes came crashing through long-forgotten memories. They'd seemed to come from deep within him, from a place he hadn't even recognized as being a real part of him. Aye, he'd allowed this poison until he realized what he was doing, what he was thinking and remembering, and forced himself to think of other matters. Had she distracted him with sex so he wouldn't ask her? He couldn't stand himself. He wished he'd never read even a small part of that damned diary Treagle had given him before he'd married Caroline. It was filled with anger and rage. It was vicious, and it was poison, and there was a sickness to it that frightened him. And it went all the way back to his great-grandfather. Surely that was beyond coincidence. All those betrayals by Nightingale wives. Surely. He kissed the top of Caroline's head, squeezed her against him, and nearly leaped off the bed when she said against his shoulder, "Why can't you sleep? What's wrong?" "I suppose it's because I am in such dire need. You haven't done your wifely duty by me, Caroline. It's been a good 6 hours. I'm in a bad way. I probably won't sleep the rest of the night because you've not seen to my relief." Had that easy flow of words really come from him? Why hadn't he simply just brooded out a single curt word to her? Why was he being amusing? He didn't begin to understand himself, this new self that bandied about words and mocked and teased and smiled a great deal too much, surely, and even laughed more than was necessary. But then he forgot about being dark and melancholy. He forgot everything except her breasts against his chest, her hand stroking over his throat, his shoulders, down his arms, until her fingers were clasped in his. Then she was between his legs, over him, and she was staring down at him in the darkness, and he blessed the fact that there was just a touch of moonlight coming into the bedchamber, and he could see the shadows on her face, and he saw that she was smiling down at him. And then he closed his eyes, because her palms were spread on her belly, going lower and lower, and he groaned, "Forgive me, North, for not treating you as I should." He felt the warmth of her breath and shuddered with the power of it. He sought for just a hint of melancholy, just the forgotten flavor of it. He sought for brooding, even for a dollop of wit, but there was nothing but a growing wildness in him. And there, too, a vast space, always there, but never recognized by him before. And this space was filled with her and with what she was doing to him and making him feel. And when her hands closed around him, he ceased worrying about anything at all, and managed to say, "Caroline, your mouth, put your mouth on me." She did, and he thought he'd die from the glory of it. When he was caressing her, letting her feel the heat of his body and the wet heat of his mouth, he knew that he moved her every bit as much as she did him. When she screamed, her back bowed off the bed. He smiled and held her close and dear in those moments of shattering pleasure. Caroline," he said, kissing her belly, his fingers still gently stroking over her, "you are more than a simple man deserves." And she said, her fingers stroking through his hair, "You're the only simple man I want." Caroline hadn't visited all the rooms in her new home. Since no one was demanding to speak to her just then, neither male nor female, she had some unaccustomed time to herself. She wore a wool shawl over her muslin gown and stout warm boots. It was fall now, truly fall, with All Hallows Eve not far away. The mornings were heavy with fog more often now, the afternoon air usually crisp and cool, the sharp smell of the sea stronger, wafting even to Mount Hawk on some days when the wind was high and the clouds dark and roiling low in the sky. Caroline loved Cornwall. Miss Mary Patricia was giving Evelyn and Alice lessons in her bedchamber, saying that the nursery struck her as silly, given the fact that all of them are grown women, carrying babes in their bellies. Owen was at Skrility Hall, meeting with Mr. Petrie from the mines, a man, Owen had told her, who knew what he was about, and he appeared to like Owen. North was with Flash Savory, the two of them questioning all the people who had known Nora Pelforth, searching for any clue, any hint of who had killed her. It was such a pity that Bennett couldn't have done it. He was such a rotten individual. She also suspected North had Flash trying to find the boy who'd given Timmy, the maid, the note about her meeting her lover. Sir Raphael Carstairs was with them, and Caroline imagined that the three men would end up in Goonbell at Mrs. Freely's inn, drinking her excellent local ale. Caroline walked to the third floor of the East Wing. It was so quiet here, it was unearthly. It was a bit nerve-wracking, all that silence. Dust motes hung in the air, shining in the spikes of sunlight that managed to penetrate the closed window shutters and aged draperies. No one had been up here in quite a while. She sneezed as she opened the door to yet another room that was at the very end of the long corridor. It wasn't a bedchamber. Rather, it was some sort of storeroom. Heavy wooden slatted shutters tightly covered the narrow windows. She unlatched them and let light flood into the room. There were very old wooden crates piled high against the walls. Also stacked against the walls were paintings. She pulled one of them toward her and took a step back. It was a very stylized painting of a woman, done early in the last century. She was very young, no older than Caroline was now. Despite the artist's deficits, she was also pretty. Dark eyes, dark hair, a wicked dimple deep in her right cheek. Behind her stood a young man, proud and tall. Very, no doubt, he was a Nightingale man, his large hand resting lightly on her shoulder. She pulled the other paintings out from the wall, turning them one by one so she could study each of them. They were all of ladies, going back well into the 16th century. One lady, older than most of the others, was pursing a very thin mouth and squinting two small eyes. She wore a wide white ruff around her neck and 3 ropes of pearls. She looked like a harpy. Caroline wouldn't have wanted her for a mother-in-law. There were at least 20 dozen paintings, all of them, obviously, former Nightingale wives. All had been dumped here, removed entirely from the main living quarters of Mount Hawk, and stacked in this out-of-the-way room to molder. At least they hadn't been burned or destroyed outright. She found a lady with her hair powdered and puffed high on her head, in the style of the mid and late last century. North's grandmother, no doubt. Again, she was very young, no older than Caroline was now. But where was his mother? She couldn't find a more recent portrait. Who had done away with the portrait? And then she knew. North's great-grandfather. He'd either destroyed it or refused to have her portrait done. After all, he'd been the one to teach all that bitterness to North's grandfather, who'd bored her endlessly with his whining and carping, and his frankly despotic view of the world, and his place with women as slaves, possessed and kept under the man's thumb. It had been North's great-grandfather who had started the belief that King Mark was really buried here at Mount Hawk, and not in Fooey or in Brittany. He kissed the top of Caroline's head, squeezed her against him, and nearly leaped off the bed when she said against his shoulder, "Why can't you sleep? What's wrong?" "I suppose it's because I am in such dire need. You haven't done your wifely duty by me, Caroline. It's been a good 6 hours. I'm in a bad way. I probably won't sleep the rest of the night because you've not seen to my relief." Had that easy flow of words really come from him? Why hadn't he simply just brooded out a single curt word to her? Why was he being amusing? He didn't begin to understand himself, this new self that bandied about words and mocked and teased and smiled a great deal too much, surely, and even laughed more than was necessary. But then he forgot about being dark and melancholy. He forgot everything except her breasts against his chest, her hand stroking over his throat, his shoulders, down his arms until her fingers were clasped in his. Then she was between his legs, over him, and she was staring down at him in the darkness, and he blessed the fact that there was just a touch of moonlight coming into the bedchamber, and he could see the shadows on her face, and he saw that she was smiling down at him, and then he closed his eyes, because her palms were spread on his belly, going lower and lower, and he groaned, "Forgive me, North, for not treating you as I should." He felt the warmth of her breath and shuddered with the power of it. He sought for just a hint of melancholy, just the forgotten flavor of it. He sought for brooding, even for a dollop of wit, but there was nothing but a growing wildness in him, and there, too, a vast space, always there, but never recognized by him before. And this space was filled with her and with what she was doing to him and making him feel. And when her hands closed around him, he ceased worrying about anything at all. And given his endless diatribes against women that were liberally interspersed amongst his writings of King Mark, he had to be the one who'd had all the female portraits removed. She wondered now, as she'd wondered several times before, why the great-grandfather hadn't selected King Arthur, much more familiar and just as betrayed by his best friend and Guinevere. Why King Mark, who very few people even knew about? The perfidy of the woman was the same in both, after all. She shook away the thoughts. The Nightingale ancestors had been mad, and their madness didn't have to recognize reason, and it obviously hadn't. She turned to study the portraits again. Most were in bad shape. They all needed some restoration, except for the 2 painted in the last 100 years. She dusted her hands on her skirt. There was a militant look in her eye. Damn all those past Nightingale men. She managed to pick up the 2 portraits, one under each arm. She hauled them down to her bedchamber. She was still panting from her efforts when she rang for Mrs. Mayhew. She then danced a jig, sending up clouds of billowing dust decades old from her filthy gown. North looked at his wife, at her soiled muslin gown, her dusty boots. She was filthy, smudges of the blackest dirt he'd ever seen on her, her hands grubby, but she was smiling at him. "Come here, my lord," she called out to him. "Do come here. I've a surprise for you." He realized that the other 6 female residents of Mount Hawk were standing behind his wife, all looking hopeful and, if he wasn't mistaken, a bit frightened of him. On the other side were Polgrain, Tregeagle, and Coombe. They looked ready to drag the women to an auto-da-fe. He had no difficulty at all seeing them lighting the fires with eager dispatch. He focused on Caroline. "You look like an urchin. What have you been doing?" She grinned at him, said nothing, simply pointed up to the wall. He stood beside her and looked up. He stared. He couldn't look away. He felt his throat tighten. Beside the portrait of his great-grandfather was another portrait, one of that same long-ago Nightingale male, painted when he was young, in his prime. He was standing behind a young lady who was obviously his bride and North's great-grandmother. North said nothing, just continued the stare. God, she was beautiful and so very young. His great-grandfather looked like a man blessed, happy, full of hope, and quite pleased with himself and the lovely young lady seated before him. North finally looked to see another single portrait of a lady, this one obviously his grandmother. This grandmother of his, painted like his great-grandmother, when she was very young, newly wed. She looked gay and ever so filled with wicked humor. She looked ready to burst into laughter. She looked happy. There were no shadows in her lovely eyes, no hint of what was to come. Suddenly, he wanted very much to see his mother, wanted very much to see what she looked like, to try to remember. But there was no portrait beside his father's, just the old man's grim face, dark eyes narrowed, such anger and bitterness shining from them, and North quickly turned away. He said very quietly, "Where did you find them?" "I was exploring in the east wing on the 3rd floor. There are at least 24 portraits, North, all of Nightingale women back to Queen Elizabeth's time. Most of those are in frightful shape, but I hope, I pray, they can be restored." He said nothing, just stared hungrily up at his grandmother. "My mother," he said, then stopped. "She's dead, you know." "You didn't find a portrait of her?" "I'm sorry, there was no portrait more recent than this one of your grandmother. She looks so very young, so happy, as does my great-grandmother. I know. It's odd, but all the others, your ancestresses, are painted twice, once in their youth and again in their middle years. Yet your great-grandmother and your grandmother are painted only when they are surely newly wed. It's because they were booted out before they could have a chance to get old with their husbands. I just remembered. My mother's name was Cecilia. I wonder, if she'd been painted very early on, if she would have been smiling and happy like my grandmother and great-grandmother. My lord. Yes, Tregeagle. May I speak with you, my lord? Perhaps later, Tregeagle, North said absently. He turned to Caroline and smiled down at her. He rubbed the spot of dirt from her cheek. My lord. Yes, Coombe. We would appreciate your attention to us, in private. Not now, Coombe. Very well, my lord. You force me to speak our mind in front of all and sundry, and female. We didn't want these portraits brought down. Actually, even though we knew they existed and were in that room, we'd honestly forgotten about them. We tried to explain to her that your great-grandfather had had them all removed, that he forbade any female portraits ever to hang here at Mount Hawk, that the female portraits were meant to remain forgotten and locked away. Only the door was open to her, and we don't understand that, for Tregeagle swears it was locked. How do you know that, Coombe? Your great-grandfather wrote of it, my lord. Didn't you read the diaries Mr. Tregeagle gave you before you brought this female person into Mount Hawk? To North's surprise, Caroline laughed. Oh, do give it up, Coombe. Come, Tregeagle. This is a new and different time. The past is past, and all the unhappiness of the past is where it should be, behind us. It's no longer a part of us or of this house, nor should you continue harking back to it. Do welcome a return to what is right. These ladies are nightingales just as much as are the men. All the men had to have mothers, you know, including his lordship here. We do not like it, Tregeagle said. The nightingale mothers weren't worthy. They were all, we regret to say, trollops. They were nightingales only temporarily, only until the nightingale men realized how very perfidious they were. It does lead one to generalize, my lord, and rightfully so. He paused a purpose, staring toward Caroline. In the recent past, there has been no nightingale wife who was loyal and true to her husband. The nightingale men carry this curse, or this blessing, depending on how one regards it. It is their legacy, your legacy, my lord. I think that's quite enough, Tregeagle, North said, his voice low and quite deadly. But, my lord, we know she's already carrying on with Dr. Treilf, Coombe shouted. Everyone knows, Tregeagle said, his voice earnest as a vicar's at a funeral. It's true, my lord. She's just like all the others. It's the nightingale men's burden to bear. I think, North said slowly, looking at each of his 3 male servants in turn, I think I will just take you all out and shoot you. You'll not change. Caroline, may I borrow your pistol? I'm sorry, North, but I gave it to Timmy, the maid, remember? Then a length of rope, he said. I'll hang all the buggers from the apple tree branches in the orchard. When they rot, they can hit the ground just like the apples. 29. Now, my lord, Tregeagle began, a sheen of sweat on his brow. That isn't exactly what I would call a playful jest on your part. I'm not jesting, Coombe said. It isn't something any of us enjoy contemplating. No, Mr. Coombe, Mrs. Mayhew said, stepping right up to him to stare him straight in the eye. It isn't. Therefore, you'd best listen to me. His lordship has been more than patient with the 3 of you, but enough is enough. And you, Mr. Sniggledy-Piggledy, Mrs. Mayhew continued to Tregeagle, stepping even closer until she wasn't more than 2 inches from his nose. Your ladyship is quite right. Mount Hawk is no longer a male sanctuary, and it's about time things were put back to normal. Now, sir, why don't you and Mr. Coombe and Mr. Polgrain all go to the kitchen and have a nice restoring cup of brandy? It will soothe your nerves, perhaps grant you some proper perspective. It might also save you from his lordship, for he does indeed look ready to stretch your miserable necks.
He doesn't have that particular look at all, said Polgrain. He just looks a bit distracted, and no wonder, with all of you chattering about and doing things you shouldn't be doing. He wouldn't harm us, said Kund. It isn't civilized, and all nightingale men have been civilized. But he might if I helped him, Caroline said, and I'll tell you, I'm close to the brink now. Just stop it. You must, gentlemen, accustom yourselves, for your attitudes will no longer be allowed here. This is a new day at Mount Hawk.
Nightingale women are back again where they should be. To her surprise, all 6 other females began to cheer. The 3 males of the Mount Hawk's servant bastions stood there frozen. North looked from one side to the other and raised his hand. There was instant silence. He was the master, after all. He looked quickly at Caroline, who just happened to be giving him the most adoring look he'd ever had directed upon him in his entire life, except for those other times when she'd been looking at him with that same adoring look. He forgot what he wanted to say. He wanted to kiss her dirty face and strip off her dirty gown. He wanted her filthy hands all over him. He wanted her legs wrapped around his waist with him carrying her, shoving into her as she threw back her head and screamed her pleasure, her hair falling free and thick. He cleared his throat. Her ladyship is quite right. Whatever happened in the past here at Mount Hawk is over. Mrs. Mayhew is perfectly right as well. No longer will you refer to the Viscountess Chilton as you, or as Miss, or as Madam. She is your ladyship, or my lady. The past will no longer taint the present. There will be a return to sanity now at Mount Hawk, and with God's blessing, there will be children, not just the obligatory Nightingale heir. I ask you to consider this carefully. Now go away, all of you. Have a cup of brandy, just as Mrs. Mayhew suggested. But know this, Mount Hawk is now going to be the way it was before my great-grandfather's time. The 3 male martinets filed out of the great entrance hall, stiff and silent, and Caroline suddenly worried that the oxtail soup that had made Alice ill had been done a purpose, just as had that monster face in her window. Oh, surely not. A monster's face dangling in her window was one thing, but poisoning soup was quite another. No, she wouldn't credit that. They were simply all old men who were faced with change none of them could accept, at least yet. Mrs. Mayhew wasn't, however, a gloater. She wouldn't tweak their noses, she wouldn't taunt them in their loss. Mrs. Mayhew curtsied to Caroline and shooed Chloe and Molly away to get on with their duties. Miss Mary Patricia said, "Alice is feeling a bit peaked, Miss Caroline. Evelyn believes she should rest now. I'll see to it." She nodded to North and gave him a smile that bespoke a great deal of satisfaction. He didn't see it, Caroline noted. He was looking distracted again. He was staring again at the portraits. "Caroline," he said finally, "why do you think my mother's portrait wasn't even painted when she was newly married to my father?" He closed his eyes a moment. "No, you don't have to ponder on that, because I know. My grandfather was still alive when my father married my mother. She was allowed to come here to Mount Hawk only once. My father wrote in that damned diary. My grandfather kicked her out. After she birthed me, she, like the other Nightingale wives, cuckolded my father, and he tossed her out on her ear. He told me again and again that she was a whore, and I was to forget her. He told me she died, and she deserved to die. I remember it more clearly now, just as I also remember their screaming at each other. I was very small, but I remember their being so big and so loud, and I hated it, and then suddenly she was gone forever. I don't remember living at Mount Hawk until after that day, but it was a miserable place, and I hated it and wanted my mother. It didn't matter when my grandfather finally died, because my father had become just like him, maybe worse. I'm so sorry, North." She put her arms around him and held him tightly against her. "But things are different now. We will make them different. I'm so sorry. Why were you with Dr. Treath at that oak copse?" She looked at him straightly, not blinking, not moving, and said calmly, "The note some idiot sent you to tell you I was meeting my lover. Do you believe it, North? No, you are not your father, or your grandfather, or your great-grandfather, nor am I any of those poor wretched Nightingale wives. I know. Dr. Treath said he'd wanted to speak to me alone, and thus he followed me when I rode from Mount Hawk. He said he wanted to tell me about Nora Pelforth, that she had been his very good friend after my Aunt Eleanor was killed, that he didn't understand any of this, and he hated it. But foremost, he didn't want me to get the wrong idea if I heard he'd known Nora Pelforth from anyone else. He didn't want me to believe he was fickle and hadn't truly loved my aunt. He was distressed, North. I tried to comfort him, tried to assure him I quite understood, and he kissed me on the cheek and said he only wished that I could have become his stepniece. Thank you, Caroline, for telling me. I would have before, but I forgot all about everything when you began kissing me. You have great power over my mind, North Nightingale. Ah, that was lovely with you, in the copse, with those skinny slivers of sunlight coming through the oak leaves. I felt the heat of the sun on my face when you were over me. There could be nothing more wonderful than that. He shook, but managed to say in a calm enough voice, "Yes, it was lovely. I remember the heat of the sun on my back." What did he show you? She looked up at him a moment, studying him, he knew, wondering why he was asking her, knowing it was distrust bred deep into him, yet accepting it, not getting angry with him, for he would change, and he prayed she was right. She said simply, "It was a letter that Nora Pelforth had written to him after my aunt's death. In it, she wrote that she knew how much he had loved my aunt and how very sorry she was. Would you like me to show it to you, North?" He nodded and said, "No, thank you for that, I think. Dr. Treath never gave it to me, so I would have to ask him for it, and that would be a bit embarrassing. Ah, well, at least half of you believes me." She paused a moment, her fingers lightly stroking his upper arms, kneading him, and he knew it was unconscious on her part. She simply enjoyed touching him, having the physical contact with him. She said, "North, I'm so sorry about your mother. Perhaps one of the 3 male martinets can tell you more about her." He didn't say anything, but she could feel his pain, a pain from long ago that was vague now, but still there deep inside him. She placed her hand on his arm. "North, you said you remembered coming back here to Mount Hawk after that last horrible fight between your parents, when your mother left. Where were you living?" He blinked, looked hungrily up at his grandmother's portrait, and said slowly, "I don't know, Caroline. I wasn't living here, thus it must have been at another property my father owned, another property that I now own. How many do you own?" "There are 3. A hunting box in the Cotswolds, near Lower Slaughter, a house on the Stine in Brighton, and a country manor house in Yorkshire, near North Allerton." He paused a moment, then said, "Good God, I forgot all about that house when I was in Yorkshire just a month and a half ago. Why were you there?" "I was visiting a very good army friend of mine, the Earl of Chase, and his new bride. You would like both Marcus and the Duchess." "Duchess?" "Yes, that is what Marcus named her when she was 9 years old. She was his uncle's bastard. Goodness North, I want to hear more about this. All right. Perhaps this winter, when we're hunched close to the fireplace to keep warm, I'll tell you about their Wyndham legacy and all that happened." Her eyes lit up, and he kissed her quickly. "No, Caroline, later. I don't want to be rushed in the telling. Let me tell you about the houses. I haven't been to any of them in years, and I just don't remember if I was raised those first 5 years in one of them. So you must have lived with your mother and father when he wasn't back here at Mount Hawk being poisoned by your grandfather in one of these houses. That seems the most likely, North. It's possible. I shall write to my man of business in London and ask him to give me a full accounting. It's something I must do in any case. He could tell me when my father and mother lived in one of those houses. Perhaps we could even go to the one in Yorkshire and see your friends. Now, there's something else I want to tell you, North. No, don't kiss me again just yet. Just listen to me." She cupped his face between her palms. "You're my husband. I love you, and I will always love you, even when you're old and haven't a tooth in your mouth and all bent over. I'll still love you, since I'll probably be in the same condition. It shouldn't prove too difficult. I will never, never betray you. I would kill anyone who tried to harm you. You are mine, and what is mine, I keep forever." His breath hitched. "Caroline," he said, his hands coming up to clasp her. Owen walked whistling into the entrance hall, saw them standing there, Caroline's arms around her husband's neck, and said, "What is so serious? Is something wrong? Oh, I say, who are those women? They weren't there before, were they?" "No, there weren't any portraits of women anywhere, and I thought that was quite odd." "No, Owen," North said, dropping his hands as he turned to face Owen. "Caroline found all my ancestresses in a room on the 3rd floor and brought these 2 down. We'll see that the others are restored and hung in their original places." "Caroline always had her nose everywhere when we were growing up," Owen said, staring at the portraits. You wouldn't believe the stories she told me about when she was at Chudley's Young Ladies' Academy. She was a terror north, never kept her mouth closed, and never minded her own business. She always wanted to fix things, even me. Oh, I got a letter from my father. You won't believe what he's done. Or perhaps you would, given you know my father quite well. It was very late. Caroline was reading in the library downstairs, a small branch of candles at her elbow. She was wrapped warmly in a scarlet dressing gown that she hoped North would admire excessively and wish to examine closely, then perhaps remove. She missed him, and yet he'd been gone only 3 hours. He was visiting Sir Raphael Carstairs at Carstairs Manor. It had rained hard the past 3 days, and there was a cave-in problem at one of the tin mines. They were meeting with other owners and managers to solve the cave-in and equipment problems in 3 of the mines. It was odd, but she'd discovered that she hadn't wanted to stay in that big bed alone. It was cold and lonely, and she hated it. No, she would wait for him to return, thus her presence in the library, reading Gottfried of Strasbourg's version of the Tristan and Isolde story, written back in the reign of King John, that mangy and cruel fellow who'd finally been forced by his barons to put ink and quill to the Magna Carta. Good for the barons. This story was darker and uglier than Mallory's later tale of doomed lovers, the only person worthy of compassion being the dishonored King Mark. Ah, the patient and virtuous King Mark, who only exiled his nephew Tristan and his own wife Isolde for their treachery, didn't cleave Tristan in two and stick a knife in his young wife's breast. Caroline knew that if she'd been King Mark, she would have gulleted the betrayers with great pleasure. Ah, but myth was more gentle and more lasting because it skillfully interwove all the classic themes of tragic love, betrayal, just a hint of triumph, but finally death. This, then, was the portrait of all the Nightingale men since North's great-grandfather. How noble they must have believed themselves, and how utterly conceited, comparing themselves to the mythical King Mark of Cornwall, going so far to claim he'd held court here and not on the southern coast near Fowey, as legend had it. At least they hadn't touched King Arthur, leaving that richly magical king to live and die at Tintagel, a belief held fiercely by many Cornishmen. And, unlike King Arthur, whose legend lived on, few seemed to know or care about poor old King Mark and Randy Nephew. Caroline thought Arthur had been too strong a figure for the Nightingale men to take on, whereas the gracious King Mark, really a wilting ninny, was much easier prey, much more satisfying fodder for their fantasies. She rather wished the Nightingale men had picked King Arthur for their idol, for he'd endured, unlike the weakly sweet King Mark. After all, he too had been betrayed by his Queen Guinevere and his prize knight, Sir Lancelot. She shook her head. She realized they'd picked King Mark simply because he was the more forgettable. Thus, not many folk would care enough to bother disagreeing with them and their claims. Where people were impassioned about King Arthur, they were tepid at most when it came to poor old King Mark. Caroline settled into the story. It was very difficult to decipher in the medieval French, but she did make out that Tristan, once exiled with Isolde, or Iseult as the French wrote, swore to be with her one heart, one troth, one body, one life. But good old Tristan proceeded to meet another Iseult and fall in love with her. So much for men and their constancy, she thought. Caroline yawned and went to search again through the references to Tristan, reverently collected by all those Nightingale men who had nothing better to do since they were such idiots with their wives. Caroline read until the words blurred, her eyes felt gritty, and she yawned hugely. There was so much, and it was all, she was certain, from the colorful imagination of Gottfried, whose work, however, was taken quite seriously back in medieval times, silly as it seemed to Caroline now. The book fell from her hands onto her lap, then slipped to the carpet. She awoke to a scream that made her fall off the settee. 30. She was on her feet in an instant, her skirts yanked up to her knees, running into the entrance hall. She skittered to a stop and stared. Owen was straddling Bennett Penrose, his hands fisted in his shirt, shaking him hard, then pounding his head against the pale gold and white marble. Bennett was fighting him, but he wasn't having much success. He was yelling like a man who knew he was in dire straits. Caroline felt immense pride in Owen at that moment. Owen, goodness, I think you're splendid, but you must stop it. You'll kill him. He deserves it, the bloody bugger. And Owen smacked Bennett's height again to the marble. Well, he does, true enough, but I don't want you to hang for killing him. She lightly touched her hand to Owen's fist. She saw his rigidity, his utter fury, and realized she'd never seen him so out of control in all his life. I gather it was Bennett who screeched? Oh, yes, and that was even before I hit him the first time, bloody little weasel. Owen looked down at Bennett Penrose, whose nose was bleeding profusely and who looked dazed and very pale in the dim candlelight cast by the wall sconces. He didn't yell again. Caroline thought he realized it would cast him into a very poor light, to be yelling like a demented goat. Caroline ripped off a strip from her petticoat. Here, Bennett, wipe your nose. I don't want you bleeding on the beautiful marble. North wouldn't like it. Owen got off him and stared down at the very handsome young man who was now struggling to sit up, dabbing his bloody nose. There was a wealth of dislike, and, Caroline thought, of contempt in Owen's voice. Well, he had beaten Bennett very satisfactorily. Now, Penrose, you'll tell us why you were sneaking about.
Bennett continued to rub at his nose, without much success. "Oh, goodness, let's go to the kitchen and get some water," Caroline said, and led the way to the nether regions. Owen shoved Bennett into one of the chairs around the huge kitchen table, where, Caroline realized, the 3 male martinets ate their meals with the 3 females. She wished she could be present at one of those meals. They probably gave each other severe indigestion. She could just hear Chloe and Molly giggling at nothing in particular and see the pained look on Tregeagle's face. Caroline wet a cloth and handed it to Bennett. She wanted to smash it against his nose herself. "Keep cleaning yourself up and tell us what you were doing here." "Nothing. I wasn't doing anything," Bennett said finally. He sounded for the world like a sulky boy. "This stupid fool jumped me, caught me completely by surprise, and when I hit the floor, the blow stunned me so this fool could gain the advantage on me. Otherwise, it would have been he with the bloody nose and the cracked skull." Owen snorted and rubbed his bruised knuckles with satisfaction. "No, Owen, don't hit him again," Caroline said. "He will, you know, Bennett, and so will I if you don't tell us what you were doing here. You and I made a bargain. You got money, and I was free of you, forever, as were all my friends. Now here you are again, skulking around at Mount Hawk very late at night. I would say that you're extremely lucky that North isn't here. He would kill you." "I knew he wasn't here," Bennett said behind the cloth, now dotted liberally with his blood. "I'm not stupid." "Ah, so you thought that since it would just be Caroline, you damned bugger, you could do whatever you wanted." Caroline wondered at that moment what Owen was doing here. Well, at least his purpose wouldn't be of a nefarious sort. "Why, Bennett, you damned hound, you weren't coming after Alice again, were you?" It was close, but Caroline managed to hold Owen's hands down until he calmed sufficiently. "Good God, no," Bennett said. "Keep him away from me, Caroline, or I might be forced to hurt him. I wasn't after Alice. That little slut is probably so fat and ugly now I would puke to look at her. No, I lost the money. It wasn't my fault. This fellow cheated me out of it, the bastard." "You lost the money gambling?" Bennett nodded. "You came here to steal something?" "Well, not really. Perhaps something small and not cumbersome. Maybe Lord Chilton's strongbox from his estate room if I could have found it. But I didn't even find the estate room because this fool caught me by surprise." "I find that remarkably interesting." The 3 of them turned to see North standing in the kitchen door, leaning negligently against the doorframe, his arms crossed over his chest. "You are the most miserable worm I have ever known in my life," he continued to Bennett in an utterly dispassionate voice. "Caroline, my dear, I trust the worm hasn't overset your nerves."
Yes, he did, with his yelling. I fell off the settee in the library. You see, North, I'd fallen asleep waiting for you. I ran out like a demented dervish to see Owen sitting on Bennett's chest in the entrance hall. He was bashing his head quite nicely against the marble. I moved Bennett here when I realized his nose was bleeding. I didn't want him ruining that beautiful marble. Very thoughtful of you, North said, still not moving. He looked very dangerous in that moment, and Caroline shivered. It was his stillness that was so frightening, that outward calm that wouldn't give an enemy a clue that he was ready to kill. I shouldn't have stopped, Owen said, looking at North. He's always going to be a problem, North. At least my father has settled things. Yes, he did, didn't he? And we never expected him to do it. If your father told the truth in his letter, Caroline said, Mr. Fawkes is a cunning fellow. I'm sorry, Owen, but it's true. I know from painful experience, that's right, Owen said. But this time I believe him. He will marry Mrs. Tailstrop, but I do think he'll snag her pug Lucy and drop the animal in a ditch. He quite hates it, you know. I've written to Mrs. Tailstrop, North said. We'll see what she has to say. I didn't know you'd done that, Caroline said. That was very smart of you, North. Not that it surprises me. She sighed then, eyeing Bennett, who was suspiciously quiet, just dabbing his nose. What will we do with him? Let me beat him to a pulp, Owen said, and massaged his knuckles vigorously. We could hang him with the 3 male martinets, Caroline said hopefully. He could rot and fall to the ground with the rest of them in the apples we don't end up picking. North just shook his head at them. A nice thought, but not enough finesse, Caroline. It's such a pity we're certain he didn't kill your aunt or the other 2 women. That, I admit, does depress me. He paused a long moment, giving Bennett a very thorough look. Finally, he said, Why not send him to your father, Owen? Owen gave a bark of laughter, and Caroline grinned. Oh, goodness, he'd whip Bennett into shape, North. That, or he'd kill him. What do you think, Caroline? Bennett could work for your father, couldn't he, Owen? Either that or North could see that he was transported to the colonies. It's either going to Honeymead Manor or starving, North said. You don't have a sou, do you, Penrose? Bennett, still blotting at his nose, shook his head. Nor do you have my strong-box. Again, Bennett, shuddering only slightly, shook his head. I don't suppose you want to be transported. Bennett put his face in his hands. He was silent as the clock that had stood in the corner of the kitchen that had stopped running the moment it was brought into Mount Hawk some 75 years before. Well, Bennett moaned and said behind his handkerchief, I never heard of any heiresses in the colonies. I finally found our squirrely lad, North said to Caroline a week later when they sat across from each other at the breakfast table. It was quite early, and thus they were the only ones present. The one who couldn't put 2 words together without jumping out of his boots? That's the one. Flash tracked him down in Travella's. He's the son of a dairy farmer. He took Timmy the maid there before he took me, just to make sure he had the right lad. Poor Timmy the maid couldn't imagine how he didn't know him. It upset him terribly. All right, tell me, who gave him the letter? Coombe. She felt both relief and depression. Oh, she said. Well, at least we know. Would you like to be with me when I confront Coombe with this? Yes, I suppose it would be best. Oh dear, North, the 3 of them have been so quiet lately. I'd rather hoped they'd come to grips with things. Oh no, I never believed that for a moment, North said. He rose and tossed his napkin onto the white tablecloth. More's the pity. An hour later in the library, Coombe stood before his lordship, who was sitting behind the massive mahogany desk that dominated the entire corner. Coombe saw movement from the corner of his eye and felt a spasm of anger wash through him. It was that upstart girl who managed to snare his innocent noble lordship, the female person the master still doted on. What was going on? I met a young boy named Johnny Trilby, a lad who stutters and who does odd errands for people who pay him well because he's a cute little fellow, and they feel sorry for him. His father approves, you see, lets him out of his chores on the dairy farm because the people pay him well, and the father takes just about all of it. Coombe stood straighter, saying nothing, looking over North's left shoulder. Young Johnny told me you paid him to give me that letter. Odd, but I didn't recognize your handwriting, Coombe, but I haven't seen much of it, have I, since my return? And I was only 16 when I left Mount Hawk.
There is a mistake, my lord, Coombe said, his voice smooth as the bolt of crimson velvet that North had bought from a tinker near Oporto, Portugal, 2 years before and planned to give to Caroline at Christmas. He'd carried it around with him for so long it probably had moth-holes in it. Yes, Coombe said, it's a mistake, and not at all my fault. I venture to say it is all her fault, for everything has been topsy-turvy since she came here that first time, pretending she was in shock over her aunt's death. Caroline said, "Your timing was excellent, Coombe. That or your luck. You had to have Johnny Trilby deliver that letter to his lordship when you knew that Dr. Treath was off to see me." "No, Caroline," North said. "It wasn't difficult at all. I fancy if we question Dr. Treath, he too will have received a message purporting to be from you, Caroline, telling him you were concerned and wanted to see him. Doubtless you also wrote in your letter that you would be pleased if he wouldn't speak of it to anyone, including you. Am I right, Coombe?" Caroline said, after the silence stretched on without Coombe filling it, "I'm very curious about something, Coombe. Do you really believe that all the Nightingale wives betrayed their husbands?" "Dead sure," Coombe said, stiff as a nail, staring still over North's left shoulder. "Disloyal trollops, every one of them. Yet you lied to North, telling him that I was meeting my lover, when in truth it was all a fabrication. You will betray him. It's just a matter of time. I only wanted him to get rid of you now, before you really do cuckold him and make his life a misery. You want him rid of me, even before I present him with an heir? No, never. Oh, dear. It appears you didn't think things through clearly, Coombe," North said. "It appears your dislike of her ladyship, and all the changes she's brought to Mount Hawk, clouded your reasoning. You mucked it up, didn't you?" Coombe nodded now. "Yes, I suppose I didn't think things through, my lord. I wanted her gone from here so you could be happy again." North could only stare at Coombe in utter astonishment. Happy again? When the devil was I ever happy? Before I escaped my father and his utter lunacy? As happy as I was when my grandfather was still alive and ranting and screeching around here like a lunatic, not even allowing the vicar's wife to visit Mount Hawk, much less any person who happened to be female. As happy as I was in the army getting shot at in more battles than I care to remember. As happy as I was in my solitude, for a man alone I've been all my life, Coombe. Good God, man, I don't believe I've ever been quite so happy in my entire bloody life as I am now. With her. With my wife. Do you understand me, Coombe? She's my wife. No, no, yours is not the right kind of happy, my lord, and as a Nightingale man, you know it's only temporary. Also, we've all seen you laugh immoderately, exercise wit without sufficient restraint. You've even gone so far as to make people smile and laugh with your jests. It isn't proper for a Nightingale man to be so at ease with other people and with himself. A Nightingale man has more unplumbed depths, more richness of soul. A Nightingale man ponders profoundly the pitfalls of life and how best to avoid them. A Nightingale man lives more years than allotted to other less thoughtful, less discerning men. Well, at least some of them do. Caroline stared at him. North could but shake his head. He said now, "Coombe, I can no longer trust you. You have lied to me. You have betrayed me. You are retired from service to the Nightingales as of today. There will be a sizable pension, so that you may buy a cottage and remain in the area, or, if you wish, you can travel elsewhere. I suppose you provided sterling service to my father, and that this is what he would do. I'm sorry, Coombe, that it had to come to this. I truly am. I had hoped you would realize that your attitudes were not only outmoded, but just plain wrong. Your father wouldn't dream of doing this to me, your grandfather either. Both of them would have believed me, had I told them she would be the cause of your downfall. Neither of them would ever have trusted a female more than they trusted me or any other man in their service. Both your grandfather and your father were saints, pious, thoughtful men. They both were bloody, mean-spirited bastards, North said, and slammed his fist down on his desk. No, this is quite enough. I don't think I could tolerate you accusing me of making them spin in their graves. There's also your great-grandfather, doubtless a discerning, intelligent man, who North took a step toward him, so furious that Coombe finally realized he would soon be dead if he didn't shut his mouth. He managed to do just that, but he looked like he wanted to shout down the draperies. He looked pale and drawn, and Caroline felt a stab of pity for him, until he looked at her and she saw such fury writ on his face that she took a step back. North said, once Coombe had left the library, "Forgive me, Caroline. Had I simply acted immediately when he lowered the monster's head to scare you out of your wits on our wedding night, then this wouldn't have happened. I didn't know it was him, but I had a 1 in 3 chance of getting it right. Yes, I should have guessed, because he's the youngest of the 3, and thus the most agile. That roof is steep over your chamber. Too bad he didn't fall and bash in his damned head. I'm sorry too, North. I do wish it hadn't ended like this. I didn't want discord. I'd truly hoped they'd come to grips with things." "I too," he said. She walked to him, clasped her arms around his back, and kissed his chin. "I'm sorry about Coombe, but I'm frankly relieved that he won't be here to cause more mischief. You are an amazing man, North. You're compassionate, kind, funny, and the best lover in the whole of Britain. I must brood sometime, Caroline. Surely it's in my black blood, else I might go mad and not ever slaver all over you again. Can I brood with you?" Her hand stroked down his chest to his belly. She felt him tremble and kissed his mouth. He lurched, pulling her hard against him. "The damned door," he said against her mouth. In a moment he'd locked the door, then turned to look at her. "I want your legs around my waist, Caroline. I was thinking of that, picturing you with your back arched against my hands, your hair free and loose down your back. Yes, it's what I want." She gave him the most radiant smile a man could dream about, and said, "All right, but I'm not quite certain how this will work. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. You usually do unless you let me tie your wrists to the headboard, and I got to do that." His breathing hitched. "Now, Caroline." He lifted her onto the desk, and his hands were beneath her skirt, going upward to the top of her stockings to stroke the skin of her inner thighs. "Oh, goodness, that's quite nice," she said, then nipped his earlobe. When his fingers touched her, she nearly fell off the desk. "Easy," he said, freed himself, and lifted her onto him. He slid upward into her, felt her tight around him, felt her muscles clenching, and it was the finest feeling he could remember having in his life. He lifted her, and she laughed, startled and excited, as he raised her legs to close around his waist. "This is what I was thinking about," he said against her throat, as he whirled her around, going even deeper inside her. "This is exactly what I wanted." She arched her back, pressing closer, and North thought he would go over the edge. "Hold still, and that's an order." She held perfectly still. "Is this all right, North?" "No, but it will have to suffice." "Jesus, Caroline, I couldn't have imagined anything like this, and I did try to." "This is very strange, North. You're walking around with me, and you're inside me, and it's very nice. And, Caroline, please keep still at least about what we're doing. It drives me just as wild as you moving about." "Then what can I do?" He closed his eyes as he slowly withdrew, then pushed back into her, deep, very deep, and she moaned, her back arching again. "Just be you, and it's too much," he said, and began to kiss her wildly. He laid her back on top of his desk, her legs dangling over. "No, this isn't the way I want it to be," he said, then shoved her legs up, bending her knees. "Yes, that's it." Then he very slowly withdrew from her, lifted his hands beneath her hips, and brought her to his mouth. There was a knock on the door. "Is anything wrong, my lady?" It was Mrs. Mayhew, and she didn't sound at all concerned. Caroline's eyes were nearly crossed. She could scarcely draw a breath. She stared up at her husband, smiled at him, and said,
I am ready to expire now, North, quite ready. Oh, no. He kissed the tip of her nose, rested his palm on her belly, and called out, "Mrs. Mayhew, everything is all right. Her ladyship merely slipped on the carpet. I'm seeing to her. Go away." There was a long pause, then, if North wasn't mistaken, a very discreet giggle. Miss Mary Patricia? Oh, no, surely not Miss Mary Patricia, not their resident pregnant governess. He turned back to look down at his wife. Her eyes were closed, her lips roughened by his mouth, and parted. He saw the tip of her tongue. She looked utterly abandoned, her skirts tossed up about her waist, her legs bent, her hair free of its pins and tangled about her head. He said nothing, merely touched a finger to her soft flesh. She quivered. "Shall we finish, Caroline?" She opened her eyes, and there it was again, that adoring look that made him feel like a king, a look so soft and warm it made him hard as a stone, a look that made him know there was something beyond what he knew was in this world, and perhaps that something could be his. He came into her, and she gasped with the pleasure of it. A long time later, when Caroline sat in his lap on a huge wing chair in front of a fireplace that wasn't lit, when they were so sated with pleasure that they should have been quite content to just sit there and think about nothing at all, Caroline said, "There seem to be an awful lot of bad people around us, North. Understand, I haven't seen all that much of the world, or known many people, but most of the few I have met haven't been very nice." "I know," he said. He raised her hair off her neck and kissed her. She tasted like salt and woman and Caroline. "I know, and I'm sorry for it. At least you found me, and I'm a nice person." He seemed surprised that he'd said that, but perhaps not as surprised as he would have been even 2 weeks ago. "You're more than nice. You're the very best. You make up for all the others." He hugged her, felt her breasts against his chest, felt the precious surge of lust wash through him, and wondered vaguely how he could possibly want her again so very soon after nearly killing himself 2 times before, in far too short a time. He raised his hand and began to caress her breast. She pushed forward, filling his hand, smiling at him, looking absolutely delighted. He made love to her yet again with her facing him in the chair, and it was surely the finest moments he'd ever experienced in his life, if he didn't count the other finest moments he'd been with her, loved her, and caressed her. Caroline's face was against his throat. She was panting, utterly limp. He very much liked her this way, and knowing that he'd pleasured her so much, she was ready to fall into a collapse. "I don't think I'm going to make it this time, North. It was too much." "Yes, and I'll do it to you again just as soon as I've regained a modicum of vigor." She giggled against his throat and bit his chin. "I love you, but I do need some reassurance. What do you think Polgrain and Tregeagle will do?" He stilled, his hands now loose on her hips. Her gown was a mess. One of her stockings was hanging off the edge of the desk, the other lying like a white snake curled around the hearth sweep. Her slippers were at drunken angles by the chair. She looked well loved, and it pleased him inordinately. "I don't want to think about them right now, but I know I must. I'll speak to them in a little while. This time, I will be alone." She was a coward, she realized, because she agreed with his plan immediately. "Not yet," she said, as she leaned down and kissed him. "Not just yet." That night, Caroline dreamed of Timmy the maid. He was pointing his pistol at North, and she was shrieking at him not to shoot, that North wasn't his father, that Timmy was confused. There was a loud report. Caroline jerked awake at the touch of a hand on her shoulder. She looked up to see Miss Mary Patricia's pale face in the dim early morning light. "It's time, Miss Caroline. Oh, God, it's time." 31. Dr. Treath and Bess Treath arrived at Mount Hawk within the hour. Miss Mary Patricia, efficient and stoic in giving birth as she was in conducting her everyday business, didn't lower herself to yelling or crying, and presented a squalling, black-haired little girl at nearly noon the following day. The very picture of the master of the house who had raped her, she told Bess Treath, then hugged the tiny child to her breast. Caroline hadn't been allowed in the room, Dr. Treath having said firmly, You don't know about any of this, Caroline. You will learn all about it when you have your first child, and not before." It seemed strange to Caroline, but Bestreath just laughed, saying, "My brother believes that if a girl saw another giving birth, she would never allow a man to touch her." She paused a moment, then added thoughtfully, "Perhaps he has a point. Giving birth isn't pleasant. I think it would have to be a very special man before I'd agree to it." Caroline wanted to ask her why. Then she was allowed to witness the dreadful ordeal when she herself wasn't married, and never had been. But she didn't. She supposed that Bestreath's age, which was at least 30, gave her more resistance for such unpleasantness. That, and her experience assisting her brother for so many years. But what Bestreath had said, it did sound frightening as the devil, and Caroline said as much to North as they waited downstairs for Miss Mary Patricia to get on with it. "Is it so very dreadful then?" she asked. She kept her voice low. The last thing she wanted was for Alice or Evelyn to hear her. They were, at present, being distracted by Owen, who even managed to make Alice laugh once. "Yes," he said, "nothing more." That diverted her instantly. She grabbed her arm and shook it. "Come on, North, how do you know about birthing babies?" "I helped a woman deliver a babe in the hills of Portugal. Her husband had just been killed, and it brought on her labor. My men set up a tent, and I tried to help her." "What happened?" "The baby boy was dead. She died just moments later." "Why did she die?" "She was trying to birth the babe for nearly 2 days. She was exhausted, her husband was dead, the baby was dead, she had no will to live." North realized then what he'd said, for Caroline's face was perfectly white. He kissed her, hugged her. "Caroline, I was a fool to tell you about that. You are nothing like that poor woman. When you become pregnant, I'll be here to watch over you, to take care of you, and Dr. Treath will attend you. There can be tragedy in bringing life into the world, but not with you, Caroline. I won't allow it. I've felt your belly, you know, and even managed once or twice to look at you without undue lust. You've wide hips, surely wide enough to bear as many babes as you want to." When Bestreath came into the salon at nearly noon, holding the small babe in her arms, she smiled and announced, "She's a healthy little angel. Miss Mary Patricia wants to name her Eleanor, after your aunt, Caroline." "Oh," Caroline said. To North's astonishment, she burst into tears. Little Eleanor was sleeping soundly in her cradle next to Miss Mary Patricia's bed. Owen had returned to Scrilledy Hall after assuring himself that Alice had drunk a warm glass of milk prepared for her by Mrs. Mayhew. Bennet Penrose, in the company of Flash Savory, was now journeying to Honeymead Manor to Mr. Falk's, carrying with him a letter from North that requested he take Bennet in hand and make him into a man, a task North wasn't certain anyone could accomplish. He grinned then and told Caroline he believed, after his own dealings with Falks, that the man considered himself above every other mortal in the land. It was a challenge he trusted Mr. Falks wouldn't be able to refuse. Also, what more could Falks want than a chance to pound another man into the ground after he himself had been so thoroughly pounded? North was now standing against the mantel, his arms crossed over his chest. He said to Caroline, "I didn't have a chance to tell you all of it. Do you think Bennet will stay at Honeymead Manor with Mr. Falks? He doesn't have anywhere else to go. I asked Falks to pay him for his labor. I also asked him to teach the fool how to gamble so he wouldn't lose all his wages. I also mentioned that Bennet's whining was rather annoying, and he might also consider encouraging Bennet to stop it." She laughed. "That's just perfect, North. You thought of everything." Again, he felt as if something deep inside himself was unfurling, growing full and heady. Her words and that lovely smile of hers making that something expand deeper and deeper still, and making him want to smile and laugh and kiss her until his mouth was numb. "Well, see," he said, trying to sound not at all touched, and probably failing. "Now let me tell you about Polgrain and Tregeagle. They were at first very stiff in the collar, wouldn't meet my eyes, treated me like the hangman. I asked them if they wished to remain. Tregeagle said he hadn't realized what Coombe had done. He said the letter to me was beyond the line. However, he thought the monster's face on your wedding night hadn't been a bad idea, only he would have known it wouldn't work with you, for you're too bloody stubborn, too strong-willed. He said that argument and logic were the only weapons appropriate to men of goodwill. Palgrain then said he feared that Mr. Coombe had put something in the oxtail soup. I then asked them if Coombe had felt so strongly when my father first married my mother. They looked at each other, but refused to say it wasn't so, which leads me to wonder if perhaps Coombe, even as a very young man, took a hand in continuing with the Nightingale legacy of betrayal. I don't know, and I believe neither Palgrain nor Tregeagle knows either. So I put it to them. They are to tell me tomorrow what they wish to do, either stay here and treat you as you should be treated, or retire to a quaint cottage down by Land's End and learn how to fish. He paused, expecting Caroline to say something. Indeed, he'd expected her to say something long before this, but she was utterly silent, just sitting there in the chair, very still, which was quite unlike her, not even moving her hands, which were always doing things, and when they were doing things to him, it invigorated him to his very toes. "My God," he said at last, staring at her, "I do believe you're brooding. My Caroline is actually brooding. I must call the hounds and insist that you walk with them on the moor. I must fetch you a volume of poems from the library written to depress the spirit, to darken the soul, to question man's very existence on this pitiful earth. I must buy you a black, billowing cloak and have you sit on those ancient pitted rocks by the sea and stare into infinity as a strong wind gusts around you." She finally looked up at him and gave him a crooked grin. "I've never brooded before. Leave me alone, Morth. It's an experiment. I'm not certain I like it, but I'm willing to give it a chance. A black cloak, did you say? Billowing in a nice high wind. I quite approve the Gothic touch." He laughed deeply, paused a moment, surprised that he'd laughed, then swooped down on her, hauled her up in his arms, and hugged her tightly against him. "Your laugh is wonderful, North," she said against his throat. "Just wonderful. I think I'd rather listen to you laugh than brood, all right? All right. Don't worry about all the unpleasant folk. I have the feeling that Tregeagle and Palgrain just might surprise us. I shan't lay a wager on it, North." Tregeagle and Palgrain decided to stay. They appeared chastened. They appeared resigned to all the changes at Mount Hawk. Palgrain even showed a modicum of politeness to Mrs. Mayhew, asking her opinion on an apricot sauce he was preparing for an evening's meal. Tregeagle even told Molly that she'd done a nice job polishing the silver. Both of them, when it was necessary, called Caroline "my lady." Caroline didn't trust either of them. It was becoming colder now that it was full into November. Not a bone-aching cold, but chilly enough to warrant fires in all the rooms. Evelyn went into labor at noon on the 12th of November and very quickly produced a little boy by dinner time. She named him Frederick North. Eleanor squalled when she was introduced to the baby, which brought a smile even to Tregeagle's stiff face. Or perhaps it was a grimace masquerading as a smile. Who ever knew with them? Caroline said, "I suppose I should call you Big North, as opposed to Little North. I do like the sound of Big North. Makes me sound very important." She laughed, punched his arm, then rubbed it, soon caressing not only his arm, but his shoulder, his chest. "Caroline, I just got a letter from Marcus Wyndham, the Earl of Chase. You remember, I told you about him. Well, he and the Duchess will be visiting us in a week. You will like them. Ah, good. I'll see that everything is in readiness for them. Oh, there's something else, North. I was thinking that Miss Mary Patricia is quite recovered now, and seems a bit on the distracted side. What do you mean? She's bored. She needs to be doing something. What do you think if we sent her to Skrillity Hall to be the female manager, so to speak, Evelyn with her, and they both could run the hall for the purpose Aunt Eleanor originally intended, namely, a refuge for girls who are pregnant and have no choices at all? Exactly. What do you think? You're picturing Miss Mary Patricia as being teacher to the children there? Perhaps Evelyn, ensuring that everything the girls needed was provided, perhaps helping them find positions after their children are born. Yes, I spoke to Mrs. Trabeau about it just the other day, and she was, so you've already seen to things, and here I thought you truly needed my superior advice. Sort of, but your opinion does mean a great deal to me, North. Now, stop jesting. This is important. What did Mrs. Trabeau say? She was quite pleased. She said that Miss Eleanor had been a fine lady, if a bit eccentric, and she missed having laughter and fun in the house. She said little children added more warmth than a dozen fireplaces. She said Mr. Owen was a nice boy, but he was still just a boy, rather almost a man, and that was very different, as in, I suppose, not enough jollity for her. No, probably not. Probably not enough appreciation expressed for her fine housekeeping. How neat and clean she keeps everything. How nicely the plates sparkle on the dinner table. Speaking as a man, Caroline, we don't tend to notice the nicer things done for us. We're just oblivious, I guess. You mean when I wear a gown that is particularly fetching, you don't notice because of this obliviousness of yours? No, a man is never oblivious of a woman's efforts to please him. Trust me. If you were to pull that gown of yours down just an inch, I would immediately go on point like the best of my hounds. She laughed, hugged him tightly. He kissed her throat and said, "What about Alice?" Caroline was silent for a moment. She wasn't feeling all that well, and hadn't been for over a week now. When she'd first felt upset to her stomach, she'd thought of the oxtail soup and paled, but the ill feeling had gone away. Now a wave of nausea swept through her, and she closed her eyes. Caroline? Oh, Alice.
I don't know, North. I'm a bit worried about her, and I know Dr. Treath is as well. She's so very thin and small. I would just as soon keep her here until after her babe is born. I don't want to take any chances. Then I think Miss Mary Patricia and Evelyn should remain as well. We don't want Alice to be lonely. Why don't you speak to Evelyn and Miss Mary Patricia and see what they think of your idea? Isn't Alice's babe due to arrive in a month or so? I think so. That's a good idea, North. Don't forget Owen. He's here more often than he's at Skrelady Hall. You don't think it's simply because of Polgrain's fine cooking? She smiled up at him. No, I think he's smitten with Alice. I think Owen is growing up, and I also think he's growing up very well. North pulled her against him, stroking his big hands up and down her back. He kissed her throat, lifted her heavy hair, and massaged her neck and shoulders. He said, his breath warm and soft against her ear, "When were you going to tell me about the baby, Caroline?" She became utterly still beneath his hands. Whose baby? My baby. Our baby. Oh dear. It's the likely result of the activity you and I both enjoy to a rather immoderate extent. Oh dear, are you certain? He laughed. No, I'm not absolutely certain, but you haven't felt well. Indeed, yesterday at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, your face turned quite green. When was your last monthly flow? She ducked her face into his shoulder. A long time ago. Can you be a bit more precise? She shook her head. So much has happened that I really didn't pay all that close attention. Well, perhaps it was about a month and a half ago. Yes, that's about right. Well, there it is then. I'm going to have a baby, truly? Truly, I think. Are you pleased, North? How is your belly feeling right now? Fine. He picked her up in his arms and swung her about, dancing the infamous waltz around the bedchamber. Tregeagle heard their laughter from the corridor down in the west wing of Mount Hawk. He frowned, even as he knocked on the master's bedchamber door to tell them that Flash Savory was here to see his lordship. Caroline, North said, do you hear me? Now, why didn't you ask to speak to Dr. Treath when he was here? She shrugged, but didn't meet his eyes. He stared down at her, then suddenly hooted with laughter. My God, you're embarrassed. My Caroline is embarrassed of a doctor. She gave him one of her brilliant smiles. That's the second time you've called me your Caroline. No, my Caroline. Now, why don't I ask Dr. Treath to come back and see you? Not yet, North, please. I'm just not ready. You're the only man who's ever, well, you know very well what I mean. He's a doctor, Caroline. He helped both Miss Mary Patricia and Evelyn.
Do you think he cared that they were both lovely young women? No, probably not. But it doesn't matter. Give me a bit longer, North. Good grief, Caroline. He's nearly old enough to be your father. Surely you wouldn't mind him examining you if Bess Treath were with you. Just give me a bit longer to adjust myself to all this. It's very strange, North. She hugged her arms around herself, thinking that he'd called her his Caroline. No, she thought, grinning, my Caroline. She didn't think she'd ever been happier in her life. She felt that way until the following afternoon. Coombe had disappeared. He'd left Mount Hawk the day North had dismissed him. He accepted the sizable pension paid to him by Mr. Brogan, moved to Goonbell into Mrs. Freely's inn there, and brooded about, always silent, never speaking to anyone, North was told, never telling why he'd left Mount Hawk after more years than most of the locals could even remember. Then he'd simply disappeared. Mrs. Freely came to Mount Hawk to speak to North privately. North simply told Caroline that Mrs. Freely hadn't seen Coombe for 2 days. She'd gone to his room and found he'd left. No, he hadn't owed her any money. Indeed, he'd paid her enough to hold the room for him for another month. North went back to Goonbell with Mrs. Freely. When he finally returned to Mount Hawk, there was quite an audience awaiting him. All the female staff, Tregeagle, Polgrain, and of course Timmy the maid, and all the ladies, pregnant and otherwise, looking at him, waiting for the worst. Only he knew they couldn't begin to imagine the worst that he had to tell them. He stared at all of them, then said simply, "It's difficult, believe me, but it seems that Coombe might have been the man who murdered all the women." "I'm sorry, Caroline." "No," Mrs. Mayhew said, her voice surprisingly strident. "Mr. Coombe was in many ways a very strange man, sometimes downright nasty. But I can't believe he would have killed the women. I even liked him sometimes. Not often, mind you, but 2 times I can remember." "How many women were there?" "3 women in as many years," said Polgrain. "All of them stabbed, as you know." "My lord, she's right. Mr. Coombe wasn't a violent man." Then he shut his mouth, realizing what he'd said, for he too had wondered about the oxtail soup. North shook his head and said, "It appears that he simply left, but he didn't take everything with him. There were papers, some odd clothes, a pair of slippers." He drew a deep breath. "Amongst the papers, we found a letter from Elizabeth Godolphin to Coombe. One supposes it was to Coombe. She was the woman who was killed some 3 years ago. It was of an amorous nature. Also, there was a knife wrapped in a shirt stuffed in the back of the armoire. There was dried blood on it. All 3 women were stabbed." Caroline heard the words dinning in her mind, and for the first time in her entire life, she fainted. She heard North calling her name before the blackness closed over her. 32. Marcus Wyndham, the Earl of Chase, said to North, "I can't believe I let you come back to Cornwall and the first thing you do is get married and start laughing and jesting about like a man born to it. Why, you've given up your gloomy brooding entirely. It shocks the senses, North." North grinned, an engaging grin that held no melancholy, no Gothic overtones at all. "What can I tell you, Marcus? I met Caroline, and it seems that the damnable black cloud that always floated over my head wafted away, leaving only the sun. She smiles at me, and I'm warm to my toes." "Odd," the Earl said, gazing over at his wife. "I've known the Duchess since we were children, and I've never changed a bit. She's done nothing to improve my spirit or my character. Perhaps both were perfect to begin with, whereas you were too dour a fellow, North." The Countess said to Caroline, a slight smile playing around her mouth, "My lord counts himself a philosopher wit. It occasionally leads to quite unpleasant physical discomfort for him." Caroline laughed. "Could you please be more specific?" "No, not as yet," the Duchess said, but gave Caroline a small salute with her teacup. The Earl looked as if he would demand to know the bit of specificity, but the Duchess continued quickly. "Ah, but you're having problems here, aren't you?" She set down her teacup, a particularly graceful gesture that made Caroline feel intense envy for a moment. The Duchess was, she thought, the most beautiful creature she'd ever seen.
As for the Earl, he and North looked like they'd been friends for years, at ease with each other, mocking each other with that familiar, insulting humor that gentlemen seem to enjoy so very much. They were both large men, athletic, confident, and to Caroline's fond eye, North was by far the more magnificent specimen. As for the Earl, the Duchess did seem to find him satisfactory. Yes, North said, Caroline fainted 4 days ago and scared all the sin out of me. I told her if she ever did it again, I would strangle her. I agreed with him, Caroline said. It was humiliating to be such a weak ninny. Why did you faint? The Duchess asked. Ah, well, you may ask, North said. He paused, as if uncertain, then said slowly, We are having our share of problems, but there's something more important.
Caroline is going to have a baby. Goodness, the Duchess said. That's wonderful. You're entitled to faint at least once when you're pregnant, Caroline. Congratulations to both of you. Marcus is ever endeavoring to bring me up to the mark again, so to speak. And no, North, don't feel guilty about speaking of the child in front of me. She continued to Caroline. I had a miscarriage a while ago, but I'm fine now. As I said, Marcus is a man of determination. I try my damnedest, Marcus said, interrupting his wife, rubbing his hand distractedly through his hair. An act, Caroline thought, an excellent act. Yes, I try daily to impregnate her, except when we're traveling, of course. The Duchess adores the huge carriage. It makes her positively lecherous with the way it sways and jostles about, and she won't leave me alone. After our first day of travel, I am forced to ride outside the carriage to regain my strength and my balance. It's odd, though. I find that I scarce even think about a babe when I'm loving her. That's quite enough, Marcus, the Duchess said, all smooth and serene and composed as a matron of 6 decades. You're embarrassing me. I know you enjoy doing it, and you do it very well, as I've told you many times. But you will hold back your wit, or it will go badly for you later when I have you alone. Caroline giggled. She couldn't help it, for the huge, dark man who was the Earl of Chase was grinning at his wife, like a gambler with a marked card and a winning hand. He was even rubbing those hands of his vigorously together. He said to Caroline, I know you can't imagine her doing anything except sitting there with a delicate teacup in her dainty white hands. Yes, you look at her and see this calm creature who scarce ever hoists her voice above her hemline, who raises an eyebrow just the veriest bit, and has all the servants scurrying about madly to make her happy. And yet she screamed at me, threw a Spanish saddle at me, knocked me unconscious with a bridle, beat me with her riding boot, and Marcus, the Duchess said, not so quietly this time, not so calmly or serenely, you will hold your tongue, at least until I get to know Caroline better. You are certainly giving her a very strange opinion of me. North shook his head and set down his brandy snifter. Caroline, my dear, you will become used to Marcus soon enough. As for the Duchess, I have found her as good a friend as Marcus, though not as outrageous, which naturally is proper, since she is a lady and not a half-wit randy goat. Must I accept all 3? Marcus said, and punched North's shoulder. All right, if it pleases you, just leave the randy. What do you think, Duchess? The Earl said to his wife. Goat isn't quite the animal I would have selected, but it isn't bad. It tells me that North knows you quite well. Caroline said, Well, I think North is a god. Since Marcus is his best friend, then we must elevate him above a goat. How about to a panther? Rather, he's the devil, the Earl said, and I'd have to become his familiar, according to your logic, Caroline. A man who's devilish sounds rather romantic, the Duchess said. What is this, Caroline? No devil here. You believe North is a god? Caroline smiled up at her husband, every shred of feeling she had for him clear in her eyes. He is the very best of men, and I am the luckiest woman alive to have found him in that out-of-the-way inn in Dorchester. That is properly nauseating, the Earl said. I would rather hear more about the trouble you two are having than be an unwilling witness to this romantic drivel." "He's right," North said. "Now, Caroline, I have told Marcus just a bit of our problems." "You told him about my aunt and Coombe?" North nodded. "I owe him my life, Caroline. Thus I can trust him. Also, he has a fine mind, as devious as the devil's, or the devil's familiars, and perhaps he can see something we haven't. As for the Duchess, her mind is as sharp as a razor's edge." Caroline nodded slowly. North saw the haunted look in her eyes and pulled her against him. He kissed her hair. "We will get through this," he said. "We will." Caroline had a cold, and she felt miserable. Her throat hurt, she was sweating like a stoat one minute and shivering the next, and every bone in her body pulled and ached. North poured one of Polgrain's remedies down her throat and then ordered her to rest. The Duchess was allowed to visit her as long as she kept her distance. "I'm sorry you're ill, Caroline. I suppose it's the violent shift of weather. At least, that's what Marcus told me. He said if I got ill, he would beat me. I told him I would beat him as well if he came down with even one sneeze, and he just grinned at me in that wonderfully obnoxious way of his, and told me he was never ill. He was too superior, you see. He's a sweetheart, my husband." Caroline, less groggy now and feeling a bit more human since choking down Polgrain's vile-tasting potion, said, "I like your husband. He could be superior, Duchess. It's possible, since he's North's best friend. But North is perfect, and that's the truth of it." The Duchess smiled, her fingers gently pleating and unpleating the folds in her soft burgundy wool gown. "I heard North mention something to Marcus about his male ancestors believing that King Mark was buried here, and naturally, with untold riches. And what of Tristan and Isolde, the lovers who betrayed him? Is it true you have a journal of sorts?" And so Caroline told her of the Nightingale men and their 2 legacies, one that cursed the heir with a faithless wife, and the other a tale of King Mark's treasure, buried with him in the 6th century, and mistakenly believed to be far from here, on the south coast of Cornwall. But that wasn't true, for he was buried here, on Nightingale land, probably in one of those hillocks or barrows, and there were so many of them. Who could ever find the right one? It was then that the Duchess told her about the Wyndham treasure. "King Henry VIII," Caroline said. "That's amazing. More amazing, I think, than finding proof that poor old King Mark is here." "I don't know about that," the Duchess said. "Henry VIII is only 300 years old, whereas King Mark is more than 1,000 years old. That's impressive, Caroline, very impressive. I personally think it's all fancy woven from the tortured minds of North's male ancestors, misogynists, all of them, beginning with his great-grandfather." "Tell me more," the Duchess said, and Caroline did. The Duchess said, after an hour of talk and questions. "Let's put our heads together, Caroline. 2 ladies, I believe, have a much better chance of figuring things out than 2 passionate gentlemen who would rather bust heads together than just think." "That," the Earl said, from the doorway, "sounds very much like an insult to me." "I agree," North said, coming into the bedchamber. "At least my wife still looks bright enough to give me a smile. That miserable potion is still working." Caroline was getting muzzy in her thinking, but North looked so very splendid, all wind-blown and tousled from riding in the chilly afternoon, as vibrant and as alive as a man could get, that she felt a leap of energy and smiled at him. She couldn't help it. "I feel wonderful. That look on your wife's face is all female besottedness, North. If you believe it, then you're more conceited than I had imagined." The Duchess said, "We've been discussing King Mark and his treasure being here on Nightingale land. What do you think, North?" "Oh, I'm sorry, Duchess. What did you say?" Marcus poked him in the belly with his fist. "He's thinking about announcing to the world that he is a god above men. Just ask his wife. So he pleases you, does he?" "Yes," she said simply, still smiling at her husband. The Duchess rose and shook out her wool skirts. "I think it's time that Caroline had a nap. She looks like she's on the verge of a minor wilt. "Marcus, I would like to speak to you now, alone." "Ah," the Earl said, giving his wife his arm.
"I fear she will order up our carriage and force me to." She punched him in the belly. "I have found," Caroline said, "that North's cravats are very useful in gaining control. At least, they were that one time he let me use them." "How?" the Duchess said, an elegant black eyebrow arched upward. Caroline turned crimson, her eyes nearly crossing with what had come unexpectedly out of her mouth. North laughed and said, "You see, there's no such thing as a private jest, sweetheart. Won't you tell the Duchess what you did with those cravats?" "Yes, I will, when we're alone," Caroline said, then sneezed, a fake sneeze, North saw, but he let it alone. Her color was high. Damn and blast the miserable cold. It was the Duchess who said to everyone the next afternoon at luncheon, "I read the entire journal last night." She told me to be quiet and repose myself, the Earl said, and forked down a bit of Polgrain's delicious roasted wild duck garnished with watercress and small oranges. What truly surprised me, the Duchess said, was that he did. He slept like a glutton who'd just eaten Christmas dinner. In any case, the journal was illuminating Caroline. Caroline, who was feeling much more the thing than the day before, said, "What did you find? I've skipped about in the journal and haven't read it all the way through. Have you, North?" He shook his head. "What do you think, Duchess? I think we should go to that spot where your great-grandfather said one of his men found that armlet. So strange that it just disappeared. Too, I'm afraid his directions aren't too specific." "No, they're not," Caroline said. "I've been so frustrated trying to find something." The Earl looked at his wife with mild disbelief. "Surely you don't believe that pap? I'll wager my best Hessians that there never was an armlet save in your great-grandfather's head, North." "I agree, unfortunately," North said. "I think he was already well over the edge when he began the journal." "You read, certainly, Duchess, all the rantings and ravings of his about his miserable harlot of a wife. I think the selection of King Mark as his hero of choice is because King Mark was also betrayed by his wife, Isolde, with Tristan. I believe it pleased my great-grandfather to compare himself to the poor, tortured king and transplant his remains and the boundless treasure closer, namely here on Nightingale Land, thus aggrandizing himself in the process." "I went there, Duchess," Caroline said. "There's a thick copse of oak trees, a long stone fence, and so many of those rolling hillocks. I looked and looked, but alas, I didn't find a thing, even a scrap of a pottery piece, nothing at all. I went there 3 or 4 times. The Earl said, "I tend to think there never was a golden armlet, else where is it? If it was stolen, then why didn't your grandfather or even your father write about it?" There was no answer to that. North said, "Even the 3 male martinets don't know a thing." "No matter," the Duchess said. "I want to go there." She said to her husband, "This reminds me of my searches at the Abbey, Marcus. Remember, we neither of us believed in the Wyndham legacy, and we were wrong. Just perhaps I'll find something. Actually, I want to find something very badly. Treasure hunting is now in her blood," the Earl said. "You should see her wearing that rope of pearls we found, and nothing else. Just the pearls." His wife's very white hand slammed over his mouth. 33. The Duchess had left Mount Hawk early to treasure hunt. The gentleman had ridden off to the tin mines, and thus Caroline rode into Goonbell. She wanted to see the chamber Coombe had stayed in before he disappeared. Mrs. Freely was talking before she'd even taken Caroline's cloak and gloves. She learned all about how Jeb Peckley, that miserable sodden drunk, had become nearly a decent husband, drinking very little now, and she hadn't heard a thing about his beating his wife and daughters. Caroline smiled hugely at that. Mrs. Freely asked her questions about the Earl and Countess of Chase as she took her into her huge, warm kitchen and gave her a mug of mulled wine, to ward off the pisky chill, she said.
then patted Caroline's hair and said, "Lovely hair you have, my lady. Rich-looking, not just a boring single color, but a multitude of interesting shades, just like the trees that surround the inn. I've always been fond of those elms and oaks and maples. Yes, I have. At least until they lose all their leaves, which I hope you won't, in a manner of speaking." Eventually, Mrs. Freely led her upstairs, wishing aloud that she could meet the Earl and Countess of Chase. Caroline thought about the Duchess dealing with the gossiping Mrs. Freely and thought it couldn't fail to be fascinating. She invited her to dinner. "Now, my lady, no man has ever tried to tell me what to do," she said as they neared Coombe's chamber door. "Huh?" Caroline said, at sea. "No man who's around to tell about it, in any case," Mrs. Freely added, nodding to herself. "There was one man who dared call me Meg and pat my bottom whenever I walked past him. I clouted him but good. Ah, here we are, poor Mr. Coombe's room." She opened the door. "I assure you there's nothing more to find. His lordship searched most thoroughly. Everyone hereabouts believes Coombe was a madman, and they're both relieved he's gone and worried that they don't know where he is. No one speaks of anything else, as you can expect." "Yes, one would expect that," Caroline said. It was actually a very nice room on the east side of the inn, on the second floor. There were 4 windows, all wide, all covered with lovely white lace curtains. The furnishings were plain, but not at all unpleasant. Caroline stood in the middle of the room, just looking around her. Mrs. Freely was quiet for the first time since Caroline had met her. Then she just nodded, turned, and said over her shoulder, "That one man, the one who called me Meg, he was a lovely lad, he was." She nodded again and left Caroline alone. "Did you kill my aunt, Coombe?" Caroline asked the still room. "Everyone is saying that you hate women, that the Nightingale legacy poisoned you. Everyone believes you killed the women because they rejected you or betrayed you. No one really knows. North doesn't know what to believe, truth be told, nor do I. He's wondered and wondered about that letter from Elizabeth Godolphin. He says he didn't know you had a nickname, and neither did Tregeagle or Polgrain, and such an odd nickname. Did she really call you her King of Diamonds? Did she never use your real name? Did other women call you that as well? Why was there only one letter, and only from her? North is very disturbed, Coombe. He says you aren't stupid. He just doesn't understand why you would leave this bloody knife here in your room if you were guilty. I wish I knew what happened." The chamber was utterly silent, not that she expected anything else. Caroline sighed, then turned to the armoire. "Where did you go? If you escaped, why then would you leave all this evidence behind to be found?" Again there was no answer, no sound at all. She opened the armoire. It was empty now. North had taken everything. There were drawers below that smelled of cedar. They were also empty. She rose and closed the armoire doors. There was a small desk with a quill and ink on top, nothing else, and 3 narrow drawers. She opened each of them. They were empty. North had found the letter in one of the drawers, certainly had searched all of them carefully. She straightened from the desk and looked around the chamber. It was chilly, for there was no fire in the small fireplace. Mrs. Freely had no one staying in this room at the moment. In fact, Mrs. Freely had told her that no one had stayed in this room since Mr. Coombe had disappeared. Too many flapping jaws, she'd said to Caroline. Everyone telling strangers about the bloody knife, and how the room was now haunted. Your ladyship knows how we Cornish love our ghosts.
If there isn't a ghost for every cottage, for every inn, for every twisted tree, then you simply aren't in Cornwall. Aye, you're in Devon or Dorset. No imagination in any of those folk. They sit around and boast about their silly Devon cream, which doesn't hold a candle to Cornish cream, let me tell you. Still, I do hate to lose money with this room empty. Caroline felt no strange lurking feelings standing in the middle of the room. Perhaps, since she wasn't Cornish, she wasn't able to scent the ghosts or feel them, or perhaps even hear them. "Where did you go, Coombe?" she asked the silent room. "Didn't you think Mrs. Freely would notice that you weren't here? Didn't you think she and North would search your room?" She jumped. She heard a rustling, slapping sound, then drew a deep breath, realizing it was a tree branch lightly sliding against a window. "Maybe I was a Cornish one a long time ago," she said. It helped to speak out loud. It made her feel less alone. She felt depressed that she hadn't discovered anything, but then again, she really hadn't expected North to overlook anything. She was on the point of leaving when she noticed the beautifully carved wooden poles on the Hepplewhite bed that had once been much taller, supporting a canopy. Obviously, someone had cut them off, for now the 4 poles ended in rather roughly carved pineapples. She walked slowly to the bed, her eyes on those carved pineapples. She lightly touched one of the poles at the foot of the bed. It didn't move. She tugged at it. It still didn't budge. She went to the other one at the foot of the bed. It too didn't move. It was the 3rd one at the head of the bed that turned easily in her hand. Her heart speeded up. Slowly, she pulled the pineapple off the pole. There was a hole beneath, not solid wood. She reached her fingers into the cavity and touched paper. She managed to hook her fingers around the paper and pull it out. It was a single sheet, and it had been folded into a square and then into a smaller square, until now it was no larger than an inch square, and very thick. She stared at the folded paper in the palm of her hand. It was yellow and crisp with age. Very gently, she eased the paper from its stiff folds. She didn't know what she expected the folded paper to be. Perhaps a long-ago love letter written by one lover to another upon leaving early in the morning fog. She shook herself. She was being quite silly. She carefully spread the paper out atop the bed counterpane. It wasn't a love letter. It wasn't an old tradesman's bill or a simple list of household linens. It was a letter threatening murder. It had been written in May 1726 by Viscount Chilton, North's great-grandfather, to a man named Griffin. The black ink was spidery and difficult to read in many places, but the letter itself was straightforward enough. "Griffin," she read, "you will keep away from my wife, or I will thrust my sword through your black heart." And it was signed D. Nightingale, Viscount Chilton. D was Donegal. Yes, it was certainly North's great-grandfather. Donegal, an odd name, one she hadn't forgotten. Who was Griffin? What was the letter doing stuffed down into one of the sawed-off, pineapple-carved bedposts? She smoothed the paper over her hand and dashed downstairs to the tap-room. She was breathing hard, and Mrs. Freely said, "My goodness, child, whatever do you have there?" "You'll not believe it, Mrs. Freely. I found it hidden in one of the bedposts. Just look, it's rather amazing. And this, I fancy, is the beginning of the Nightingale legacy of betrayal." Mrs. Freely ushered her into the kitchen, and the two of them spread the paper on the kitchen table. "Ah, Griffin," Mrs. Freely said. "My granny told me about him." Caroline found herself again marveling at the tenacity of the Cornish memory. If she asked, doubtless Mrs. Freely could easily discover Griffin's middle name. Who was he? A wild rogue, from what is still said around these parts. A handsome young man, too, with scarce a worry on his shoulders, and too much money from his pa. He seduced more ladies than old Casanova himself. This letter makes it seem like he was the one who cuckolded his lordship's great-grandfather. You know, if I remember aright, he didn't stay around here. Left, he did, and never came back to Cornwall. He probably went to London to seduce his way through those ladies of the ton. So he left her to face her husband, and then she died. Interesting, isn't it? But I don't know why that old letter would be stuck down in a bedpost. Where did the bed come from? "Ah," Mrs. Freely said, "that I can find out, my lady.
Just you sip on the tea, and I'll look through my ma's journals. My ma recorded every purchase she ever made for this inn. Sure enough, she'll have written down where she got this bed." Caroline was both excited and depressed, because it did seem true that North's great-grandmother, that smiling, happy young lady whose portrait now graced the huge white wall at the foot of the stairs, did indeed betray her husband. Caroline supposed she wished it wasn't true. When Mrs. Freely told her that the bed had belonged to the Griffin family, Caroline wasn't surprised. It seemed the family had fallen on to hard times, what with all the sons gambling and wenching, and had left England to go to the colonies, selling off their furnishings before they'd left, way back in the 1780s. Aye, my ma wrote in her housekeeping book that they went off to Boston to stay with their kin. Well, that was indeed one Nightingale wife who had betrayed her husband. Caroline was depressed. She'd started the whole thing. She told North that night as they snuggled together, "I read all your great-grandfather's part of the journal. He never wrote Griffin by name. Also, it appears he didn't kill him, or if he did, he buried him deep, because no one ever found his body. Then your great-grandmother died only a month or so after he left. It's all so tragic." North was silent for a very long time. "You know, I think I'll write a letter to the Griffins in the colonies. You say Mrs. Freely heard they'd moved to Boston?" She nodded against his shoulder, breathed in the scent of him, and was lost. "My God," North said some time later, when he was able again to put two words together, "you surely give me glimpses of heaven, Caroline." "Don't you ever forget that, North Nightingale," she said. She nipped his chin, then sighed deeply. "I wish our King Mark legacy could be real, like the Wyndham's legacy. Just think, the Wyndhams found old books and strange clues, and they managed to weave their way through it all, and discovered it was real. Sorry, sweetheart, but it won't ever be the meanderings of bruised male hearts. What a nice way to speak of your male ancestors. I had really hoped that your great-grandmother hadn't betrayed your great-grandfather. Now there doesn't seem to be any doubt. No, no doubt at all. But perhaps there were reasons. Who knows?" Caroline just shut her eyes and clamped her mouth closed. "Now, Caroline, just relax. I won't hurt you, but I do have to poke about just a little bit. North, please step back, unless you want to do the poking." North stepped back and watched Dr. Treath examine his wife. He didn't lift her nightgown, merely slipped his hands beneath the covers and the gown. He pulled his hands free then and said to North, "Her belly is smooth and malleable, but I need to examine her internally." Before North could even begin to sputter, Dr. Treath stood and said to his sister, "I need some hot water and soap. Yes, Bess, it's important and must be done." "I don't like this at all," Caroline said to Dr. Treath. "I wouldn't either, my dear, but as I told Bess, it must be done. I do it on every one of my female patients who is with child. I'll be careful not to hurt you, but I must examine you." Before he did that, he felt her breasts, and she tried to think of other things. His fingers were long and dry, and she hated the way they felt on her flesh.
When he eased two fingers inside her, he was careful and gentle, should give him that, but it was mortifying. His fingers were large, and that hurt, and he pushed, and with his other hand pressed down on her belly, until finally she gasped with pain. "Done," Dr. Treath said, and eased his fingers out of her. "Well, my dear, it appears that you're just fine, quite healthy, actually. We won't have to do that again until you're much farther along. Now, North, let's go downstairs, whilst Bess helps your wife get dressed." "That was awful," Caroline said when the men had left the bedchamber. Bess Treath was frowning as she assisted Caroline to rise from the bed. "You're not feeling nauseous, are you?" "Oh, no, just horribly embarrassed. I know it's silly, since he's a doctor, but true nonetheless. Thank you for helping me, Miss Treath. Yes, he is a doctor." Bess Treath smiled down at Caroline, who was still very flushed in the face, and handed her her camise and stockings. The Duchess was depressed.
She'd searched every single foot of that area Caroline had told her about, she said, and not a thing, not even a clue to be found anywhere. She then sighed, forked down a bite of blancmange, and said, "Of course, it's been over 1,000 years. Doubtless, many feet have walked over that entire area, and many eyes looked to see what they could find. If only your great-grandfather could have been more precise about that wretched armlet, North. Sorry, Duchess, but believe me, that wretched armlet never existed, or if it did, it didn't have a thing to do with King Mark." The Earl patted his wife's hand. "You tried, sweetheart." The large clock, that sounded like it had swallowed a frog, began chiming 7 strokes. Alice shivered. "How I hate the sound that clock makes." "Has it always done that, my lord?" "As long as I can remember. I was telling Caroline that if only the bloody thing would stop, I'd dump it in the kitchen midden." "I rather like the sound of it," Owen said. "Rather like a king with a very bad cold." Caroline laughed and shook her head. "All of you are vastly romantic and far too imaginative. It just sounds to me like it needs a good oiling." After a sumptuous dinner of carbonade of beef, baked anchovy pie, roasted lamb with white beans, innumerable side dishes, and blancmange and macaroons for dessert, the Earl and Countess announced that they would be leaving for London on Wednesday. Caroline was down in the mouth. She liked the Duchess, and was finally at her ease with her, and her outrageous husband, who said exactly what he wanted to say, teased his wife mercilessly, then kissed her hard, and was very amusing. Not as amusing as North, but nonetheless, he did occasionally make her smile. "Come, sweetheart," North said to her later that night in their bedchamber, "and climb on my lap. I don't like to see you depressed. That's right. Face me. Ah, yes, the feel of you. How much I love the feel of you." He kissed her then, even as his hands were pulling up her dressing gown and nightgown, his fingers on her bare flesh, stroking her and caressing upward. "Goodness, North," she said into his mouth, and promptly moaned when his warm fingers touched her. When they slipped inside her, she suddenly stiffened. "Whatever is wrong?" "That's what Dr. Treath did. It was awful." "Well, I didn't like it either, but if it had to be done, then so be it. Now just relax. It's me, not Dr. Treath, and I have scarce a thought about the babe, just its mother, and making her scream with pleasure. That's right. Caroline, you're becoming softer. I like it. Kiss me some more." When he lifted her onto him, she sighed with the pleasure of it. When his fingers wove their magic, she screamed. North felt the wet of her tears against his neck when she was slack against him. He froze. "What the hell is wrong? Did I hurt you?" "Oh, no. It's just that I love you so very much. That's all." "I see," he said, slowly. "Nothing more than that. Good. That relieves my mind. Let's go to bed, Caroline." He didn't sleep for a very long time, but he didn't let her away from him, holding her close the entire night. He knew he'd give anything to keep Caroline with him. He knew he'd give his life for her. But it wasn't North who saved Caroline's life the following day. It was the Duchess. 34. Caroline and the Duchess were riding close to the sea, high above on the narrow cliff road, before cutting inland to search about the series of hillocks, and in the midst of the oak tree copse again. Ah, and there was that long stone fence, with perhaps some crevices between the stones that held something, a clue perhaps, another armlet, like the one North's great-grandfather had claimed he'd found. At the moment, though, the wind whipped at their riding hats, and they were discussing why Coombed would leave evidence behind that surely proved his guilt. They pulled up their horses a moment to look over the Irish Sea. "It makes no sense," Caroline said, tucking her hair up beneath her hat. "And that relative of yours, Caroline, Bennett Penrose?" the Duchess said. "No chance at all that he was responsible, at least for your aunt's death." "No," Caroline said. "North looked into everything, probably even checked Bennett's teeth. Unfortunately, he just wasn't here when Aunt Eleanor was killed. As for poor Nora Pelforth, Bennett had many witnesses to claim he was at Mrs. Freely's inn in Goonbell, until he had to be carried back to Skrility Hall, so drunk he couldn't even crawl. A pity. Yes, indeed, the little worm. Did I tell you that North got a letter from Mr. Phelps, and he sounds horribly pleased about having Bennett dropped on him, just like North guessed he would. He is probably torturing Bennett, rubbing his hands together in glee the whole time. He also wrote that he's giving the Lackwit gambling lessons. They wager for chores of all things. He said Bennett might even have an arm muscle by the end of next week. From what you've told me about both gentlemen, they deserve each other, at the very least. I must admit that I do feel just a dollop of pity for Mrs. Tailstrope, rather, Mrs. Fowkes now. I imagine she has to protect that ratty little pug of hers from her husband's hands. Owen said his father hated Lucy. The Duchess laughed, threw back her head, closing her eyes a moment, and Caroline knew she felt the beauty of the crisp autumn wind to her very bones. I've never been to Cornwall before. It is so very different from any other place I've ever seen. It's wild and fierce and magnificent, and the smell of the sea, with you all the time, and you can fancy you hear the waves no matter where you are. I used to live near Dover, but it isn't the same thing at all. There's a pull to it, isn't there? I think it's magic. All right, enough rhapsodizing. Now, who else is there who could have killed the women? You know, the question Marcus and I should have kept asking ourselves when I kept getting hurt. Who would gain the most? If I died, Marcus would. The Duchess laughed, then looked surprised that she had actually laughed at that time at Chase Park. Let's not tell him that, all right? I can see him completely go over the edge. He's very possessive, you know. Caroline grinned and clicked Reggie forward. I had guessed that. Just as is North. North? No, not really. He just feels great responsibility for me and Bosch. What? I said Bosch. He is tail over tip in love with you. Don't be a fool, Caroline. You can't begin to imagine how he looks at you. You come into a room, you giggle, you just sit there and drink tea, you even yawn, and he looks utterly hungry and at the same time content. He is a very happy man. Caroline didn't say a thing, but she was wondering if the Duchess could possibly be right. The trick would be to catch him looking at her lovingly. Now, I've gotten us off track. Back to Coombe. Everyone believes he's mad, clearly and completely mad, that the women rejected him and he killed them, that he perhaps even believed that they betrayed him, that he wanted to perhaps avenge all the Nightingale men by killing women he saw as faithless. But your aunt, Caroline, didn't you tell me that she and Dr. Treath were in love? How could she possibly fit into any madness of Coombe's? She couldn't. And where did Coombe go? I know everyone local is saying that he went off to kill himself and left the knife so everyone would know, a sort of expiation. But still, Regina stumbled forward onto her knees, sending Caroline flying over her head to fall in a huddle on the ground beyond. The Duchess leaped off her mare's back, tripped flat on her face, pulled herself up, and ran to Caroline's side. She was unconscious, lying on her back, her royal blue velvet riding hat smashed, the feather broken in half. Her riding skirt was askew, showing her white petticoats and white stockings and her soft black leather riding boots. She felt Caroline's pulse and heaved a sigh of relief. It was strong and steady. She gently began to feel Caroline's head, unceremoniously pulling off her riding hat and smoothing out her thick hair. She'd struck her head on a very small rock just behind her right ear. The Duchess felt her arms, her legs, nothing broken. All she could do now was wait. She pulled off her own gold velvet riding jacket and tucked it around Caroline's chest and neck. She sat beside her to block the breeze coming from the sea. Caroline moaned, opened her eyes, saw the Duchess looking down at her, and said, "I'm all right. I just feel stupid letting Reggie throw me so easily. Oh, goodness, my head does hurt, only not as bad as it did when Mr. Phelps struck me. Just lie still for a while longer. You struck your head, and I want to make certain you're not going to fall unconscious again. What was it, Duchess? A rabbit hole? How could I have been so careless? I hope Reggie is all right. You hold still, and I'll go look. Reggie seems to be just fine. Hold still now, Caroline. When the Duchess came back to her some minutes later, she was pale, and there was anger and something else in those beautiful, calm eyes of hers. It wasn't a rabbit hole. North blinked when he saw his wife riding bareback in front of the Duchess, the side saddle gone, the Duchess's hands securely around Caroline, holding her steady. Reggie was trailing behind them. Oh, God. He was racing to them, yelling as he ran, "Marcus, get out here now!" His heart didn't cease its frantic pounding until Caroline was lying on a puce brocade settee in the drawing room, a pale blue knitted blanket pulled over her. "Tell me again you have no pain in your belly?" "No, North, just in my head." "All right, Tregeagle has gone to fetch Dr. Treath. He'll be here very soon now. Here, drink this tea Polgrain made for you. Alice, I swear to you she's all right. Please don't worry. You sit down and drink a cup of tea yourself. Duchess, please see that Alice sits down and drinks." Dr. Treath and Bess Treath arrived just as the clock was painfully grinding out its 4 afternoon strokes, sounding like a king with an awful sore throat bellowing at his subjects. Dr. Treath smiled at her, even as she knew he was studying her, then pulled over a chair and sat down. "Now, let me see this lump on your head." His fingers were gentle, probing very lightly, feeling the outline of the bump that was rising. Then he sat back and just looked at her. "Hold still now," he said, slipped his hands beneath the cover and her clothes. Caroline tensed up. She couldn't help it. North took her hand and held it. "Do you need anything, Benji?" Bess Treath said. He didn't immediately answer. "Benji? What?" "Oh, no, Bess. She's all right." He smiled down at Caroline. "I do want you to rest. No strenuous exercise. If you have any bleeding, any cramping at all, you send for me." Tregeagle thought it was a rabbit hole? "Yes," the Duchess said. When at last the Treaths had left, and Alice was finally convinced Caroline wasn't going to die and had retired to her room to nap, the Duchess cleared her throat and said, "Please close the door, Marcus." He cocked his head at her, but did as she asked. "What is it, Duchess?" North said. It was Caroline who answered. "It wasn't a rabbit hole, like we'd first thought." "No," the Duchess continued. "It was a wire stretched taut between an oak tree and the stone fence. It's narrow in that stretch. I didn't want to tell anyone. Best keep it amongst ourselves for now." "She rides that way most every day," North said, and felt pain and fury knot his guts. "Which means," the Earl said, "that the wire was meant for her, no one else. But you were with her, Duchess. How did you miss that wire?" "Caroline was riding a bit in front of me there, since it is so narrow. When she went over, I immediately pulled up my horse. I tripped over the wire when I was running to her, though, and landed flat on my nose. Then," the Earl said slowly, "both of you could have been hurt." Damnation! North, I don't like this at all. North was remembering when both the Earl and the Duchess had been shot, the fear, the utter rage he'd felt, that he'd seen in Marcus's eyes. He shook his head. He remembered telling Marcus that he had to stay calm. Rage wouldn't help his wife. He wondered if Marcus would tell him the same thing now. He drew a deep breath. "I have spent 4 months now with death and mystery and tragedy sitting on my right shoulder, never far from my thoughts or my mind. I hadn't been home 2 weeks before I found Caroline's aunt dead on that ledge beneath St. Agnes Head. I couldn't find out who'd killed her. Then that poor woman, Nora Pelforth, and I've been unsuccessful there as well. Then Coombe disappears, and there's the bloody knife in his room. All of it is madness. It must be aimed at me. It must. I simply can't figure out who's doing it and why. I can't figure out who would hate me so much." Caroline said, even as she lifted herself onto her elbows, "You're forgetting about Elizabeth Godolphin, who was killed 3 years ago, North. You weren't here then. No, you're wrong about this." North cursed rather fluently, then said abruptly, "Then it must be revenge against my father or my grandfather. Marcus, I want you and the Duchess to leave. The thought that the Duchess could have been hurt again curdles my blood. Yes, I want you gone tomorrow." "No," the Duchess said slowly. "I don't think so, North." Tregeagle cleared his throat from the doorway. "My lord." "Yes, damn it, what is it, Tregeagle?" It's the young person, Alice, my lord. She informs Miss Mary Patricia, who rightfully informs me, since I wouldn't allow her to come in here and disturb you, that Alice believes her time has arrived." "Oh, no," Caroline said, struggling to get to her feet. "The babe is too early. He was getting really big, but it's too early. Oh, no, North." It was the Duchess who remembered that Owen should be fetched immediately. Caroline sent Timmy the maid to Scrillity Hole. It was soon clear that it wouldn't be an easy labor. Dr. Treath and Bess Treath rarely left Alice's side, even when Alice fell into a stupor, so weak even the contractions couldn't break through her exhaustion. Owen paced outside the bedchamber like an expectant father, pale and drawn. A pall fell over the house during the second day. Caroline, who'd flinched whenever she'd heard Alice cry out, now flinched because she couldn't hear a thing. Alice was too weak and getting weaker. North found her in the east wing on the top floor in the storage room where she'd found all the Nightingale women's portraits. She was furiously cleaning the frames, afraid to touch the canvas, but the frames were shining. He gently squeezed her shoulder. She stopped her frantic activity, looking up at him. "I'm sorry, Caroline." "She's dead?" "No, not yet, but Dr. Treese sees no hope for her now. She birthed the baby, a little boy. He's not as small as Dr. Treath had thought he would be."
Indeed, he was simply too big for Alice to birth him. Then how did she manage to birth him? Dr. Treath pulled him out of her. There was no other choice. Otherwise, both of them would die. "Do you want to make your goodbyes?" She closed her eyes, saying with such hopelessness that he wanted to howl with it. Those men who raped her, they killed a young girl, just killed her, and went on their drunken way. Dear God, I hope they rot in hell. Alice opened her eyes a few moments after Caroline sat down beside her. Caroline smiled down at her, saying, "You have a fine little boy, Alice. What do you want to name him?" "He's Owen," Alice whispered, her voice hoarse and raw. Suddenly, with surprising strength, Alice clutched Caroline's wrist, pulling her close. "Take care of him, Miss Caroline, please." "Of course I will," Caroline said, as she wiped Alice's forehead with a damp cloth. "And so will you. You will rest and get well again, Alice." "No, Miss Caroline, I won't, and you know it. Would you tell my son about me, that I loved him and I didn't want to leave him, but—" She stopped and gave Caroline a heart-wrenching smile. "Your son will never forget you, Alice. I swear it. You must see Owen now. He's right here, just waiting to kiss you. What do you think about that?" "Oh, no, don't let him see me like this, Miss Caroline. Make him go away." "Oh, I never told him, but he was so nice to me, so nice. There was no time for us ever to be more than what we were, but he was so nice to me. No man was ever so nice to me as Owen was." "Then you should tell him right now. He cares mightily for you. He rarely left you, Alice. In fact, he's here right now, here to see you. Would you like a drink of warm milk that Polgrain just fetched here for you, Alice?" Owen eased himself down beside her. "Come, love, you're going to drink the warm milk, all right?" There was a very soft whisper that sounded like love. Then there was nothing. Alice's head was turned slightly away from Caroline and Owen. Her eyes were closed. "It's over," Dr. Treath said, and gently moved Caroline and Owen out of the way. "No!" Owen just stood there by the bed, staring down at Alice, shaking his head back and forth. "No," he said again, "no. She's so sweet, so innocent. God, it isn't fair." "Isn't fair," Caroline said. "Owen, come and kiss her goodbye. Let her go." But even as she said the words, she felt something deep inside her turn cold and hard. Then, just as quickly, she felt herself crumbling inward, sinking down into darkness that she welcomed. Oh yes, she wanted that darkness, and its deep shadows that hid the pain from her, that hid Alice's young face, so calm in death, so very sweet, without life.
Caroline had never worn black in her life, and she had no intention of doing it now. Alice wasn't quite 15 years old. I will not honor her young life with black. I will wear white, white as pure and innocent as she was. And Mrs. Mayhew simply nodded. All the women from Mount Hawk wore white. When the vicar arrived with Mrs. Plumbury, uninvited, he looked from Caroline to Miss Mary Patricia, then at the rest of them, and said, "This is not right." Even though Alice was not worthy to continue her life of sin, still, our black trappings are God's idea, meant to honor Him, to show Him our respect, more than the one deceased. Caroline just stared at him for a very long moment. "I suppose these others," she jerked his head toward Evelyn and Miss Mary Patricia, "talked you into it, didn't they? No piety, those two, just cheap little sluts with no sense of what is right and proper, and they fooled you, my lady, and made you forget." Caroline drew back her fist and sent it right into Mr. Plumbury's jaw. He dropped like a stone. Caroline stood there rubbing her knuckles. His wife howled, dropped to her knees, and shrieked up at Caroline, "How dare you? You don't deserve that my fine Plumbury lowered himself to come here for that little trollops." Caroline was shivering with anger, not with cold. She called out, "Tregeagle, Polgrain, do come here and assist the Plumburys from Mount Hawk land." "Don't you dare touch me!" Mrs. Plumbury yelled. "You miserable—" She was shrieking now constantly, but it was better than the horrible words that had spewed out of her mouth. Caroline called out, "North, thank you for carrying Mr. Plumbury into his coach. Could you please dump him on the floor?" North did just that. Indeed, he dumped him on his wife's feet. Mrs. Plumbury leaned out the window screaming, "All of you will pay for this, horrid sinners! Look at all of you, just standing there, doing nothing. All of you impious females, wearing white like heathens. My Horace will send all of you to everlasting hell, you will see." Bishop Horton from Truro, who thankfully arrived after the Plumburys' coach had rolled down the hill, read the words over Alice's grave that Caroline and Owen had written together. His voice was deep and rich, reaching even to Mr. Dumbarton's smallest child, who stood at the very edge of the Nightingale Cemetery, unwilling to come closer. "Alice would like that," Owen said. "The Bishop of Truro here for her. I always wished my voice was deeper and richer, just like the bishop's." The morning was cloudy, windy, the air cold and damp. A perfect day for misery, Caroline thought, standing close to North, her arm through his. Her knuckles hurt, which was wonderful. There were nearly 50 people at Alice's funeral. Alice would have liked that too, Caroline thought. Alice probably would have flushed scarlet with embarrassment, lost her nearly excellent English grammar, and said, "Lawks, Miss Caroline, would you just look at all the toffs, and just plain ordinary folk too. It pleases me, Miss Caroline, it surely does." Caroline didn't feel the tears slipping down her face until she tasted the salt and felt North's gloved finger wiping her cheek. 35. It took Caroline a good 3 days to realize she was being followed. She was visiting the seamstress in Goonbell, fetching small blankets and wrappers for the babes, when she made her move. She quickly slipped into an alley between 2 buildings and waited. Sure enough, not 2 minutes later, she saw the long shadow of her follower. Her heart pounded. She pulled the pistol from her pocket and waited. She was ready. No more fear. Damn the wretched person. It was Timmy the maid, and he nearly dropped to his knees with fright when she grabbed his arm, whirled him around, and stuck the pistol in his face and shouted, "What are you doing? Why are—" She stared down at the boy, whose mouth was unbecomingly open, eyes terrified. "Timmy, whatever are you doing following me?" My lady, you done scart the stuffin' out o' me. Could you move the popper from me puss?" "What? Oh yes, I'm sorry for scaring you." "Aye, and with me own popper, leastwise it were mine until after you took it back from me." She slipped the pistol back into the large pocket of her thick brown wool cloak. "Why are you following me?" "Oh goodness, I hadn't even considered." You're my shadow, my protection. His lordship set you after me, didn't he? Aye, I suppose there ain't no hide in it now that you caught me fair and proper. Very well. Do you have any idea who tried to hurt me? Remember when we went back to find that wire and it was gone? Have you heard anything about any wire, Timmy? Anything at all? Nay, not a bloody thing, begging your ladyship's pardon, and that's what's drivin' his lordship round the bend, so to speak. The way he thinks is, if it weren't old Mr. Coombe what popped the ladies, then who's trying to pop ye? Your choice of words could use some improvement, Timmy, she said, then pulled him from the alley. You know, your ladyship, Flash Savory and Captain Carstairs don't know a thing either, can't figure out who's doing all these evil things. Then there's his lordship, the Earl of Chase. Now, he's got a bonny brain, he has, but even he don't know who's doing all't. She only sighed. I know, even the Duchess is stymied, and that's something. Now that you're here, you can help me fetch the parcels for all our babes.
He looked horrified. Come along, Timmy. I did catch you fair and square. You said so yourself. No, ma'am. I said it was fair and proper. Come along, Timmy. That evening at dinner, there were only 4 at the table, the Nightingales and the Wyndhams. Miss Mary Patricia, Evelyn, and Owen were all upstairs fussing with the babies. Little Owen was eating like a stoat, and the good Lord knew, Tregeagle was heard to say on a deep sigh, that the little blighter's lungs were just dandy. Caroline told them about Timmy the maid. North looked at her, smiled, then cursed. I wish you hadn't seen him, Caroline. He's little, but he's fast. Damnation, you've got good eyesight. I do like the notion of a 12-year-old bodyguard, North, but perhaps he could just accompany me instead. No, the Duchess said, that's not the point. You would be endangering Timmy were he to simply be with you. No, he must follow you, out of sight, so that if anyone tries anything, he would be on the spot. Caroline sighed as deeply as Tregeagle ever did when awakened in the middle of the night by little Owen screeching his head off for milk. Both Evelyn and Miss Mary Patricia took turns feeding him, and both agreed that he was a proper little glutton, even as they kissed the soft blonde down on his head. Thank God, Caroline thought. Alice, your son will grow up big and strong, and he won't be hurt ever, not if I can help it, not like you were. She shook her head, hating the tears that always seemed so very close to trickling out of her eyes. North said to the Earl and Countess, Dr. Treath came to see Caroline today, even asked to see her alone, so he could talk to her. Miss Treath and I were consigned to the corridor. Did he tell you that all your roving about wasn't all that good for you right now? She tried to smile, but it was so difficult. Yes, he told me to rest more, but North, there's so much to be done. I wrote a letter to this man in London that Marcus told me about. He just might come here and begin restoration on all the Nightingale women's portraits. I do hope it's soon. At least all the frames are spotless, the Earl said. Oh, yes, the Duchess told me how you'd scrubbed them down to their gold. Yes, I did. I do hope we can have the fellow who will restore the paintings here right after Christmas. Only 2 weeks away now, the Duchess said. She sat forward, laying her fork down on her plate of spiced pears. Marcus and I have decided we'll remain here at Mount Hawk until 4 days before Christmas. Then we must return to Yorkshire to Chase Park to be with our own family. We'll return here around the 1st of the year, and we'll stay until all the mystery is cleared up. North was shaking his head. Oh no, Duchess, you could have been hurt that day. I can't allow it. Marcus, take her to London, take her home, and keep her there. I don't want either of you coming back after Christmas. Besides, he added, seeing the stubborn set of the Earl's jaw, there could be no resolution for months and months. As much as I think both of you are excellent house guests, I must tell you that I am beginning to tire of you, and even a respite at Christmas won't help. It's true, I'm not lying. Isn't that right, Caroline? Yes, she said quickly, right on his heels. Already I'm bored, just like North. It's all I can do to stay awake in your company. I already wish you were well gone from here. You didn't have to go that far, North said to his wife.
And you're laughing at me, aren't you?" She wished she weren't seated 10 feet away from him at the other end of the table. She wished she were seated in his lap, his palm gently smoothing up her stocking to her thigh, while she was nipping at his earlobe, lightly licking his jaw, kissing his bottom lip. She wished, "No, North," she said, "it's just that you don't know your friends. They will be back after Christmas, and then, I dare say, they won't budge until everything is resolved. And that means that we must determine who was behind that wire business. Else they'll be living with us forever, and I can't imagine anyone happy with that arrangement." North cursed and said to Tregeagle, "I would like a bottle of port. I would also like the ladies to excuse themselves, so that the Earl and I could drink ourselves under the Aubusson carpet." Caroline laughed. It felt good, but life being what it was, memories flooded through her, and the laughter died. "I know," North said, then turned back to speak to the Earl. Caroline rose and said, "Duchess, shall you and I go to the drawing-room and drink our own port? There's rather a large carpet in there as well." "You won't, Duchess," the Earl shouted, the pulse pounding in his neck. "I forbid it. You won't get tipsy without me to entertain you." "I told you he was a sweetheart," the Duchess said to Caroline. She turned back to her furious husband and said, "Try that to bore North, my dear. He just might eject both of us from Mount Hawk this very minute." She then grinned at her husband and followed Caroline from the formal dining room. Every Mount Hawk denizen, including old Pa Dow, who was toothless and hard of hearing, argued, yelled, poked, and insulted one another, all in all having a fine time before the Yule log was finally agreed upon and dragged behind 2 dray horses to the castle, there to be lit and remain burning in the cavernous fireplace in the great entrance hall until after Boxing Day. Polgrain prepared a delicious hot mulled wine, and all toasted North when he finally managed to get the log lighted. The laughter was sweet, poignant, with a bittersweet edge to it, when little Owen waved a tiny arm toward Miss Mary Patricia, whose turn it was to feed him, pumped his legs, and yelled, "Ah!" If Caroline wondered why there were always at least 3 people with her, except when she had to relieve herself, even when she'd wandered off to look at some rather pretty moss growing in the rocks, she didn't let on. Everyone cared about her, and that felt wonderful. She tired easily, but any nausea was gone. North said to her as she sat on his lap in front of their fireplace later that night, "Your breasts are larger. Are they sore?" "No," she said, nodding, and kissed him. "Don't lie to me, Caroline. Dr. Treath told me that." She reared back in his arms, so embarrassed she nearly sputtered. "You and Dr. Treath talked about my breasts?" "Yes, don't be silly. He just warned me to be careful when I touched you. Just like Raphael and Victoria Carstairs." She closed her eyes and flopped against his shoulder. "I can't believe it. This is awful. Oh, goodness." He laughed. "I also asked him when your belly was going to get round. He said everyone was different, that the babe would grow at its own pace. He then assured me that I could love you until April the 14th. What do you think?" She bit his chin hard. Then she licked his chin and began to kiss him. "I think," she whispered into her mouth, "that we'd best get on with it. I want you to have wonderful memories when the time comes to keep your hands and other parts to yourself." North agreed with that. Caroline whisked into her bedchamber to brush her hair. She'd been walking about outdoors with the Duchess, and now looked a fright. Her cheeks were ruddy from the cold breeze, and she felt marvelous. She was humming to herself when she chanced to see a folded piece of paper slipped under her jewelry box. She frowned as she slipped it out and unfolded it. Then she turned cold. She read the few words again and again. "You may think you're well protected, but you're not. My little note is here, isn't it? You're a slut like all the others, and you will die, just like they did, just like your aunt did." She refolded the single sheet of foolscap, slipped it into her pocket, and slowly walked downstairs. Only North was in the library, reviewing the final papers with Mr. Brogan on Caroline's inheritance. He looked up to see her standing there, utterly without color, utterly motionless, and quickly rose as he excused himself. He gently took Caroline's arm and led her from the library.
What the hell is wrong? Are you ill? Caroline, what's going on? She simply gave him the foolscap. It was Christmas afternoon. The three babes were on a large blanket in front of the fireplace in the drawing room. The sideboard was weighted down with a large punch bowl of hot mulled wine and a huge silver tray filled with cakes, biscuits, and candies. Everyone at Mount Hawk was there, with Caroline and North dispensing gifts and well wishes. Caroline imagined that the Duchess and Marcus were more than likely performing the same functions at Chase Park. They'd been gone 4 days, and Caroline continually found herself starting to say something to the Duchess, then realizing she wasn't here. She was torn. She missed them, yet having North completely to herself was entirely to her liking. She grinned at Polgrain and handed him his present, a pocket watch, made in Belgium with his initials engraved on its back in gold. It was a handsome piece, and she wasn't at all certain he deserved it. Earlier in the day, there had been another huge affair for the farmers, the servants from Skrility Hall, and the miners, who were ushered to Mount Hawk by Mr. Petrie. Polgrain had been in his element. He'd hired 6 helpers and terrorized them witless, all in all being in a manner very similar to that of Mr. Fawkes, but the result was delicious. Even Mrs. Treboff from Skrility Hall voiced her approval. She scolded Dumpling, the scullery maid from Skrility Hall, only once for being a glutton. Caroline gave both Miss Mary Patricia and Evelyn rectangular wrapped packages. "Happy Christmas," she said, and kissed their cheeks. Everyone turned to watch. Miss Mary Patricia very carefully unfastened the paper, rolled the ribbon, and opened a small wooden box. Inside was a key. She looked up at Caroline, confused. Evelyn held up her own key, dangling it at the end of its black velvet ribbon. North said, "It's your key to Skrility Hall, Miss Mary Patricia, Evelyn. Caroline and I would like you, Miss Mary Patricia, to become the director of the hall, which will be a refuge for young women who have been abused and have found themselves with child and in a hopeless situation. You, Evelyn, we would ask that you be in charge of the children, that you also work with Miss Mary Patricia with the young women to see what they would like to do." "There's so much to do," Caroline said. "Amongst all of us, we should be able to see that everything is done properly. What do you say?" Miss Mary Patricia simply stared at the key, then at Caroline and North. "I think Eleanor Penrose would be very, very proud of you, Miss Caroline." "Oh, bosh," Evelyn said, and shouted with laughter, then began to dance around the room, waking little Owen, who promptly decided it was time for him to eat, and yelled, "It's wonderful! Just wonderful! Oh, Miss Caroline, your lordship, Miss Mary Patricia and I will make Skrility Hall the finest place in all of England. I, Miss Mary Patricia, will see that everyone speaks proper good English, and I will see that everyone is clothed suitably and looked after until they burst with health." Suddenly, Evelyn stopped, looked down at little Owen, who was now red in the face, and burst into tears. "Oh, God, how I wish that Alice could be here. She would watch all the little ones. She loved little Eleanor and little North so much. She never had the chance to know her own son. It's not fair, just not fair. Little Owen is here, and he will grow up knowing his mother was a fine, fine girl," North said. "Her English was getting better and better," Miss Mary Patricia said. "She was so proud when she spoke a complete sentence with no mistakes." Evelyn dashed her hand across her eyes. "No, this is a happy day. Alice would want us to be jolly, and just look what we're going to do. We are going to make a bloody difference." She leaned down then and scooped little Owen into her arms. "Let me feed the little master before he yells the bricks off the castle walls." Owen looked at Evelyn, who was patting little Owen's back. He said, "This is Christmas. It is a day for giving and laughter and obviously eating. I want to adopt Owen. I want him to be my son. He will live at Skrility Hall, but he will be mine." "Oh, Owen," Caroline said, "I think Alice would be so pleased. I also think you've grown a very strong chin." Little Owen shrieked. Evelyn laughed and carried him from the drawing room. Later that evening, North and Caroline were finally alone. Exhausted, sated with too much food, namely Polgrain's Christmas boned beef ribs with parsnips and oysters, prepared as he sang at the top of his lungs. "A wife, a steak, and a walnut tree, the more you beat 'em, better they be." She leaned back against him as they stood together in front of the fireplace in their bedchamber. "I think I drank too much of that wonderful sweet wine," Caroline said.
Does that mean I can tie your wrists with my cravats and have my way with you? That sounds interesting. Could you be a bit more specific, North? He kissed the nape of her neck, then let her hair fall again. He cupped her breasts in his hands and gently caressed them as he whispered in her ear. It's Christmas night. It's a night of magic and a night when the unexpected just might leap into your lap. I shan't tell you a thing. Just be tipsy and let me make you yell with pleasure. All right, she said, turned in his arms, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed his mouth, running her tongue over his bottom lip. You may do as you please, but then it's my turn. Oh, North, I do love you so. The sweet warmth of her breath mingled with his. I think I rather love you too, he said, and she became as still as a statue. Don't faint, love, it's true. Do you believe me? She looked up at him, her eyes wide and questioning. She didn't say anything, just stood there, pressed against him, her arms around his back. I didn't give you your Christmas present. Just a moment. He left her to go into his small dressing room. When he handed her a small box wrapped with bright red tissue, she again remained silent, taking the box, slowly unwrapping it. She opened the box. She could only stare. My God, she said, then looked up at North. Slowly, she lifted out an armlet, so old that she was afraid it would crumble in her hand. On it were etched the letters, Rex. My God, she said again. Where did you find it? It isn't fair, North. The Duchess and I searched and searched those damned barrows and didn't find a single shard of pottery, a single bit of a tool, or a single sliver of a weapon. Where did you get it? Actually, it was Marcus who walked by that wretched clock in the entrance hall when it was chiming. He stared at the thing, put his hands over his ears, and when it was done, he pried open the front casing. The reason the thing has sounded so bloody hideous for all these years is because someone hid the armlet inside. It's been brushing against the mechanism for God knows how many decades. I thought you'd like it, Caroline. You know, of course, that Rex stands for king. I don't believe it, she said again. She gently touched her fingertip over the faint letters, scored deeply into the gold by a deft hand. My God, this means that your great-grandfather wasn't lying after all about finding it. But who the devil hid the thing in the clock? Why didn't anyone say anything about it when it disappeared? Good questions. I haven't any answers. Both Marcus and the Duchess thought it would be a nice present for you, since you've spent so much time trying to prove that King Mark just possibly be buried here. But I never believed it, not really. Like you, I decided they'd woven the betrayal myth in with their own personal betrayal, mixing them together until they couldn't tell one from the other. Well, now perhaps all of us will have to believe it. Caroline's present to her husband wasn't at all serious until he looked into her eyes, saw the sparkling, utterly wicked excitement there, drew a deep breath, and said, "Forget what I said earlier about my cravats. You go first. How do you fasten these things?" North was flat on his back, his arms tied over his head with the satin-lined leather wrist cuffs, fashioned, Caroline told him, by Pado. The old man had never uttered a word, never let on that he knew what the cuffs were for. North just lay there, grinning like a fool, until Caroline kissed his belly. He heaved at the cuffs, his blood pounding through his body, and just before he felt himself explode, he heard Caroline whisper against his hot flesh, "Happy Christmas, North." 36. The next morning, everyone, including Tregeagle and Polgrain, simply sat about, not doing much of anything. North was walking across the entrance hall to the library. He grinned at the sight of Tregeagle slumped down in a very old chair with a high lattice back, his shoes off, massaging his left foot. When there was a loud knocking at the front doors, Tregeagle left toward the door with loathing. North just laughed, waved him away, and said, "Don't bother, Tregeagle. I will see who's here to see us. Perhaps it's only the Prince Regent, here to see if there are any scraps left from Polgrain's delicious Christmas dinner." He pulled the great doors open. A tall woman stood on the steps in front of him, big-bosomed, as fair as he was dark. She was staring at him, just standing there, staring at him as if she couldn't believe he was there, a flesh-and-blood man. Then she said, and he noticed that her eyes were nearly as dark as his, "Frederick?" He shook his head, frowning at her, and he couldn't look away. Odd, but true. He said slowly, "No, my name is North. I named you Frederick. I called you Frederick after Frederick the Great of Prussia, you know. I admired him, as did your father. Your father must have changed your name after he brought you back to this house. No, it was probably your grandfather who changed your name to North." North felt his heart begin to pound, deep, fast strokes. She was older, this woman who was standing there in the cold morning air. There were lines on her face, but still he saw the sweetness in her dark eyes, the humor in her mouth, that firm jaw that denoted a very strong will. She said now, "I know this will come as a shock to you, but I'm Cecilia Nightingale. I'm your mother." He shook his head, even as he said, "There's no portrait of you." "Your grandfather refused to allow it done," she said, still not moving, still standing there, the dyed green feather in her bonnet fluttering in the stiff winter breeze. North heard a gasp behind him. Then Tregeagle said, "Madam! Oh, good Lord, you're here. Hello, Tregeagle. You continue to age well. I suppose you will age well even when you're dead." Caroline was there then, her head cocked to one side in curiosity. "Who is it, North? This is your wife, Frederick?" "Yes, this is my wife, Caroline. She's going to have a baby." Cecilia Nightingale smiled. "You're lovely, Caroline. Congratulations." "Thank you, ma'am." She looked toward North. He said simply, his hand outstretched to the woman, "Caroline, this is my mother, Cecilia Nightingale." "Oh, goodness," Caroline said. "Oh, my goodness. North thought you were dead. Oh, my. It's Christmas, and this is the most wonderful gift North could ever have. Do come in, ma'am. Please come in." North stepped back when his wife tugged on his sleeve. It was then he saw the female who had been standing behind his mother. She was young, not older than Caroline. He could but stare at her. "Yes, Frederick, this is Marie. She's your sister." Caroline stared from one to the other. They could have been twins. She blurted out, "You didn't betray North's father. I knew it." "Oh, no," Cecilia said. "Indeed I didn't. But how did you come now?" North said, trying to grasp what was happening, what was real, and the consequences of this meeting. "I brought her, my lord. It was Coombe." He stepped forward, his shoulders thrown back, looking brave and defiant and scared. Caroline threw herself at him, hugging him close. "I knew you couldn't have killed those women. I just knew it. And we were all sure when someone tried to kill me after you left, and then there was that note left in my bedchamber calling me a slut and saying I would die. And do you know that some people still said you were in hiding and still doing all those awful things? And, my lord," Coombe said, "I gather there has been some excitement since I left." "A bit, Coombe. How would you feel to know that someone left a bloody knife in your room at Mrs. Freely's inn?" Tregeagle said quickly, "None of us believed it, Mr. Coombe. However, we were greatly relieved that her ladyship was thrown when someone stretched a wire between a tree and the old stone fence. Then there was that nasty note left in her bedchamber, and we knew it couldn't be you, unless, naturally, you were in hiding, and everyone knew you could get into Mount Hawk with no trouble at all." "This is all well and good," Caroline said, "but North, your mother is here." North turned slowly to face the woman who hadn't said a word once she'd stepped into the vast entrance hall at Mount Hawk. She said now, "How I wanted to belong here, but your grandfather wouldn't allow it. I was allowed to stay only 3 days, and every hour of every one of those 3 days, I listened to your father argue with your grandfather. Then your father took me away. But I wrote to my father's solicitor in London, asking him where I spent the first 5 years of my life. He wrote back to tell me it was the house on the Stein in Brighton. He wrote that my father had told him that you died, and thus he was bringing me back to Mount Hawk. No, I didn't die, North. I've been living in Surrey for 20 years. Actually, your father sent me a yearly stipend, I suppose you would call it. It didn't arrive this year, so I knew he must have died." North just looked at her, then at his sister, who hadn't said a word, who just stood behind her mother, silent and still. "I don't understand," Caroline said quickly. "Why don't we all go into the drawing room? Tregeagle, please have Polgrain prepare tea and cakes. There must be lots of good food left from yesterday." She turned to her mother-in-law. "Please, won't you and Marie come with me? It's chilly today. You can warm yourselves by the fire." It was an uneasy silence until everyone held a cup of tea in his hand. Then Caroline said, My mother died when I was 11 years old. I missed her dreadfully. I still miss her. North has believed you were dead since he was 5 years old. He has missed you dreadfully as well." Cecilia Nightingale gently laid her cup on its saucer. "It's stopped, hasn't it?" "What?" North said. "The legacy of betrayal to Nightingale men. Coombe merely told me that you'd run away from Mount Hawk when you were 16. He said you couldn't bear your father's bitterness and the rage. He said you didn't turn out like your father or your grandfather wanted you to. That's right, I didn't, thank God. My father had been poisoned utterly by grandfather. But that isn't important now. Why didn't you write my father to tell him of Marie? For God's sake, she's the very picture of him. She's my twin. He couldn't believe that you betrayed him once he saw her." "He never saw her," Cecilia Nightingale said quietly. She reached for her daughter's hand and held it tightly. "I didn't want to give up, for I loved your father, despite everything. In those early years he was so torn, so uncertain, wanting to believe in my love for him, in my loyalty, then hearing his father carry on and on about how I would betray him and I would hurt him dreadfully. Your grandfather did poison your father. That is a good word for it, not just against me, for it would have been any woman who'd married him, any woman who had already birthed the precious Nightingale heir. I begged your father to come and see Marie. He didn't come, but your grandfather did when she was 5 years old. The image of him, the image of your father, the image of you when you were 5 years old. He looked at her, then at me, and said, 'You are a lying slut.' Never again write to my son. He didn't want to see you. He asked that I take care of this for him, and that was that. Until Coombe came to see me. But she is obviously North's sister," Caroline said. "Why would he have said that?" Cecilia said, as she looked at her son. "I think he couldn't bear to end the legacy of mistrust. It was such a part of him. After a while, perhaps, it was the main part, the only part he understood and accepted. It made him what he was, I suppose. And to be shown wrong in front of his son, I suppose it was too much for him. I felt sorry for him for a little while. Then I came to hate him. And your father, Frederick. Oh, I'm sorry. It's North. I shall have to adjust my thinking. During the past 20 years, you've always been Frederick to me. Always. Oh, dear." She lowered her face into her hands and began to cry. Marie gave her brother a vicious look, then pulled her mother into her arms. She patted her mother's shoulder, light little taps that brought Cecilia's head back up. She sniffed. "I'm sorry. It's just that—" North rose and walked to her. He held out his hand. To his surprise, his sister pushed his hand away. She rose, standing in front of their mother, and then pushed at his chest. She looked fierce and strangely confused, and quite ready to kill him to protect her mother. "No, Marie," Cecilia Nightingale said very calmly, drawing her daughter's hand away. "No, little love, it's not North's fault. Look at me, that's right. I never lie to you, you know that, don't you? Of course you do. It's not his fault. Do you understand?" Marie looked perplexed, very worried, really. Then suddenly she turned away and sat down, her hands in her lap, her eyes on her hands. "What's wrong with her?" North said. "When she was born, the local doctor was nowhere to be found. The midwife, an old, half-blind woman, did her best, but she hurt Marie's head. Marie was damaged. She is simple, North, but ever so sweet and, as you just saw, very protective of me. All of this is strange to her. Indeed, she doesn't really understand what is happening. Actually, I believe that is the second reason your grandfather didn't want to recognize her. She was defective, and you weren't. You were the Nightingale heir. You were whole. She would have just been an embarrassment to him. Also, if your father had ever seen her, he would have known your grandfather had lied to him. Perhaps your grandfather would have lost him. I don't know. Maybe it didn't matter by then. Maybe your father would have detested her for her simpleness. They're dead, so we'll never know the truth." "That god-awful bastard," North said. "Oh, Jesus, and now I've frightened her as well." He dropped to his haunches in front of his sister. Very slowly, very gently, he laid his hand atop her folded ones. "Marie," he said, "won't you look at me?" Slowly, she raised her head, and he stared into his own dark eyes, his nose that was sculpted more delicately, his firm jaw that was softer and more rounded. "You're beautiful," he said. "You're my sister, and you're beautiful." She cocked her head to one side, as if considering what he'd said. Then, suddenly, without warning, she smiled, a wide, dazzling smile that made North suck in his breath. Cecilia said quietly, "No man has ever before told her that. She does know the word, as you can see. Actually, she's learned a lot. I'm very proud of her." North remained on his knees, holding his sister's hands, and said, looking up at his mother, "Why didn't you come to me sooner? It's been nearly 2 years since my father died. Why didn't you come? I had no idea that you were any different. When no money came, I just assumed that you felt as your father had. I knew they began to fill you with hate from the moment you came to Mount Hawk. Your grandfather didn't die until you were nearly 12. I didn't know until Coombe told me that you'd run away and joined the army." "I hated both my grandfather and my father," North said simply. "I couldn't bear my father's venom, his bitterness, his rages. It is odd, though. When I was 19, he bought my commission. I became a captain, eventually a major. I sold out just last July. I never wrote to him, never thanked him, never acknowledged what he'd done." Caroline said loudly, "North, you know the man who is coming to restore all the paintings? I shall write him today and ask for his recommendation for the most prominent portrait painter in London so that your mother's portrait can be done quickly. Yes, I'll do that right now." She jumped to her feet, then stopped suddenly at North's burst of laughter. He rose and walked leisurely to her. He grasped her shoulders and pulled her against him. He kissed the tip of her nose. "Caroline Nightingale, come and sit down. Now that Mother and Marie are here, we have all the time in the world. North, can she be my mother too? I don't know. Let's ask her." The two of them turned to face Cecilia Nightingale. Her face was careworn. There were deep lines about her eyes and mouth. There were streaks of gray in her light brown hair. Then, quite suddenly, she smiled, a smile as beautiful as her daughter's. She looked young again and happy. "Can she, Mother? Can you accept another daughter? I must warn you that she can occasionally get herself into devilish fixes, but she makes me laugh, and she loves me." Cecilia said, "I cannot imagine a woman not loving you. And to hear you laugh, Northa. Once your father laughed, but it didn't last long. Now I'm being foolish. Another daughter. It is a wonderful notion, and soon I will be a grandmother. But I must ask you, Frederick, North, what is it you wish to do? I want you to live here at Mount Hawk because it is your home. I want you and Marie to be a part of this family again. I want my mother back." Marie sat on the blanket, surrounded by the 3 babes in front of the drawing-room fireplace. She was holding Eleanor, then tossing her very carefully into the air, cooing to her, shrieking with laughter when the baby yelled happily. Cecilia said, "Marie adores the babes, and she is so careful with them." "Yes, she is," Miss Mary Patricia said, as she set another stitch in a small woolen shirt for little North. "I hadn't believed his lordship could be happier than he was with Miss Caroline, but he is, my lady, now that you're here. He is lit up with happiness. Mr. Tregeagle told me once that his lordship wasn't meant for laughter and jests, that he was a nightingale man, and he was to brood and think deeply, and never, never smile immoderately." Cecilia laughed and clapped her hands, making Marie turn quickly. "No, no, love. I was just enjoying Miss Mary Patricia's conversation. Ah, here you are, Caroline. You're looking very well, my dear. How do you feel?" "Wonderful, ma'am. Did you know that our 3 male martinets knew you were still alive? Or, at least, they assumed you were. Evidently, North's grandfather told them, and gave them strict orders never to tell North. He was to grow up believing you were dead. And a harlot and slut and goodness knows what else," Cecilia said. The bitterness faded now, and soon it just might be gone altogether. "True. Actually, the 3 martinets believed you had betrayed North's father. Goodness, you wouldn't believe how they ran Mount Hawk." Miss Mary Patricia chuckled as she smoothed out little North's shirt on her lap. You should have seen the look on their collective faces when 3 pregnant girls arrived on Mount Hawk's doorstep the day after Miss Caroline and his lordship were married. The changes you've wrought are astounding, Cecilia said. I even saw Tregeagle speaking amiably to Mrs. Mayhew. Chloe giggled in front of Polgrain. I begin to think you a miracle worker, Caroline. North strolled into the drawing room. He kissed his mother's cheek, hugged his wife, and went down on his haunches next to his sister. So soft, Marie said to him, never taking her eyes off the baby, then kissed Eleanor and rubbed her cheek against hers. So soft. Yes, she is. He turned to his wife. That's what I tell you, Caroline. Here, let me see.
He lightly ran his fingertip over Eleanor's cheek. I don't know. It's really not the same sort of softness. Oh, and Mother, she does work miracles, but they're only temporary ones. Minor ones, really. I suggest you moderate your speech, North, else your mother just might think you a rogue and a reprobate. But Caroline was smiling when she said it, for her mother-in-law was looking so blissfully content to be called mother by a son she hadn't seen in 20 years. North said, "Just wait until she hears Marcus speak to the Duchess. That's the Earl of Chase, Mama, and his wife. They're coming back on the 1st of January, and they refuse to leave until we discover who is out to hurt Caroline. At least we know it isn't Coombe," Caroline said. "He couldn't have been hiding out here doing bad things and off fetching you at the same time. Mrs. Freely told me that no one believes him guilty now. Indeed, everyone is up in arms that someone local would try to make him look like a murderer. Yes, everyone admits now that it is someone in our midst, and that someone purposefully left that knife in his room in Mrs. Freely's inn, and that person was the killer. It offends deeply that the villain tried to blame me," Coombe said from the doorway, where he'd been standing silently, a platter of cakes and sandwiches in his hands. "Just don't thank God again," Caroline said, craning around to look at Coombe, "that someone tried to kill me, thus clearing you of suspicion. It is, however, an unexpected event that can't help but raise my lowered spirits, my lady. I might add that from reading that letter left in your bedchamber, that the person is really quite insane." "I would agree," North said slowly. "I hadn't really believed the killer sane, but the letter, it showed such imbalance. Also," he continued to his mother, "we've tried to remember everyone who came to Mount Hawk that day, because one of those people managed to leave that note in Caroline's dressing table. There were many people in and out. There are very few local people we can eliminate. I vote for the vicar, Mr. Plumbury," Miss Mary Patricia said. "He is a dreadful man." "He hasn't the guts," Coombe said. "He wasn't here either. More's the pity," Caroline said, as she took a cucumber sandwich from Coombe. "Goodness sake," Miss Mary Patricia said, her sandwich in midair to her mouth. "No, no," North said. "That's quite impossible." "The vicar hasn't the guts," Coombe said again. "However, I will ask Mr. Polgrain about this visiting Plumbury servant." "You won't worry about it, my lord." "Thank you, Coombe. Do tell me what Polgrain says," Caroline said. "Before you do that, Coombe, tell us why you simply left without a word to fetch North's mother." "I wouldn't have felt right about saying anything," Coombe said simply. "I didn't know for certain that she was alive. I didn't wish to raise his lordship's hopes, then just to have them dashed. Thus I went off to see for myself. She was well, thank the good Lord, and there was Marie as well, all grown up and looking the spitting image of his lordship. Understand that his lordship's grandfather told us that the little girl looked like a friend of your husband's, and thus another Nightingale wife had betrayed her husband. It was then he made us swear never to tell his lordship here that you were alive." "What changed your mind, Coombe?" North asked, looking up. He was seated cross-legged, now holding Eleanor on his knee. "You were so bloody happy," Coombe said. "As much as I wanted to despise her, to believe that she would hurt you, as did all the other Nightingale wives, I ended up thinking perhaps that I'd been wrong. I said nothing of what I was going to do to either Mr. Polgrain or to Mr. Tregeagle. I just went to Surrey, to Holywell Cottage in Chiddingfold. Thank the good Lord that Lady Chilton was there. Thank the good Lord she didn't slam the door in my face. I was only tempted to for a brief moment, Coombe. I was so surprised to see you.
Actually, truth be told, I would have had to write you, North, for the money was quite low. I was giving deportment and music lessons to the local children, but still it was difficult. Then here is Mr. Coombe standing on my doorstep, hat in hand, and looking ever so pleased with himself, and scared to death at the same time. When I saw Miss Marie, Coombe said, I knew it had all been a lie. I knew that all of us had been wickedly wrong all those 20 years. I begged her to come back to Mount Hawk with me to allow me to make things right. You're rehired, Coombe. North handed Miss Mary Patricia her little daughter, Rose, and stretched out his hand. All you have to do is promise you won't dangle any more monster masks in front of her ladyship, and you'll stay here as long as you want to. Coombe drew himself up as high as his 5 feet 5 inches could carry him. I must admit, that was beneath my dignity. Well beneath it, Caroline said. But I imagine it was fun, if you weren't too afraid of falling off the roof. Yes, well, I suppose I was a bit nervous. Everything is different now. That is, I see different things now. It is now my quest to discover this awful creature who killed her ladyship's aunt and those other 2 women. That creature who had the gall to try to blame it on me. Yes, Mr. Tregeagle and Mr. Polgrain and I have our heads together. The 3 of us, with perhaps a tiny bit of help from Mrs. Mayhow, will solve this mystery, and all will be well again. There will be laughter at Mount Hawk, and all of us will accustom ourselves to it. Perhaps we will even trade about a jest upon occasion. If you and Tregeagle and Polgrain will allow her ladyship and me to be of minor assistance, North said, we would be most grateful. Now, give me one of those lemon seed cakes. 37. It was the coldest night of the year, that 29th day of December. At least that's what Caroline thought as she waited downstairs in the drawing room for North to come home, listening to the wind howl. The windows were clouded over, and the wind whipping off the sea was harsh and brittle, sending naked branches slapping against the glass, each time making her jump. North and Sir Raphael Carstairs had ridden with Flash Savory to Goonbell because Flash had heard from Mrs. Freely that a man, deep in his cups, was shooting his mouth off in her taproom about stabbing faithless bitches. Caroline shivered and moved her chair closer to the roaring fire. But it wasn't really that she was cold from the frigid weather. Rather, she was cold from the inside out, as with a fever. Only this fever was made of fear, and she hated it. Hated it not just because she was afraid for herself, but also for North. More for North, which was silly, because he was strong and smart, and with Flash and Raphael. Still, none of that mattered. If only he'd let her go with them to Goonbell. No, he said, and kissed away her arguments. It's cold, and you're carrying a babe. You must take care of our babe, Caroline. That old clock stroked 11 times. Only it wasn't ugly and raw and gravelly and hoarse-sounding anymore. Now the clock stroked deep and true. Now that the miserable thing sounds like a clock again, she thought, twisting her wedding ring about on her finger. It would probably very soon give one final stroke, gurgle, and die. She looked over at the armlet. Just this evening, she'd placed it on a bed of deep crimson velvet atop a stand that had previously held a hideous Chinese vase. Now everyone could see it and marvel at it. She thought, most of the time, as she did now, that it was likely the only small bit of evidence that King Mark was buried here. More than likely, she thought, with her luck and the luck of the Nightingale male ancestors, the armlet had probably been found down near Fowey, where King Nork was really buried, and some tinker had brought it here and sold it to North's great-grandfather. If something like that were true, what a scheme that first Viscount Chilton, old Donegan Nightingale, had perpetrated on his progeny. She sighed, leaned her head back in her chair, and closed her eyes. North had been gone for 3 hours. She hated waiting. She always had. She wanted to be doing, not sitting here twiddling her fingers or sighing. She wondered if Victoria Carstairs was sitting waiting for her husband. Being a woman, she thought, wasn't that wonderful all the time, like now, when she couldn't take charge and make her own decisions, and make certain that North was all right. She looked up when Coombe came quietly into the drawing room.
He was carrying a tea tray with a beautifully polished early 18th century silver service. From old George I's beginning years, he'd told her when she'd first arrived, and it hadn't been quite so beautifully polished then. Aye, way back in 1722, I believe, purchased by his lordship's great-grandfather, our first Viscount. Caroline hated the service from the moment of hearing that tidbit. "It's cold," she said to him as he gently placed the service on a table and carried it next to her chair. "It's beginning to rain now. I dislike his lordship being out in such weather." "So do I. I should be with him. I would keep him dry. I don't wish him to become ill." If Coombe thought that was rather illogical, he kept it to himself. She sipped at her tea, then said, "Don't go just yet, Coombe, if you don't mind. Tell me, do you have any idea about who would have hidden the gold armlet in that old clock?" "Not a clue, my lady. I asked both Mr. Tregeagle and Mr. Polgrain, but they are as mystified as I am, a circumstance none of us relishes. If it was North's great-grandfather, then why did he do it? Surely it would prove his theory about King Mark. At least an actual, quite tangible golden armlet with Rex engraved on it would make his theory a bit more palatable. No, it makes no sense at all. It must have been inside the clock for years and years. None of the Nightingale men wrote about it, just North's great-grandfather. I do hate mysteries. Actually, my lady, there are more important things on my mind at present. I told his lordship, and now I will tell you, that the Plumbury servant was indeed here that fateful day when the vicious note was left in your bedchamber. However, to the best of Polgrain's memory, the servant never left the kitchen. Indeed, the servant is a female sort of servant, a spinster named Ida, and enamored with Mr. Polgrain, thus causing him acute embarrassment, as well as making him quite distracted. In short, the female sort of Plumbury servant could have enjoyed tea in the drawing-room, and Polgrain wouldn't have noticed. I fear it is possible. Oh, all right. As best as I can remember, the only people who didn't visit us that day were the Carstaireses. Ah, but that fellow Flash Savory did. I don't trust him, my lady. He's too handsome, altogether too cocky, if you know what I mean. That's a theory I hadn't thought of. I think Flash is safe, Coombe. But then again, who knows? He was here to see his lordship, and probably Miss Evelyn. So the wind blows in that direction, does it? The wind is always blowing. Thank God it blew his lordship to Dorchester to find me. Once I would have said it was a foul wind, my lady, that blew him anywhere near you, but perhaps now the wind that is responsible for you being here isn't all that noxious, just a bit irregular. Thank you, I think. Caroline took a final sip of tea and rose. I think I'll snuggle under all those wonderful blankets Tregeagle spread on his lordship's bed. You should retire as well, Coombe. We have no idea when his lordship will return. Curse his hide. Coombe drew himself to his fullest height, which was still below Caroline's eye level. I am not carrying the Nightingale air, my lady, thus I will await his lordship's return and have a brandy sniffer warmed for him. She rather fancied a snifter of good smuggled French brandy rather than the bitter tea she'd just consumed, but she could just imagine Coombe's reaction to a pregnant lady drinking spirits. Is Miss Marie feeling more the thing? Aye, it's just a little stuffy nose and a mite of a cough. Lady Cecilia, however, won't leave her, as you know. She did tell me to bid you good night for her. I imagine she and Miss Marie both will be downstairs tomorrow. She was whistling as she walked up the staircase. She looked once at the empty wall space she'd cleared of one of North's father's paintings, the one where he'd looked so sour, so malevolent, he could have been the devil's right hand. It would one day soon hold Cecilia Nightingale's portrait, and also a portrait of Marie with North. Yes, it would be proof for all eternity that a Nightingale wife was faithful and loyal to her husband. She felt exhaustion weigh her down. She felt as heavy as the statue of the god Mercury that stood in a deep niche at the head of the stairs, standing on the toes of his winged feet. Each step she took became more of a chore. She shook her head and frowned at herself. The babe was making her tire more easily. She didn't like it a bit. She was nearly trembling with the immense fatigue when she reached the master bedchamber.
Even turning the doorknob was a mighty effort. She thought about calling one of the maids to help her undress, but decided it was too late. There was a nice fire set in the bedchamber, blazing brightly, casting shadows in the dim corners of the huge room, and she managed to make herself walk to it. She stretched out her hands to warm them. She looked at her hands. They seemed to fade, even as she watched them. Lighter and lighter they became, the pale blue lines beneath her flesh brightening. Then they too became vague and insubstantial as her hands themselves, like the shadows flickering in the corners. Or maybe it was simply the firelight that was making her hands look so very strange to her. Something wasn't right. She turned slowly at the very soft sound coming from behind her. She saw nothing, but she was so tired, her legs so weak, she could barely stand, much less investigate the likely mouse that was scurrying about in the far corner of the room. She took the 2 steps to the wing chair and clung to its back. Again, there was a soft rustling noise, and it was coming now, just over there, next to the Chinese screen she never used because when she bathed, North invariably turned up, all wicked smiles and wandering hands. She stilled, trying to make herself pay attention. She was so bloody tired. There it was again, that silly sound that probably wasn't anything really, just something out of her imagination, woven there by her fatigue. Yes, that was it. She slowly turned back to face the fireplace. The flames were dancing like the Cornish piss-piss now, scampering and waving to and fro, always changing, shifting, their heat reaching out to her, but she couldn't feel it. She raised her hand to her face, or she tried to. Her arm dropped to her side. She was too overwhelmed by fatigue to move. The noise came again, but she didn't have the strength to turn. It was closer now, and she knew it. She was now just simply waiting for it. Like a rabbit looking down a hunter's gun, she thought, just standing here, waiting for that noise to come and get her. How could a noise hurt her? There was a soft murmuring beside her. She whispered, "What is happening? What is it?" Soft sibilant murmurs came close to her ear. Meaningless sounds, just nothing really. She would have sworn that fingertips lightly brushed her hair. "You're a whore," that sweet dreamlike voice said. "A whore, and you'll die now, just like the other whores." "No," she said.
The mouth was dry. It hurt to say that simple word, "no," she said again. She felt arms close about her. She breathed in an elusive scent. Then, ever so gently, she was lowered to the floor. At last, for an instant, she felt the blessed heat of the fireplace. Then it was gone, and there was only coldness. "North," she said. Then her head fell to the side, and she said nothing more. The wind was howling. There were swirling grains of sand in the air. The taste of salt was strong. Without realizing what she was doing, Caroline huddled down into the velvet cloak, then wondered why she was wearing it. Surely she hadn't come for a walk without wearing something, but she couldn't remember, couldn't seem to grasp preparing to come for a walk. It was dark. There was a quarter moon high in the sky to her left. Dear God, it hurt to open her eyes, but she did, and she saw that moon, tasted the salt from the sea on her dry lips, and felt the bone-deep cold. She shivered then, and came fully awake. She was tucked as far as possible underneath the jutting ledge of a large black rock. She knew where that rock was. It was very close to the cliff at St. Agnes Head. She knew, too, how she'd gotten there. Someone had drugged the tea. Someone had come to the bedchamber and made those odd rustling noises, then whispered in her ear that she was a whore and she was going to die. And then that someone had carried her away from Mount Hawk and brought her here. What someone? She stretched about, realizing her hands were bound behind her back, her ankles bound as well. She was leaning back, the main force of the wind off her, but the cold was hard and deep. Where was that someone? She was quite alone. She knew terror that froze her brain and numbed her body. She saw her mother then, quite clearly, her beloved face, her green eyes bright with laughter.
eyes just the same color green as Caroline's, but then her mother's face faded away and left only the memory of it. She'd not remembered that her mother's eyes were green. "Mother," she whispered, "Mother." She was alone in the dark of the night, the howling wind dinning around her. Surely it was a man who had brought her here, a man who had access to Mount Hawk. Coombe? He'd come back, all smiles and sheepish looks, bringing with him North's mother and sister, all to make him look like a saint, a reformed character, a man of conscience, to make all of them forget that he'd lied about Caroline meeting her supposed lover, Dr. Treath, that he'd possibly poisoned the oxtail soup that had made poor Alice so ill. She heard a low moaning sound, close, too close. She huddled in on herself, wanting to escape it, knowing it was frightening, and then she realized it was coming from her, from deep within her, and the terror was now a part of her. It was over for her. She'd found North, but now, after only months, he would be alone again. No, no, he had his mother now and his sister. He wouldn't become a brooding, dark man again who didn't laugh or jest. She didn't want North to laugh without her. She was selfish, but there it was. She didn't want to just sit here and wait for the someone to come and stab her and push her off the cliff. She didn't want to die. She felt clear-headed for the first time. She didn't feel much hope, but she didn't feel like rolling over and simply waiting for the someone to kill her. She tested the rope wrapped around her wrists. It was secure. She tried to pull her ankles apart. There was only about 6 inches leeway. Not enough to run, barely enough to hobble along. All right then, if she wasn't just going to give up, she had to do something. She felt the edges of the huge black outcropping rock. Ah, yes, there was nothing but sharp edges. She just prayed they were sharp enough. She realized then that her hands were bare, and they were cold, almost too cold now, and soon they would be numb. So her attacker had wrapped her cloak around her, but pulled no mittens on her hands. That wouldn't be so bad, she thought, as she began to rub the rope vigorously against a sharp edge. Then she wouldn't feel the pain, and she knew that was coming. She gritted her teeth and sawed back and forth. A black roiling cloud crashed against another, and the two of them covered the moon. It was terrifying, that complete, utter blackness. It seemed colder. The wind seemed louder. She could clearly hear the maddened waves crashing against the rocks at the base of St. Agnes Head. Move, damn it. She sawed faster. She felt stickiness and knew it was her blood. At least she felt it. That was something. She was breathless, with the pain from her hands, with the cold, piercing sharpness in her lungs. It hurt to breathe. She stopped a moment, drew a deep breath, and gently tugged at the rope. It was loose. She wanted to weep with the relief of it, the hope of it. She went back to work. Soon the rope snapped, and she was free. She brought her hands in front of her and stared down at them. They were red, abraded, and the outline of the rope was clear on her wrists. It didn't matter. She was free, and she was still alive. She quickly freed her ankles. When she scrambled to her feet, she promptly collapsed. Weak, she thought. She was too cold and too weak. She frantically rubbed her legs, her feet. Sharp stabs of pain shot through her legs. She ignored it as best she could. She rose again, more slowly this time, hanging on to the rock. She didn't fall this time. She took a step, then another, and another. It was then she heard a horse coming. Actually, she felt the pounding of the horse's hooves rather than heard it. He'd come to her. She wouldn't just stand here and watch him come. The cliffs were barren. What to do? The beach, she thought, and she picked up her cloak and skirts and ran northward along the cliff edge toward the beach path, only another 50 or so feet ahead. She would find a weapon on the beach, a rock or a piece of heavy driftwood. She would be able to hide against the base of the cliff at the back of the beach. The killer would have to walk down the steep path, and that would give her time to plan, time to find a weapon, the chance to see who he was. Perhaps she would be able to take him by surprise. She heard a shout. She heard a cry of sheer fury, then a string of curses wafted away in the wind, that same wind that was deep inside her now. for she was gasping for breath, a stitch in her side, doubling her over. But she was nearly there, nearly to the cliff path. The horse was coming closer. She could hear the shouts now, the curses, hear them blur and become indistinct. The wind was becoming stronger. No wonder there were no trees here. They would never survive this wind. Her babe. Her hands went to her belly, as if holding her hands there would protect the child. She nearly lost her balance, flung her arms out to steady herself, then nearly plummeted down the cliff path. She caught herself, skidding to a stop sideways, sending a spray of rocks and dirt flying from beneath her feet. She righted herself, stood there a moment, panting, listening. The horse was coming closer. Soon the man would be just above her, looking down, then climbing down after her. She had to hurry. She skidded, ran, several times nearly going head first, but she had to be reckless. She had to, or she could just sit down on the path and wait to die. Who was the man? She stumbled and flew forward. She flung her arms out, breaking her fall, then rolled to the bottom of the path. She lay there just an instant, hoping she hadn't broken a leg. Then she rose. She looked back to see the cloaked man at the top of the path, looking down at her. Then he was coming down, as fast and recklessly as she had, his black cloak billowing about him, making him look like the devil himself.
She ran as fast as she could over the wet, clinging sand, looking wildly for a weapon, anything really. And she saw it then, a thick branch, but not too thick for her to grasp firmly. She grabbed it up, never breaking stride, and headed for the back of the beach. There were overhanging layers of shale sandstone, thick slabs of it, the porous rock cut away over the centuries deeply back under the cliff. She would be trapped, she thought, stopping just a moment, her breath harsh in her ears, ripping pain through her chest. What to do? Then she knew that it was dark under that cutaway cliff, and that would give her protection. But he would come for her, and he was stronger. She would have to surprise him. The black clouds suddenly cleared overhead, and the moon shone down. She even heard a lone kestrel as it hovered. It was then she saw the vague indentations going upward beside the overhang. North had never mentioned this, nor had she noticed the outlines that surely would allow a person to climb upward. She didn't question why the outlines, which were really actual footholds and handholds, were there, or who fashioned them there. She didn't think further, but raced to the first outline and hoisted herself upward. Her foot fit quite nicely into the foothold. She grabbed a rock, surely a handhold there to aid the climber, and pulled herself up to the next foothold when she realized she couldn't climb and carry the branch at the same time. She turned, saw the man below her, and threw the branch down at him with all her strength. She didn't have much leverage, but she did the best she could. No, her chance lay in getting up there, before he did. Perhaps she could get to his horse. She heard him curse when the branch struck him. Not hard enough, but it slowed him for just a moment. She found a handhold and dragged herself upward to each foothold. Up and up she went, until she was a good 30 feet above the beach. If she fell from here, she'd surely die. She stopped just a moment to catch her breath. She looked down to see him coming, sure and fast. She had to hurry. She looked up, only about 20 more feet to the top. She just had to keep climbing, and she would beat him. She'd have time to get his horse. She heard him curse when the branch struck him. Not hard enough, but it slowed him for just a moment. She found a handhold and dragged herself upward to each foothold. Up and up she went, until she was a good 30 feet above the beach. If she fell from here, she'd surely die. She stopped just a moment to catch her breath. She looked down to see him coming, sure and fast. She had to hurry. She looked up, only about 20 more feet to the top. She just had to keep climbing, and she would beat him. She'd have time to get his horse and ride away. Suddenly, there were no more handholds, no more footholds. They simply disappeared, or they'd never been there in the first place. She felt betrayed by the ancient people who had carved this upward climb. Why had they stopped? It made no sense. She looked about frantically, her bloody hands digging into the dirt around the jagged rocks, searching. To her right, yes, just to her right and straight beside her, there was a foothold, but it would take all her strength to drag herself over to it. Suddenly, she heard a shout from above her, a man's shout, and it was familiar. She felt a wild spurt of hope. Then she heard the report of a gun from below her.
There was nothing else from above, not a whimper, nothing. The man below her had shot her rescuer. North! Oh God, she couldn't bear to think about that. She stretched as far as she could to her right, then heaved herself sideways, her hands frantically clutching at jagged rocks that seemed just beyond her reach, pulling herself until her feet found a hold. Then there was another, and it too was going sideways, back in nearly a straight line across the cliff edge. It made no sense, but she didn't care. She just kept going, not thinking now, just making herself move. She heard the man beneath her. She knew that he'd reached the end of the vertical handholds and footholds, knew that he wouldn't have to take the time to discover they turned sharply sideways, going back along the face of the cliff. Then, without warning, her foot slipped, and she was hanging there, clinging to the rocks above her head, her legs dangling now, trying desperately to get a foothold, but not finding one. Then he was there beside her, not more than 6 feet away from her, and she knew he was laughing because she would fall and she would die. Her hand slipped. She was flailing wildly, but it was no use. She lost her remaining grip and fell, her scream of failure hurtling into the howling wind. 38. She grabbed wildly at a gorse bush growing out of the cliff and caught it. It slowed her, but nothing more. Then, when it ripped out, she rocked hard sideways, her hips slamming against the cliff. It seemed to tremble beneath her. Then it gave, collapsing beneath her. She felt herself falling, sideways, down, down, into dry, musty air now, for the cliff had simply crumbled under her. She landed on her side on an incline and rolled another 6 feet to a smooth, sandy flat ground. She lay there, panting hard, not wanting to know what had happened, not yet, simply because it had happened too quickly, a cliff collapsing beneath her, and now she was inside the cliff itself, and she couldn't seem to bring herself to accept it, much less understand it. Her breathing finally slowed. The stitch in her side lessened. She felt her belly, but there was no pain there, no hint of cramping. The babe was all right, at least for the moment. Very slowly, she turned and sat up. The only light was from the moon high above the jagged opening her body had made when she'd burst through the earth. She looked around, wondering what the devil this place was, then realized it had to be a cave, but it didn't really look like any cave she'd ever seen before. Not that she'd seen many, just one, and it had been small and dark and very damp. This cave was dry, the earth beneath her sandy and flat. She stood there, just looking around, querying her body, but all was well. Her hands were bloody and raw, but that didn't matter. In fact, she welcomed the stinging pain. It meant she was alive. The man would somehow get down here, then he would kill her, for she was now indeed trapped. If only she had a light. She walked away from the cliff face, inward, and she could still make out shapes. Perhaps the cave twisted back onto itself and gave out again onto the cliff, and there was another opening. Of course, there really hadn't been an opening here. It had simply given way beneath her weight. But surely the handholds and footholds had been planned a purpose just to get to this cave. But what had happened? It struck her then that there simply had to be another way out of here, and maybe that way was upward. She kept walking slowly, looking, listening for the man, because she knew it wouldn't be long before he found a way to climb down and get into the opening of the cave. Whom had he shot atop the cliff? No, she just knew it hadn't been North. But whom? Suddenly she tripped. She didn't fall, just stumbled and caught herself. By her foot there was something shiny sticking up out of the smooth, dry, sandy earth. She knelt down and freed it. It seemed to be circular and very smooth. It was shiny, a piece of jewelry of some kind. She wished she could go back to see what she had, but she had no intention of taking such a chance. She slipped the jewelry into her cloak pocket and kept walking into the darkness. From behind her, she heard an eerie call, like a ghost's taunt on All Hallows' Eve, a specter's cry, all muffled and distorted by the cave walls. It echoed deep and dark, that voice that called like a beguiling siren. Caroline, Caroline, you might as well stop now. I will have you soon enough, and I will make you die very, very slowly. That damned brat in your belly, that little bastard, will die with you. She began to shiver. She wrapped her arms around herself, felt the keening cries from deep within her bubble up, choking her, making her wheeze with fear. She forced herself through sheer strength of will to remain silent as the rocks on all sides of her. The voice came again, echoing and threading through the darkness, closer now.
Come here, Caroline. You're more resourceful than the others, or perhaps you're just luckier.
Let me tell you about that pathetic woman. She whimpered. She was on her knees to me, begging me not to kill her. But I did, of course. She was even a worse slut than your aunt. I'll tell you all about how your dear aunt died once I have you, Caroline. I want to see your face while I tell you how she tried to save herself, but she didn't stand a chance. But her death was justice. She deserved it. No more about her now, not until I have you. Come out now, Caroline. You don't want to make me angry. She shivered more violently. There was madness in that echoing, eerie call. Madness and determination. A weapon. She had to find something. She kept walking back into the cliff. The ceiling lowered, but it was still at least 10 feet high. She turned a corner to the left. Suddenly, it wasn't quite so dark. She could make out shadows. Another opening. She knew it. There had to be another way, and she'd found it. She hurried now, running toward the vague, glittery light, then stopped so fast she nearly fell over her own feet. There, in front of her, on a long, very wide flat rock, lay piles of gold coins, jewelry, many armlets, bracelets, necklaces, so many of them. And there were loose jewels as well, spilling out of several gold chalices. And in the middle of all these jewels, a mighty sword rose at an angle a good 1.5 feet into the air, its handle encrusted with diamonds, rubies, and emeralds. It seemed to be embedded in the rock, at least half its length. Good God, the sword must be at least 4 feet long. She just stared, her terror at bay for a brief second, realizing what she'd found. It was King Mark's treasure trove. It had to be. The Nightingale men had been right. His treasure was here, buried 1,000 years before. More treasure than a single mortal man deserved. She walked closer, her hand stretched out to touch the sword. But she held back. She was afraid of it. It was that simple. What was it doing here, buried in that stone? She knew it was something beyond what a human should know, beyond what a human should see and experience. It wasn't of this earth, of this time, yet it was here, as if it was waiting. It glittered like gold, but it was made of steel. It was magnificent, hard and long, ferocious. Its blade was a glittering silver in its sharpness, the brilliant edge glittering. It still looked deadly after 1,000 years. She stared at that sword. There was something about it that drew her. Without really thinking, she clasped her hands around the hilt and tugged. To her absolute astonishment, the sword moved. She pulled harder now, and the sword simply slipped out of the stone. And she realized that the stone couldn't be solid as it appeared. There had to be a chamber built within it for the sword, a scabbard for it, a place of honor for it, to display it as she'd displayed the armlet. But for whom? She'd pulled it free, and now just stared at it lying there atop the stone, amid all those incredible gems, those piles of gold. How could she lift it? It was at least 4 feet long, perfectly straight, its top so pointed, so deadly, that just looking at it made her shiver. But it was a weapon. She gingerly tried to raise it with both hands, wrapped around the handle. Again, to her astonishment, she discovered she could lift it easily. She brought it up with but one hand clutching about the jewel-encrusted handle. It fit well into her palm. Her fingers closed easily around it, but it had looked so big, so foreboding thrust into the rock. She swung it. It weighed so little, but that didn't make sense, simply couldn't be real. She didn't care. She swung it again. It seemed an extension of her arm, flowing and smooth. She felt powerful. She felt the strength of it, or she fancied she did. She felt as if it had been fashioned for her and only her.
She smiled. Now she had a chance. Then she remembered the shot. The man had a gun. Even this wonderful sword would have no chance against a gun. She turned again toward the light, the other opening. She could escape him. She followed the shadow light. To her despair, not 6 feet behind the stone slab, she stood beneath the light. It was not more than a small circular opening, more a narrow tunnel that seemed to twist back on itself, back toward the edge of the cliff. There was nothing else. She felt bowed by defeat. Then, very carefully, she eased the sword behind her back and walked forward again, back toward her killer. The sword felt so light. It lay so easily, pressed against her legs, her single hand holding it without effort. Odd that the handle had looked so massive, but it wasn't. It didn't strain her arms at all to keep it from dragging on the ground. She walked now, toward the light from where she'd crashed through the cliff, back toward the man who wanted to kill her, the man who was insane, the man whose voice terrified her, drew at her confidence, her strength. She heard him call again, his voice soft now, echoing deep and dark, forming and reforming like shadows off the rock walls. "Caroline, how much longer can you hide from me? Come to me now, and I will slip my knife quickly into your heart. You won't suffer, Caroline, and Lord Chilton will be free of you. All of us will be free of you, me most of all." She was closer to the man now, and his voice sounded that much more frightening, more inhuman, more like a specter's than a human being's. She pulled back close to the wall, becoming part of the darkness, and sang out softly in a voice that made her shiver herself. "Why has a madman come into my burial chamber? It is forbidden. You are not one of the chosen. That girl who dared enter now lies dead, as will you very soon now." She heard a yelp. She was certain of it. She heard a quickening of breath. She heard no more movement. She pressed herself even closer against the wall. "Well, who are you? Why do you come here?" The killer's voice now, coming like a thread of fear, low and hoarse, fright filling it. "I will leave, but I must have the girl's body. She is an abomination. If I leave her here, she will be a scourge to this chamber. Her very presence will curse you. I will take her. You will take no one. I will kill you now, just as I killed her." There was utter silence. It seemed to grow even darker. The air was so dry she wanted to cough, but she didn't dare to. She held herself perfectly still. It was then Caroline felt the warm, dry breath against her cheek. That was a good show, but not good enough. Couldn't you tell I was coming toward you even as I spoke? No? The echoes in this chamber distort everything. More's the pity for you. Hold still now, Caroline. I want you to know who will kill you before you spend eternity in hell. Caroline didn't move. She clasped the sword more firmly behind her back and readied herself. She couldn't do anything yet. The man was holding the gun against her ribs. "Come, Caroline, you can't see me here. Come." Slowly, the man's hand around her arm, she walked back toward the opening in the cliff wall. It took only a moment or two, so close she'd been. Then the man shoved her away. She struck a wall, but managed to keep hold of the sword behind her and her balance. She watched the cloaked and booted man walk until he stood directly beneath the collapsed opening. Then he straightened and threw back the hood of his black cloak. She looked into the face of Bess Treth, and she said, "I thought you were a man." "Yes, I know. I deepened my voice for you. I knew it terrified you even more to think a madman was chasing you. But I'm not a man, and I don't have to pretend with you any further. You've given me a good chase, Caroline, but it's over now. You even found a treasure trove for me." "Bess Treth," Caroline said aloud, wondering if saying the woman's name would make any of this any more real. She stared at her now, still unable to grasp what she was seeing, what she'd heard.
The tone she was own sword. So light it was, and its steel blade glittered silver and sharp in that dim moonlight, and she screamed, "Here, Bess, here, come to me. Coombe is wounded, he's no worry to you. Leave him be, Bess Treath." Turned and stared. "That sword, where did you get it?" "Why, it was here, just for me. Here for me to kill you. Come here, Bess. Yes, that's right. Come here." Again, Caroline held the mighty sword easily in the grip of her right hand and beckoned with her left hand to Bess Treath. From the corner of her eye, she saw Coombe easing toward the gun Bess Treath had flung to the ground. She saw the blood dripping from his shoulder. He looked weak and pale. Suddenly, she knew she didn't need him to get that gun. She just knew it. Bess Treath screamed, a scream filled with madness and fury, and perhaps even of acceptance, and lunged at Caroline. Caroline lifted the sword, swung it back and forth in front of her, the fine steel hissing cleanly in the air. Bess Treath stopped suddenly, so that glittering, sharp blade tip wouldn't slash through her. She was heaving with madness, with fury, and again she raised that knife. But she couldn't get past that long, swinging blade. Caroline jumped forward, that magnificent sword extended its full length. Bess Treath managed to leap to the side, and the sword only slashed through her cloak over her right shoulder. She yelled in pain and rage, "I'll stick this knife in your belly and kill that bastard of yours first." She ran straight at Caroline, straight into that high swinging sword. The blade slid cleanly into Bess Treath's chest. Bess Treath just stood there a moment, hanging on that massive sword, a good foot of it protruding from her back, and she just looked down at it. Then back at Caroline, who stood so close to her now, holding the handle, just holding it there as it drained her life away. "I knew it would have to end someday," Bess Treath said. "But this sword, how do you hold it so easily? It's huge. It must weigh as much as you do. You're but a weak woman. It's not possible." "It seems you're wrong," Caroline said. She watched Bess Treath weave there, silent now, then fall hard sideways. Caroline pulled the sword from her body. She looked at Coombe, who now held the gun in his hand, standing there, staring at her, down at Bess Treath, pale and sweating, and Caroline said, "I'm so glad you weren't the one to drug my tea. Your shoulder is bleeding. We must get you back to the top of the cliff, Coombe." "It isn't really all that bad," he said, trying to keep a grip on himself. "I managed to climb down, but I feared I would be too late. She was strong, so very strong. What is this chamber?" "It is King Mark's treasure chamber." Coombe just stared at her. "Come," Caroline said, "I'll show you. But I must tell you first." Coombe gave her an oddly helpless look, took one step, sighed, then slowly crumpled to the sandy floor. "Tell me what, Coombe?" He opened his eyes for just a brief instant, and she could see the pain it was costing him. "Tregeagle," he whispered. "Tregeagle." 39. Caroline found Coombe's dangling rope as she eased herself out of the collapsed cliff wall. She hadn't had time to wonder how he'd gotten down to her, but now she knew. Where had he gotten the rope? Then she recognized it. It was the rope that had bound her wrist and ankles, had knotted the ends together. She grasped it firmly and pulled herself out against the cliff face. She didn't look down. The wind was strong, tearing at her cloak and her hair. She drew a deep breath and began to climb. She had to save Coombe now. She'd wrapped his shoulder in strips of material she'd torn from Bess Treath's cloak and wrapped him against the colt as best she could. He'd remained unconscious after he'd managed to say Tregeagle's name. Tregeagle. Had he drugged her? Evidently so. Evidently, he'd been the one to put the note in her bedchamber.
Had he tried to kill her by stringing the wire that felled her mare? She began to climb, slowly, dragging herself upward, fighting the tug of the wind, the sting of the sea spray it hurled against her face. She looked up. It was more than a mile. It was farther away than it had been just a moment before. Her arms trembled with pain. At least the blood on her hands made it easier for her to grip the rope. She stopped just a moment to catch her breath, and found that she was smiling, her face pressed inward against the barren cliff wall. She'd won. She'd won. It was then she heard his shout, "Caroline!" She felt a spurt of energy and pulled herself hand over hand, not hesitating, not resting, not feeling the pain, only wanting to see him, to hold him. She felt his hands clasp her shoulders. He pulled her over the edge of the cliff. He lifted her up and stood her in front of him, his hands on her shoulders. He looked down at her, just looked, saying nothing. "I thought you were dead," he said at last. "I couldn't have borne that, Caroline. When I read the note Coombe had left me, I didn't know what to think. He'd just said to come to St. Agnes Head as soon as I could." She threw herself against him, burying her face in his chest. "We must get Coombe. He tried to save me, and he's wounded." "Where?" "I don't think you're going to want to believe this, North. I found King Mark's treasure trove." She paused, shook her head, and said, "But that's not important right now. There's something else first. Before Coombe lost consciousness, he said Tregagle's name." "Oh, no. Bloody hell. I don't want to believe that." Suddenly, Tregagle's voice was there, right behind them, and it was low, very tense, and filled with fury. "You damned bitch. You're luckier than any human has a right to be. Well, it's almost over now, and then we'll be at peace again." He was walking toward them. Caroline saw Raphael Carstairs unconscious on the ground some 6 feet away. North very calmly moved to stand in front of Caroline. "Listen to me, Tregagle. You're right. It is over now," Caroline said very slowly, knowing she was speaking not only to Tregagle, but to North as well. "I killed Bess Treath. Did you know Bess Treath was mad, Tregagle? Did you know she very nearly killed Coombe? Did you know she'd killed all those other women? Did you know she's obsessed with her brother, Dr. Treath?" North was staring at her, disbelieving as she'd been when she first saw Bess Treath's face, disbelieving in that instant before she knew the woman was there to kill her. Tregagle ignored her, saying, "Coombe deserved it, tried to interfere when he realized what had happened, wouldn't listen to me. I would have killed him had I been here. I wish she had killed him, the miserable traitor. Yes, I told him what was happening, begged him to join me to rid this place of her. But he looked shocked that I would say such a thing. Shocked? He called me mad, just as you believe Bess Treath was mad. She was as sane as I am. She killed all those miserable sluts, but she failed with you. And I will finish it." His thick white hair was plastered to his head by the raging wind. He stood tall and proud, his black cloak billowing out behind him, looking like an avenging angel. "Why?" Caroline said, stepping around to stand beside North. She felt him stiffen, but didn't look at him. "Why do you want to kill me, Tregagle? What did I do to you?" He said simply, "You took my precious little boy, and you changed him." It took her a moment to realize he was talking about North. "Yes, you changed him, and now his trollop of a mother is here, all your doing, and that simpleton daughter of hers. What a disgrace that one is, staring about like a vacant puppet, and her mother trying to claim Nightingale blood in her. It's disgusting, and I'll see soon enough that she's away from here again." "But she's the very image of North," Caroline said, aware that North was very slowly trying to ease in front of her again, but she wouldn't allow it. "It was an accident that she is simple, nothing more, just an accident. No accident. It was her blood that did it, and her lover's, not Nightingale blood."
When his grandfather visited her, he knew she'd betrayed her husband, cuckolded him like all the other Nightingale wives had betrayed their husbands, and that's when he made certain she'd stay away forever, hiding her disgrace, her perfidy from the world. North said very gently, his voice barely heard over the blustering wind, "Tregeagle, did you help Bess Treath kill all those women?" "Certainly not, my lord. I am not like that. She is perhaps a bit mad, I'll grant you that, but only at times, only when it's warranted. Her deep and abiding love for her brother brought her to this pass." "How did you discover she was the murderess?" "I saw her go into Coomb's room at Mrs. Freely's inn. I followed her. I saw her with the bloody knife wrapped in the shirt. I told her I wanted you dead, my lady, and she said it was nearly time for you, that soon you would be in love with her brother, like all those other foolish women. I was willing to assist her, but we had to bide our time. You managed to survive the wire stretched across the narrow course, more's the pity. If you'd just died then like you were supposed to, then this wouldn't have been necessary. Coombe wouldn't have had to know. He wouldn't have had to be killed. Or, mayhap, he would have, for he is a soft fool. Yes, we had to wait to get to you, because his lordship kept people around you, always people about to guard you. I asked Timmy the maid, and the little bugger lied to me, except for tonight. Tonight was just perfect. She and I together wrapped you in the cloak and brought you here, but she had to leave because her beloved brother was waiting for her. So I tied you tightly, but not tightly enough. I had no reason to stay here because she wanted to be the one to kill you, she alone. She told me it was her privilege, her duty. So I returned to Mount Hawk, and there was Coombe, and I realized that he suspected. I didn't say anything, and there the old fool was, wringing his hands, incoherent with worry after he discovered you were gone from Mount Hawk. I told him all about it then, tried to make him understand, but he wouldn't. I even told him about Bess Treath and how she would take care of you. He turned white, the cowardly old man, but then he struck me. When I came to my senses, he was gone, come here to help you." North said, "Did you know that her ladyship just found King Mark's treasure trove? Down there, in a chamber behind the cliff? That's a bloody lie, my lord. She's taught you how to lie. Now you won't try to distract me again. I've got to kill her, and then I don't know what I'll do, because you'll be here and know that I killed her, and perhaps you'll be angry with me and want revenge." He raised the pistol. North lunged at him, grabbing his raised arm, bending it back. The two men went down, North tangling in the folds of Tregeagle's cloak. Caroline jumped forward, tripped over the rope, and went to her hands and knees. She quickly grabbed the rope and looped it, even as she ran to where North and Tregeagle lay rolling about on the ground, closer and closer to the cliff. "North!" He was straddling Tregeagle now, pounding his fist into the man's mouth. Tregeagle, with one final spurt of strength, whipped up his legs, striking North in the back. He went over Tregeagle's head, toward the edge of the cliff, rolling, faster and faster. Caroline ran after him, jumping over Tregeagle, who was lying there, huge breaths wheezing out of his chest, and she grabbed at North. She caught his ankle, managing to hold him long enough to slide the looped rope over his foot and pull tightly. She sat back, digging in her heels, trying to gain leverage, but still he slid toward the edge of the cliff. She yelled at the top of her lungs, "Raphael! Help me! Raphael!" But it wasn't Raphael Carstairs who pulled North back. It was Tregeagle. Once he'd secured his master, he looked down at him, then over at Caroline. "I couldn't beat you," he said very slowly. "You took my boy, and I couldn't beat you. I nearly killed him, and you saved him." Then he turned and simply stepped off the cliff. There was only the sound of the howling wind. North was on his hands and knees, looking over the edge of the cliff. He saw Tregeagle spread on his back, looking for the world like a fallen angel, on the beach below. He rose slowly and turned to face Caroline. "It is too much," he said, more to himself than to her. "I take it back. He doesn't look like a fallen angel lying down there. He looks like a pathetic old man. Yes, but you're alive. Nothing else matters."
He pulled her to her feet and into his arms. He held her close, rocking her. My God, are the two of you all right? It was Raphael Carstairs, and he was still none too steady on his feet. We're all right. I saw Tregeagle jump. Why did he do it? What the hell happened? Caroline, where were you? He sneaked up on me and struck me. I'm sorry. We're alive, North said. We'll explain everything later. Actually, nothing else is all that important. Well, Caroline said, drawing a deep breath, actually, there is. As I already told North, I found King Mark's treasure trove. There's a chamber some 20 feet down the face of the cliff. I fell through it and into the chamber. Come, I'll show you. North clutched her arms in his hands. You think you're climbing down that cliff face again? Why, certainly. I found the treasure. It's my right, North, my right. Like hell it is. I don't believe you, Caroline. You're pregnant. Oh, God, is the babe all right? He was pressing his palms against her belly, trying to cradle her in his arms. The babe is fine. Now listen. Raphael, after you let us down with the rope, you'll have to pull up Coombe. He's been wounded. Then you must take him to Dr. Treath. I still can't believe that Bess Treath is the one who murdered all the women. It boggles the mind, even now that I can glimpse some understanding. She knew he was trying to grasp the reality of it, the truth of it. She loved her brother in her mad way, and any woman she fancied he loved, or she fancied wanted him, she killed. She planted the bloody knife in Coombe's chamber at the inn, just as Tregeagle told us. She hoped he'd left for good, and thus could be blamed for my murder as well. North's hands tightened on her shoulders. But Coombe saved you? No, I saved myself. But how? Let's go back down and I'll show you everything, including the sword. It was magic, North. It's true, Raphael. It was made just for me, just for my hand. It's huge, all strong, glittering steel, at least 4 feet long, and its handle is covered with jewels, and it was embedded in this huge slab of rock, but I pulled it out easily. I could lift it just as easily with one hand. Sword? North shook his head. Listen to me, Caroline. You're not going anywhere. I want you to stay here and try to keep warm. Raphael and I will... She just smiled up at him. No, she said very calmly, very gently, and he looked at her long and hard. There was something different about her. Perhaps it was the quiet look of determination in her eyes that he'd never seen there before. Perhaps it was the vibrant intensity he felt coming from her, a new sense of strength, of knowledge. It was deep and full, this new force in her, and he realized it was now a part of her. It was her right to see this to the end. A magic sword? It was Raphael Carstairs who eased both North and Caroline back down the cliff wall, a rope tied beneath their arms. When North eased down through the collapsed opening into the chamber, he couldn't at first believe his eyes. Then he strode quickly to where Coombe lay, shivering with shock and cold, but awake. My lord, she fetched you, didn't she? I told you I would, Coombe. You should learn to believe me. She saved me, my lord. You will tell me all about it very soon now. I'm going to ease this rope beneath your arms, and Raphael Carstairs will haul you to the top. Then he'll take you to see Dr. Treath. Coombe shivered at the name.
The tone should be world-weary and professional. Stress should be conveyed through a tightening of the voice or a slightly flat affect, rather than shouting or exaggerated anger. Dialogue, Yuki, her voice should be lighter and more engaged, but still within a realistic, natural conversational range. Climax execution, the transition to action must be quick and urgent, but the emotion of alarm should be understated, e.g. a sharp intake of breath or a sudden increase in volume/pace for only a few words, reflecting a professional reacting immediately without losing control. Goal, the delivery should sound authentic, as if the character is recounting a stressful event the day after, making the thrill organic and believable, not imposed. Caroline didn't blame him. Both North and Caroline leaned out of the collapsed cliff wall to watch Raphael pull Coombe to the top. When he eased Coombe over the edge, they both breathed more easily. North looked down at Bess Treath, lying there in a pool of blood,
her face smoothed out and calm. She didn't look like a madwoman. "It is ridiculous, you know," he said. "Yes, she told me many things, North, how she loved her brother, how she killed his first wife, then seduced him. Do you think he knows? How could he not have suspected? We will see." Caroline pulled up short. "Oh, goodness, where is the sword?" I pulled it out of her and carefully laid it on the ground beside her. What happened to it? No one could have taken it. He was right on her heels as she ran back into the cliff. When he saw the flat stone that looked like some sort of ancient shrine, its top piled with jewels and gold and chalices, he sucked in his breath. "King Mark," he said. "Yes, but he doesn't seem to be buried here. This just seems to be some sort of hidden shrine. There's just his treasure, just like your great-grandfather and grandfather believed, North, just like your father believed." Suddenly, she gasped and took a step back. "What is it? Are you all right, Caroline?" She raised her arm and pointed. "No, it can't be." But there it was, the sword, embedded deeply, just as it had been, in the stone once again, its steel blade shimmering in the dim light, the jewel-encrusted handle glittering with mad color. She walked forward, her voice vague, utterly blank. "But how did it get back here? I don't understand, North. I left the sword beside Bess Treath's body. Where's the blood on the blade? It looks as though it's been polished. It looks just like it looked when I first saw it." She reached out her hand and tentatively touched the handle. She tried to fit her hand around it, but couldn't. It was massive, much too large for her woman's hand. She wrapped both hands around the handle and pulled. The sword didn't move. It was firmly planted in the stone. She pulled again, harder, with all her strength. Nothing happened. North gently placed his hands over hers and pulled them away from the handle. He wanted to tell her it didn't matter, that somehow it had been Coombe who saved her, that her fear, her terror had changed things about in her mind, but he said nothing. What was there to say? Even though Coombe had said she'd saved him, how could that be? Was he to believe that the damned sword was magic? He saw the bewilderment in her eyes, saw the myriad questions swirling through her mind. He just held her hands, remaining still. Then she shook herself, and there was this strange smile on her mouth. She turned from him then, and once again touched the massive sword. She said, "North, there's something written on it here, just where the handle fits to the blade. Can you make it out?" He stepped closer and squinted at the vague lettering. He said aloud, "I believe it says something like Excalibur." He stared at the sword and said again, "Excalibur? No, my God, that's legend, ancient myth. It's not real. It can't be real. It's simply not possible. I won't believe it. We're in this strange buried chamber, and our minds aren't functioning properly. No, I won't believe it." "King Arthur's sword," Caroline said slowly. She traced her fingertips over the etched lettering. "His sword. Mallory wrote all about it. King Mark has nothing to do with anything here. He never did. All along, it was King Arthur and the magic sword that came loose from the stone only for him. But it came loose for me as well. That sword came free in my hand so easily. Why, I lifted it effortlessly and swung it. Why? Because I was in danger? I don't know, but what other explanation could there be? And now it's back where it belongs again. The sword must remain here, North. It must. I don't believe we could pull it out in any case." But North, nonetheless, simply because he had to try, grasped the sword between his hands and pulled with all his strength. It didn't even quiver. "It will stay here," he said, "since no one could pull it free, except for you, when I desperately needed it, or I would have died." North disliked the thought of magic, thoroughly disliked anything he couldn't eventually explain, but he couldn't deny the presence of the sword in front of him, or the etching clear and fine on its shining steel. Had she really pulled it free? Rather, had the sword come free in her hands because it was magic? He smiled down at his wife. "Those jewels aren't embedded in the stone. What do you want to do with them, Caroline?" She leaned forward to pick up one of the golden chalices and bumped her hip against the stone. She felt the gold piece of jewelry she'd tripped over when she was trying to escape from Bestreath. Slowly, she withdrew it. It was an armlet. It seemed to match the one that sat in its place of honor on the crimson bed of velvet in the drawing room, with the etched letters Rex on it. Where did you get that? It looks just like the other ones. It does look like the other one's twin. I tripped over it when I was running away from Bestreath and stuffed it in my cloak pocket. There's etching on this one, North. Can you make it out in this dim light? He squinted at the etching, turned the armlet this way and that, then very slowly lowered it. He looked very pale in the shadowy light. His hand holding the armlet was none too steady. "I don't believe this," he said. "What is it?" she said, clutching at his arm. "I really hate to have to say this. This armlet shouldn't exist, shouldn't feel warm and alive in my hand, as if it was worn just moments ago." He handed her the armlet. "Here, Caroline, read it." She turned it over and over in her palms, just feeling it, not looking closely at it. He said, "Are you reading it with your fingers?" She gave him a smile. "Actually, I really don't have to. It's the mate to the other one. And since the other one says Rex, I have no doubt that this one says Regina." "Oh no, it's much more specific than that," North said. "It says Guinevere." 40. The Earl and Countess of Wyndham were seated in the drawing-room, the Duchess frowning sadly into her teacup. "To think, Marcus, we missed all the excitement, every drop of it, and only by 3 days. It's not fair." "You must have just missed my messenger," North said. "Your messenger," the Earl said, "is right this minute very likely enjoying himself greatly. My servants will feed him and cosset him, and will no doubt wring every scrap of information out of him, count on it. Then they'll probably send him back with advice, the bloody meddlers." "Now, Duchess, it is fair," Caroline said. "It was our adventure, not yours. Now, since you and Marcus just might have been the ones to save the day, North and I wish to thank you both very much, and to give you this." Caroline handed the Duchess a beautiful gold necklace, thick and rich-looking, so very old, yet shining and vibrant, warm to the touch. "You can wear it with your pearls," the Earl said, lightly touching his fingertips to the rich gold links. "As for the remaining jewels and gold coins and jewelry, like you and the Duchess, Caroline and I are sending some to the British Museum, giving the chalices to the Salisbury Cathedral, and displaying the remainder here at Mount Hawk, so all can come and see them. If we ever lose all our groats, we can always sell a bracelet or two and save ourselves," Caroline said. "Ha, you'd send me to work in the tin mines before you'd part with a single piece of jewelry we found," North said, lightly stroking his fingertips over her arm. She smiled, and for a brief moment it was a faraway smile, one that severed her from all of them completely. But then she was back again, and her smile was warm and filled with mischief and happiness. She looked over at the bed of crimson velvet. In it now were 2 armlets, touching each other, together again for as long as time the nightingales existed. As for the sword, she and North had agreed that it be left where it was, and that no one else should know about it, not even their family, not even the Earl and Countess of Wyndham had. Told her that same night, the fewer who know, the better. Raphael Carstairs won't say a thing. I've already spoken to him, and, naturally, Coombe won't. Caroline had frowned, saying, "It still isn't enough, North. We don't want anyone accidentally stumbling upon it. Indeed, from the beach you can see the shadows there in the middle of the cliff. See, there's something strange. Anyone with a whit of curiosity would investigate. I know I would. The last thing we want is scavengers going in there and trying to steal it. No, what we need is a nice explosion of some kind. The good Lord knows there are enough of them at the damned tin mines. We need a bloody miracle," North said. "God, I'm so tired I can't think anymore." "Well, worry about it in the morning." Both of them had indeed considered it a miracle. Near to dawn that same night, when they'd finally fallen into their bed, so exhausted they could barely think, the wind had risen to gale force, the rain had pounded the earth and uprooted trees, sending even huge rocks tumbling over the cliffs and into the water.
and the cliff had collapsed in on itself, sealing away forever that chamber and the sword Excalibur embedded in that slab of stone. Caroline said now to her mother-in-law, "You refused to tell me what you wanted of the treasure. Please, you must have whatever it is you desire. Marie, too." Cecilia Nightingale said, "I'll ask Marie. Doubtless she would enjoy one of the armlets. As for me, my dear, I would just as soon never touch any of those things again for as long as I live." "Why ever not, mother?" North said, his head cocked to one side in question. It's rather difficult, North," she said, looking down at her hands, which were whiter and softer now since she'd come to Mount Hawk. "I saw the armlet Caroline placed over there on that crimson velvet, the one your great-grandfather supposedly found here on Mount Hawk land, and the one beside it that you found, Caroline, in the cliff." "Yes," Marcus Wyndham said, "I found the first one in that croaking old clock. It was the reason the thing sounded so bloody ugly, like a sick person trying to cough." Caroline said, "I guess it will remain a mystery. Who put it there, and why? When was it done? Why didn't any of the Nightingale men ever say anything about it?" "It's not a mystery, Caroline," Cecilia Nightingale said. "What do you mean, Mother? Do you know anything about the damned thing?" "Ah, well, I did it, you know." "Did what, Mother?" Cecilia Nightingale looked at her son and said, "I overheard your grandfather speaking to your father. It was one of the very few times your grandfather wasn't screaming at your father to rid himself of me. Anyway, I eavesdropped. Your grandfather was showing your father the armlet. He was stroking it as if it was alive, as if it was the most precious thing in the world. He said that the Nightingale men kept it close, never showing anyone else. You see, North, your great-grandfather, who had found the wretched thing, had nearly had it stolen, and thus he hid it away. He didn't tell your grandfather about it until he was dying. Your grandfather, who'd been ill the previous winter, decided it was time to pass the armlet down to his son, your father. I'll never forget how he stroked the thing, caressed it as one would a man or a woman. It was obscene and rather pathetic. I watched when your grandfather placed the armlet reverently back into the safe. I saw the combination. Late that night, I opened the safe and took the armlet. I wanted to get back at your grandfather, North, as simple as that. He loved the armlet as much, if not more, than a human being loves another human being. I hated it, and I hated him, so I took the damned armlet and hid it in the clock. Paltry of me, I know, but I wanted him to suffer, to lose something he valued above all else. No one said a word. It was as if the thing had never existed, but I knew the pain he must have felt, knowing someone had stolen it and not knowing who had done it. His own son? I do wonder if he blamed his son, your father, if he even accused him of taking it. Or perhaps he believed it was one of the male martinets. And I was pleased because I knew he'd never know. He would listen to that bloody clock for the rest of his days and never realize what was inside it. And now you found its mate. Where the devil do you think that first armlet came from? North asked no one in particular. Well, Caroline said slowly, eyeing the armlet, it must have been accidentally dropped by those people who were carving the chamber into the cliff. Good Lord, at least 1,000 years ago, don't you think? There was no reason for your great-grandfather to lie about where it was found. Near the barrows, and that stone fence, and the copse of trees, North said. It's the only explanation, I guess. And to think, the Duchess said, all this time everyone believed that if any king were here, it was King Mark. But King Arthur isn't buried there. Just the treasure and the... What, Caroline? The Duchess said, raising a graceful dark eyebrow. Nothing. My mind is just meandering. Goodness, here's Miss Mary Patricia with 2 babes. The cooing and laughter, the pats, the kisses, the pained looks from Coombe, and the occasional yells for food from little North and Eleanor became the focus for the remainder of the afternoon. Coombe came into the drawing-room that evening, his arm resting in an interesting sling, cleared his throat, and announced, "Dinner is served, my lady." "Ah, Coombe, thank you," North said. "You're looking quite the romantic hero. How are you and Polgrain Lewing?" "We will survive, my lord, we will survive, but it is difficult.
One thinks that one knows another, but in this case it wasn't true. Poor Mr. Polgrain deeply regrets that he wasn't conscious enough to aid you that night, my lady, but Mr. Trejagle had drugged him as well as her ladyship, as you know. It was only me he believed would succumb to his plot. It has depressed us profoundly. Perhaps disappointing and depressing for him, Caroline thought, eyeing the very neat sling he wore around his shoulder and under his elbow. It made him look very dapper. The memory of that night was clear and sharp. All that had happened, the terror, the grinding pain, and finally the triumph, all of it was there deep inside her, and would be with her always. But most of all, what would remain with her until she died was the image of herself easily drawing Excalibur from the stone, feeling how it had been made just for her, that it was part of her. It would always be with her, that aura of being touched by something beyond herself, beyond this modern world. She'd been touched by magic, by ancient magic that had no explanation. But it did have reality. It did have meaning. It had saved her life. No, it had given her the gift of enabling her to save her own life. "You're looking deep and thoughtful," North said to her, as he placed her hand over his forearm to lead her into dinner. "Are you perhaps considering the use of those wrist cuffs on me tonight?" She grinned up at him. Yes, that just might please both of us mightily. It did please both of them, North in particular, who lay sprawled on his back, staring up at his wife's flushed face, wondering how she could look more beautiful than she had just that morning. Her breasts were larger, and he gently pulled his hands from the cuffs and cupped them in his palms. "I love you," he said, and she leaned down so he could kiss her. "Come lie next to me," he said, and pulled her down, gently pressing her cheek against her shoulder. "Now let me tell you about Dr. Traith. He is leaving next week. I spoke to him this afternoon. He blames himself, which perhaps he should do. I don't know."
I don't understand how he could be so blind to what happened to every woman who ever came into his orbit. But there it was. I didn't ask him if he remembered taking his own 14-year-old sister to bed. I didn't think it mattered. Everyone knows about his sister now, just as everyone knows that Trejagle drugged you and helped her take you away to St. Agnes Head. Thank God she had to leave for a while to go back to her brother, for he would have missed her. But it gave you the time you needed. He leaned over and kissed her forehead. "You're still damp from our lovemaking. I like that. Also, let me tell you that I admire you, Caroline. You're brave and loyal and inventive. But then again, it was those qualities that drew me to you in the first place. Those qualities, your beautiful self, and that mess of problems you carried on your back. But, there's something new about you, something that happened that night." He paused, and she felt his shrug. "Perhaps it's a new strength I sense in you, a deeper understanding of why we mortals are here, why it's important for us to be decent, to cherish those important to us. I'm making no sense at all." She kissed his shoulder. "I received a letter today. The painter will be coming with the man who will restore all the Nightingale women's portraits. Can we be painted together, North, after he paints your mother and Marie and you with both of them? So we'll be hanging about forever and ever? Yes, I want our great-great-grandchildren to know that we were together always, and we loved each other, and there was nothing that ever set us apart, just as those two armlets are together again. Shall I be painted with my wrist cuffs on?" She laughed into his shoulder, licked his warm flesh, and she thought, "I'll be touched by magic every day of my life." Epilogue. Mount Hawk, Cornwall, March 1815. North walked into the drawing room, several pieces of folded paper in his right hand, an odd look on his face. Caroline looked up from her embroidery and said, "Look at this, North. Even Miss Mary Patricia approves. I've managed to stitch a nightingale bird here on the corner of your handkerchief." She picked up the piece of fine linen and stared closely at it. "Yes, you can tell it's a bird. I know that nightingale men detest the thought of also being birds, but what can you do? I say flaunt it. I say learn how to warble. North, what's wrong?" He looked distracted. He sat down then, and put his hand on her belly and began to caress her.
It was an automatic gesture. He'd told her it helped him think, to solve problems. The babe obligingly kicked his palm, and North blinked and grinned. "Hello? What have you got there?" "A letter from Boston." He drew a deep breath. "Remember when we discovered that my great-grandmother had had an affair with that rogue named Griffin, and then they both disappeared, my great-grandfather putting it about that she died, even going so far as to bury her? Then we found out that the rest of the Griffin family left Cornwall for Boston in the 1780s. She nodded, leaned over, kissed him, and said, 'You've found her, haven't you?' Yes. It appears that she and Griffin ran away to Boston. My God, Caroline, I have lots and lots of family over in the colonies, cousins by the score. It also appears that both my great-grandmother and Griffin outlived my great-grandfather. When Griffin's family wrote him of my great-grandfather's death, the two of them got married and legitimized all their children. She was happy. It would appear that Griffin was indeed a rogue, but he fell in love with my great-grandmother and became constant. How would you like to visit Boston? The blasted war ended last fall." The babe kicked North's palm again. He grinned, leaned down, and put his cheek to her belly. "He wants to go meet all his cousins," he said. Caroline laughed, grabbed her husband's ear, and pulled him up. She kissed him. "I think it's a wonderful idea. At least they're not named Nightingale, so I don't have to stitch a lot more silly birds on handkerchiefs. Now, I have something to tell you as well, North." He cocked a dark eyebrow. "Coombe is marrying Mrs. Mayhew." He choked, stared at her, dropped the papers on the floor, then threw his head back and laughed and laughed. "I thought you had all the magical experiences in this family," he said at last, "but it appears that Mrs. Mayhew has performed the greatest magic of all time." Author's note. King Mark, if he really did exist, was most likely buried near Fowey, in the south of Cornwall, as most legend believers claim. As for King Arthur, everyone wants to lay claim to him and insist he was as real and as powerful and as noble as Malory's book painted him way back in the 15th century, in his La Morte d'Arthur. The Scots, the Welsh, the Cornish, the English all want him to be of their soil, of their blood, of their character. All of them want him buried in a hidden cave on their land. If by chance Arthur did live and die in Cornwall, I choose to believe it was near Tintagel, which lies only about 40 miles northeast of Mount Hawk. It certainly makes a romantic setting for Camelot. Did either of these kings really live, or were they just the stuff of legends and myths, stories to be added to, like squares of a quilt, many hands making it grow and change continually, making it more and more complex, destined to enrich the minds and dreams of generation after generation? Mark, that duped nitwit and a king, wasn't ever real to me. As for King Arthur, he was always more than real. Indeed, he is legend, an epic spirit. He can't be allowed to pass into the mists of time. He will always be here with us, to inspire us, to ennoble us, to touch our souls with his special magic, to show us greatness tempered with failure, to show us grace and humility in the face of devastation and loss. As for Arthur's sword, I know deep down that it exists somewhere. It's as real as King Arthur. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, business establishments, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. The Nightingale Legacy, a Jove book, published by arrangement with the author. All rights reserved. Copyright 1994 by Catherine Coulter. This book may not be reproduced in whole or part by mimeograph or any other means. Making or distributing electronic copies of this book constitutes copyright infringement and could subject the infringer to criminal and civil liability. For information, address the Berkeley Publishing Group, a division of Penguin Putnam Inc., 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York 1014. The Penguin Putnam Inc. worldwide website address is http://www.penguinputnam.com. ISBN 0-786-0990-2. A Jove book. Jove books first published by the Berkeley Publishing Group, a member of Penguin Putnam Inc., 375 Hudson Street, New York, New York 1014. Jove and the J design are trademarks belonging to Penguin Putnam Inc. First edition, electronic, July 2000. Table of contents: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Epilogue. Author's note.